Chapter 1451, A Peerless Forger. 2. The birth of a peak quasi-primordial relic in a competition to test fledgling forgers. It was entirely overkill, as it was something that only powerful master forgers and grandmaster forgers could do, and yet the being on the platform had done it easily. As he beckoned towards the crimson gold cube at this moment, the clear voice of ruination echoed out in Noah's mind as he smiled lightly, sending his thoughts towards it as the crimson gold cube landed on his hands, from a circle into a cube. Should I call you the Cube of Ruination? Cube of the Ruined Emperor. Ruination still works great, Master, the treasure quickly replied as it sank into Noah's chest once more. The loot light around it changing greatly, as at this moment it was a quasi-primordial relic. I know. We'll look over them slowly, but first, it seems I've done something too grand this time around though, so let's see what the results will be. Noah was calm as after ruination sank back into his chest, bundles of information were fed to him as his eyes gazed at his starkly quiet surroundings. The 8 fledgling forgers were looking at him with quiet shock. The primal titans acting as the audience also had no words. Everyone was speechless, as it was the grandmasters who reacted the fastest once more, the figure of Elder Agonia being the first to shoot down and appear before Noah, as this old primal titan with his flaming hair had a fervent look on his face when staring at him currently. How did you do it? How did you manage seamless deconstruction and reconstruction of materials and essence? The eyes of the Grandmaster's forger shone with great longing as he momentarily forgot his stature, his power at the third firmament of ascendancy bursting out as it nearly crushed weaker beings. Elder Agonia. The voice of Mono shook everyone from their stupor along with Grandmaster Agonia, this voice continuing to echo out as it descended along with the other 5 Grandmasters in the air. Please do not lose yourself, Elder Agonia. The one before us holds too special an identity. Rumble. His words reminded everyone of the process of forging they had seen as they gazed at the figure of the mysterious primal titan with fervent eyes. Noah's mind delving into the many memories he had now obtained from 3 existences at the first firmament of ascendancy around the topic of forging in those who excelled in this profession. The ones capable of taking any materials and bypassing the issue of purity through perfect deconstruction and reconstruction. These were existences sought after in the vast realities, as if such beings were given sufficient high-quality materials, they could forge multiple primordial relics with ease. The identity of such beings was profound, as they were known by the title of Peerless Forger. Rumble. Monos uttered the words grimly as the moment they came out, the knees of the 8 fledgling forgers that were competing on the platform sunk into the ground with respectful expressions. The other primal titans watching in the surroundings also kneeled down with respect. The idea of a peerless forger entrenched in their hearts and origins as legends of the beings of their race existences that had to be shown respect. Monos and the other grandmasters also had sharp and respectful expressions as they bowed towards Noah, giving him the recognition that grandmasters had to give to those who exceeded them. Monos walked up towards Noah as he stood beside the disheveled Elder Agonia that still gazed towards Noah with longing, his eyes turning to the other grandmasters as he spoke lightly. We must take him to the overseer. His words caused them to wake from their stupor as they nodded. Some of the grandmasters turning into streaks of light as they left the auric forge and flew into unknown locations. Monos and Agonia were the ones to remain behind as the former nodded towards Noah and spoke with a smile. My intuition told me there was something to come, but I didn't think it would be this big. The tone of the expert at the third firmament of ascendancy had changed as gazed at Noah, seeing his calm expression as he realized something before he continued. You might not know too much on this issue, but your capabilities to perfectly deconstruct and reconstruct materials is something rare across the vast realities, where even the overseer of this prime reality is only half a step there. Within the other prime realities that we primal titans occupy, existences such as you are legends, as you must understand that comes with many things. Especially the gazes of other races falling on your shoulder because of how important you are. Forget the royal blight serpent dragons. Even primordials would be interested in getting their hands on a peerless forger. It is why you need to come with us to the overseer residing within the Isle of the Queen. We have to consult with her and see how we move from here. The gaze of the third firmament expert was talking to Noah freely, as he actually didn't speak with pride or arrogance, Noah nodding towards him thoughtfully as he smiled and spoke calmly. Then let us make haste. The eyes of the powerful primal titan shone as they nodded, Monos flying out first as he communicated with Elder Agonia to finish things off within the auric forge, Noah following this, being along to actually see the overseer of a prime reality within a mere hour after he arrived in it. At the same time, he communicated with ruination on the new features as the voice of this treasure actually came out with excitement. Essence conversion, Noah couldn't help but have a smile appear on his face as boundless information about such a concept filled his mind while he followed Manos away from the Isle of Gold and deeper into the Isles of the Gilded Forge, this time going towards the Isle of the Queen as the winds of destiny weaved silently around them. Chapter 1452, Qualifications to Forge a System. The surroundings of the prime reality that was the Isles of the Gilded Forge were uniquely not surrounded by seas of ruination. Noah, following Elder Manos from one isle to another as they traveled faster than the speed of light, he was able to understand the layout of the surroundings more as he found when they left the Isle of Gold. The region gradually changed to become tainted by the essence of ruination once more as when one looked back it seemed as if the Isle of Gold was surrounded by its own bubble filled with pristine gold essence across its voids of space. Interesting, isn't it? It is the work of the overseer who had achieved a level of power that allows her to forge separate domains filled with her own essence. All of the isles within this prime reality were carved out by her, as she is one of the many beings within our race that we saw to have the next best chance to become a peerless forger. And yet here you are. The voice of Manos echoed out as this humongous giant saw Noah's gaze of interest, the two of them continuing forward as Manos kept the conversation flowing. The Overseer is an existence of great power as she manages the Golden Titans within this reality. Being one of the commanders of our primal Titan bloodline is such as a qualification to be allowed to oversee a prime reality. The expert in the third firmament of ascendancy actually treated Noah with respect solely because of his ability, speaking out freely and sharing secrets and knowledge as they went to see the one overseeing the current prime reality. At the same time, the other elders that had left the Auric Forge had begun to send word to relevant existences the knowledge that a young peerless forger had risen within the Isles of the Gilded Forge, beginning to spread silently within the ranks of primal titans. While this occurred, Noah felt his ridiculously vast seas of destiny and fortune churn within his origin as many thoughts came to him on what he should be doing. Silently, his origin released the authority of the Sanguine Emperor as he called upon one of his true Sanguine clones using the unique connection of blood obtained from the flames of the Sanguine Emperor as he did something stupendous. Seamlessly and without even the figure of Manos in front of his noticing, he shifted his true body's origin and soul through the connection of blood as instantaneously his true body and true Sanguine clone switched places. Manos continued to speak freely as Noah's true Sanguine clone followed, switching the true body and clone as he had to do a few things that would flow much more smoothly with the true body making the moves. In the boundary between realities, Noah's true body opened his eyes to meet the figure of Hyperion, the two of them still in a domain of apocalypse as they were hidden across the folds of space from any peering gazes of beings who only had quasi-insuperable and insuperable level edicts. You say it is possible now? Hyperion spoke towards Noah with an optimistic gaze as Noah nodded, tapping on his chest as he spoke out freely. Ruination, show me this essence conversion feature first. With a blinding crimson gold light, ruination came out of Noah's chest as it released waves of austere power, the cube-shaped treasure pulsing with light as it spoke out. To convert into the essence of reality, one needed the essence of pandemonium along with ruination and primordial essence. It will just be a walk in the park, master. This feature from a quasi-primordial relic like me is something others would barely be able to utilize due to its high cost, but you were made for it. Rumble, Noah smiled freely as his origin thrummed with power, surging out waves of pristine blue mana that looked like endless rivers surging into ruination. With such a tool in hand, he had met the qualifications and resources to forge his system. So he would first go on to understand it, then let us see the daily quota of the essence of reality, and just how much of it I can handle with my limited storage. All experts who could utilize and store the unique essence of reality had a space in the depths of their origin and soul to store it, this space being expanded as they gained more power. One could go from being capable of storing and using the essence of reality that barely filled up a grain of sand, to being capable of calling upon the storage of essence that could fill up an entire football field. It all depended on one's power. At the same time, I can also increase my power. Noah's thoughts danced vibrantly as he needed to do many things for the sake of increasing his power. One was for him to first use the new triplicate feature of ruination to triple the numbers of shards of a seed of reality and existential pearls, and the other was to optimize his ascendancy halo, BZZZT. The moment this thought appeared, he summoned out his glorious crimson halo with ancient bands of gold as a fantastical scene played out within the domain of apocalypse. An ender of reality watched on with interest as a being with a stellar body shining with millions of cosmos released endless rivers of mana into a spinning crimson gold cube. And then a fantastical crimson ascendancy halo surrounded them as this halo seemed to be pulsing with the profound echoes of power. it was something of utter fantasy as the being involved didn't get to see it for its wonder, his focus on the greater nomological edicts that occupied his ascendancy halo at this moment as he voiced out domineeringly while calling upon the flames of the sanguine emperor. Remove all bloodlines of greater nomological edicts and begin to replace them with only quasi-insuperable nomological edicts. And add the newly gained insuperable nomological edict of the virulent poison emperor. Thrum, his words echoed across his origin as the crimson gold flames of the sanguine emperor moved to act. His attention was spread to many things, but his origin and soul were robust as he could do many things at once, so his thoughts also sought out something else. They went to gaze towards his status sheet as he watched the change of his ascendancy value and the quasi-primordial relic that was ruination and exactly what features this treasure held. Chapter 1453, Scaling the Firmaments is Easy. The ascendancy value that distinguished beings into firmaments of ascendancy. Noah had already reached the upper 90s before the battles against Yakyukol and the tyrant beast Pixis, and just the addition of multiple quasi-insuperable and one insuperable edict had shot his ascendancy value past 100 as he crossed the barrier of the second firmament of ascendancy with too little ease that he didn't even notice it. Past the value of 100, that was the second firmament of ascendancy. One had to strive for years to find new ways to compound their strength, whether by completing new edicts and forging new ascendancy halos, or by forging more cosmos. Those not talented would remain at this level for all their lives, as it was arduous to go from 100 to 1000 ascendancy values to break into the third firmament. By then there were those that were simply too terrifying with their methods of compounding strength. That they could ascend the firmaments with ease. Noah was one such being, as while he currently only held a few million cosmos, every little change to the percentages boosting him could vastly change his value as the concept of his ascendancy halo that could hold double the edicts compared to others. It was to blame for the shocking set of numbers he was seeing and the continued rise of his value as new edicts were infused into it, the quasi-insuperable nomological edicts of Tyrant Beast, Winged Tiger, and 7 other quasi-insuperable edicts flowed into the ascendancy halo freely while the greater edicts within it were removed. The crimson halo and golden bands fluctuated as they faded away briefly. Before an instant later, the golden bands began to reforge even brighter than before as the quality of edicts was much higher. From Yakyukol, the insuperable nomological edict was added along with the quasi-insuperable edicts of Abomination, Serpent Dragonheart, Winged Ouroboros, Unscalable Mountain. And 7 more edicts of this level were also added into the ascendancy halo of Catastrophe as the number of required edicts quickly reached saturation. Thrum, waves of majestic essence color erupted around Noah as mana still surged from him endlessly into ruination, where one could see the repulsive essence of pandemonium along with ruination and primordial essence surging around this treasure, a wondrous conversion taking place. The crimson halo was equally sectioned by multiple golden bands, a terrific aura that even caused Hyperion to be pushed back as his body trembled, erupting out. It was an aura of utter oppression, as at this moment, a unique change was occurring within Noah because uniquely he had completed his ascendancy halo of Catastrophe, 9 quasi-insuperable nomological edict from Pixis, 11 of the same level from Yakyukol made 20. Then Yakyukol gave his insuperable edict as when added to Noah's very own forged insuperable and quasi-insuperable nomological edicts, as well as the 4 quasi-insuperable edicts from Cecilia. The number 30 had been reached, a never-before-seen ascendancy halo was complete as one had to wonder. Just what perks did it come with? Thrum. 15 golden bands sectioned the crimson halo as at the moment of its completion, Noah's heart shuddered as he saw his continuously rising ascendancy value seamlessly break past 200, 400, and then settle at 889. He entered the second firmament of ascendancy and then exceeded its halfway mark in mere seconds as he approached the stellar value of 1000 at a pace others couldn't even dream of. From the first firmament, he now nearly came close to the third firmament as he scaled within seconds what others would take years. It was unrealistic and balanced breaking, as one might question how it occurred. How could such a thing be allowed? Just how could the completion of a single ascendancy halo allow one to almost scale 2 firmaments of ascendancy? The answer was simple: OOM. The ascendancy halo glowed with vibrant grandeur as a unique authority surged into Noah, a crimson gold layer of light wrapping over his skin as his eyes released bursts of light. The stellar hair on his head beginning to undergo a change. From its purple-blue stellar light, it began to fly around madly as from his scalp. His hair began to move and surge widely as in mere seconds, it was transformed into flames as it seemed his entire head was on fire, golden crimson flames that matched the color of his halo as with wildness and impunity. The hair on his head danced madly as it turned into wondrous flames. Along with it, Noah raised his hands to see the impenetrable layer of crimson gold light that protected him, its source being the pulsing completed halo as information about it smoothly flowed into his mind, an authority that only Noah Osmond owns as it cannot be replicated by any others or himself ever again. It is a highly offensive and defensive authority that passively surrounds Osmond, nullifying any physical and soul damage stemming from concepts of and halos forged from quasi-insuperable nomological edicts and negating 80% of all damage from concepts and halos stemming from insuperable nomological edicts. Actively, Noah Osmond can lay down the verdict of catastrophe on an enemy as unless they hold an authority stemming from a completed ascendancy halo holding insuperable nomological edicts, they can only face catastrophe. The passive generation of 10 units of essence of reality is granted, along with the passive generation of 1000 cosmos daily, and 500 billion% to all parameters. The boosts given are subjected to change depending on which bloodline edicts comprise the ascendancy halo of catastrophe. The reason as to why he nearly scaled 2 firmaments within seconds, an authority that granted 1 passive generation of the essence of reality equivalent to being an overseer of 10 realities, a generation of daily cosmos 1000 times more than what his true blood refinement had reached, and a ridiculous 500 billion% to all parameters. This was from the completion of Noah's unique ascendancy halo of catastrophe, chapter 1454, Scaling the Firmaments is Easy. 2. While Noah obtained a ridiculous new authority and scaled the firmaments of ascendancy at a rapid rate, the consequences of his many actions continued to reverberate ever so slowly across the realities. One was the death of Yakyakol as the enraged matriarch of the royal blight serpent dragons from a certain prime reality was making her way towards the place that her son had died, and she brought with her a terrifying force under the will of the serpent dragon emperor. The force crossed the boundary between realities as it seemed like a poisonous cloud capable of melting down realities was rolling towards the Isles of the Gilded Forge, the illusory form of a terrifying serpent dragon forming around this immense cloud as within it. One could see an enormous verdant ship, adorned with lines of gold and shining with the light of loot. It was a genuine quasi-primordial relic in the form of a ship that was actually a form of tool that powerful existences used to traverse across realities. Aboard this relic, the figure of the enraged matriarch could be seen as beside her in humanoid form was in existence, releasing immense waves of power. With the eyes of a serpent and the scales of a dragon, this being was the right hand of the serpent dragon emperor, as he was worthy to be someone that was an overseer of a prime reality. Such was the being that the serpent dragon emperor sent with the matriarch to go claim justice for their son, as this being was of the same power as the overseer of the Isles of the Gilded Forge. Matriarch. The voice of this serpent dragon was deep as his scales acted like an armor, his stature standing straight like a sharp spear as his obsidian hair that was actually curling black flames shone with malice. What if the overseer of the Isles of the Gilded Forge does not wish to give up the first firmament killer? Am I authorized to truly start a war with the golden titans of the primal titan bloodline? Will this be ideal with our current plans and alliances? Words filled with information and secrets echoed out as the wrathful face of the matriarch became even more venomous, her scolding voice coming out. I know the bitch that is currently the overseer of the Isles of the Gilded Forge. She wouldn't be stupid enough to allow a conflict because of a mere first firmament creature. And if she is? The threat was left in the air as the right hand of the serpent dragon emperor gazed out from the flying quasi-primordial relic thoughtfully, his voice only coming out as a whisper in the ears of the matriarch as he walked into the depths of the ship. They told us to lay low for the past millions of years as we prepared. It would truly be good if we do not draw attention at such a time. We are close, O matriarch. Let us not jeopardize grand plans that will decide the fate of our royal blight serpent dragon bloodline so freely. Even if it is for my beloved nephew. Rumble. Silent waves of destiny surrounded the right hand of the serpent dragon emperor as this existence could actually sense difficulty ahead, posing such words of caution to the matriarch for this reason. The matriarch snorted while her voice was carried into the mind of the being descending into the ship. Has the right hand of my husband gone weak? Has the dreadful poisoner of realities actually become so much of a serpent of caution? The anger from the loss of her son was palpable as she continued. The loss of a child is something you will never be able to understand, Sadak. And for a mere first firmament rat within the vast realities. Nobody will start a war over it. Waves of power echoed out as the being that had entered the depths of the ship didn't reply, only thinking carefully as his green eyes swirled with immense power. The number of firmament this being had scaled were not few, as he was a veteran expert who could oversee a prime reality. his eyes seeing much more than even the distraught matriarch as he and a huge force of royal blight serpent dragons made their way towards the aisles of the Gilded Forge. This was the reverberation of Noah's actions towards Yakyukol, but there was also Pixis, the ender of reality that died a dog's death and became materials to forge a stupendous quasi-primordial relic. Thereafter, did such a being have any background to even worry about? Across the vastness of realities, within a particularly chaotic prime reality that was filled with deadly storms of pandemonium, ruination, and primordial essence terrifyingly spreading out across all regions, it was a unique prime reality that should have been unlivable and on the verge of breaking down into something that returned to the main reality, but it remained stable for countless eons as horrifying existences were currently residing within, at this moment in time, in a portion of this vast prime reality. There was an enormous beast that looked like a huge scorpion, its scales shining with the revolting essence of pandemonium as its body glimmered with an illusory light of millions of cosmos. Obsidian flames were undulating around the body of this creature as it seemed to be practicing something, but it stopped whatever it was doing as another beast had neared its location and was seeking an audience with its head bowed down. "What is it?" A commanding voice of authority echoed from the huge scorpion as the beast that had come to deliver the message trembled before replying. "O Prime Ender, Pixis has perished suddenly without any word." "Whom?" The crimson eyes of the scorpion opened as its power rose in terrifying waves, its ancient voice echoing out, "Wasn't that little thing supposed to be silently recruiting other Enders from nearby realities? Did it catch the attention of anyone? Our plans must not be discovered so early." Rumble, the beast delivering the message, trembled as it replied quickly, "We don't know yet, then go and investigate. Be silent about it, and if need be, check for any changes in the surrounding regions and even work with the other bloodlines if you need to." The messenger beast nodded with fervor before disappearing with shocking speed, this mere messenger beast actually showing power at the third firmament of ascendancy. As for it to act in such a terrifying manner towards the existence it called a Prime Ender, one could only wildly make inferences for the strength of this being. The tides of destiny for the vast realities must change. We will be the spark for it as the primordials. Your undeniable rule will remain unshakable no longer. Rumble, terrifying words echoed out as hidden aims and schemes ran rampant, countless existences planning and plotting across minuscule portions of the infinite realities as nobody knew just what would unfold for the future. Chapter 1455, Scaling the Firmaments is Easy. 3. After Yakyukol and Pixis, there was Cecilia, a small-time primordial, but she was a primordial nonetheless as her death thought was not without consequences. Within yet another prime reality, at the very center of this reality, a vast structure reminiscent of a shrine was enacted as many statues surrounded it, and golden stairways the size of thousands of cosmos endlessly stretching down from the doors of the shrine could be seen. Within this vast structure, a green-haired woman letting out the unique aura of a celestial vine and a primordial could be seen playing with the ashes of a dried leaf. Little Cecilia. Why would you go and perish just a few million years after I help you become a primordial? Her voice was sonorous and enticing as within her green-gold eyes, one could see a trace of anger from this being, and for your mark to not even be laid upon the one who did this to you. Just what could have happened? The primordial stood up gracefully while holding the ashen dried-up leaf in her hand, taking light but powerful steps as she moved to solve a mystery. She knew which realities Cecilia was assigned to. Whether her death was within one of them or in others, she would simply check and leave everything up to fate. As for the force responsible, whatever means you have to not become a marked ones. Can you escape my gaze if I am looking straight at you? Rumble, imperceptible waves of destiny echoed out as a celestial vine moved, and she wasn't the only one trying to solve this mystery that caused the deaths of 3 existences from 3 heavyweight factions. The culprit of these mysteries being a single existence that had only begun scaling the firmaments of ascendancy days ago. The storm that would follow this mystery was bound to be a fantastic phenomenon that would begin to shake the roots of powerful bloodlines. All 3 recently killed existences belonged to powerful groups and had deep backing, and yet Noah had taken them down as apart from everything else. He had gained their memories, he knew of their factions and the powerhouses that surrounded them. He also knew of the reaction these beings might have, as such knowledge would have made any common higher existence to run and hide across the vast infinite realities. Yet Noah still moved steadily, as with the memories he gained from the 3 defeated beings were the most crucial and important things that they even rivaled all the loot he gained through the resplendent treasure emperor, the bloodline of the royal blight serpent dragons. The elusive and hidden bloodline of Enders of reality, the celestial vine primordial overseer. The memories of locations and people within these factions crossed Noah's mind clearly as they should have been enough to cause one to despair. but he simply forged forward with confidence, as even if they were in the fifth, sixth, or even seventh firmament of ascendancy, yet he was confident of the coming future and his own power. His own power that was rising at such a stupidly fast rate that he neared the third firmament of ascendancy in mere days. As all of these thoughts settled, Noah breathed out as he opened his eyes to look at the vibrant crimson ascendancy halo of catastrophe that had 15 brilliantly shining golden bands around it. This halo had granted Noah a tremendous authority that effectively allowed him to kill any beings that did not have a completed halo with powerful insuperable level edicts contained within it. Which firmament of ascendancy had existences with multiple insuperable level edicts within their halo? If they didn't meet this requirement, Noah could take them down whether they were in the second firmament of ascendancy or the fourth. This was one of the many reasons for his confidence in the coming future. The authority of catastrophe was robust as it came with many things, Noah analyzing it as he was ruination gradually finishing the essence conversion before him, as an overseer of his reality. Noah had gained the passive generation of 1 unit of essence of reality, as even after a whole day, barely a smidgen of his reserves were filled even with the small container within his origin and soul to store the essence of reality, yet the authority of catastrophe said fuck all that and granted 10 units of essence of reality daily. As with it, Noah could foretell that at least 1/3 of his reserves would be filled passively every single day, and now ruination, THRUM, the quasi primordial relic released a glorious light as it trembled, multicolored essence coming out of its body drop by drop as it soon formed into a cluster of drops before Noah's eyes, 5 units of the essence of reality daily. Master, the multicolored drops flowed into Noah's chest as they were stored, Noah nodding with shining eyes as when he calculated once more, he realized that his ever-expanding space within his origin that held the essence of reality could be filled up more than half every single day. This was because the space was constantly expanding as he became more powerful, and he was about to expand it even more as his goal was to elevate ruination into a genuine primordial relic that would grant him even more essence of reality every single day. WAA, ruination sank back into his chest while saying such glorious words, Noah reaching into his expansive space and seeing 225 seeds of a shard of reality from the original 31 from Pixis and 44 from the Serpent Dragon Prince. 225 seeds that signified 225 million cosmos. It would be elevating his base power by 3 or 4 times, as when all of his percentage boosts were applied, his ascendancy value would not be at 889 any longer. It would break into the third firmament of ascendancy with ease, as the only question was how far he would scale this firmament with the current loot, WAA. The fantastical seeds of a shard of reality began to disappear from his expansive space as he devoured them directly from there, his body beginning to crackle and pulse as if it was a battlefield. He was doing something terrifying, as with absorption of a single seed, 1 million cosmos would have to be forged as he was freely devouring a dozen every second. RUUMBLE? It felt like skies were shuddering and being torn inside of his body as millions of cosmos were formed, nearly a few seconds passing before the grandiose 1000 value was broken into nothingness as Noah continued to ascend upwards, now entering the third firmament of ascendancy. For him, it was too damn easy, as he actually reached the same stage as Elder Manos within just mere hours of meeting such an existence. 1456. You are interesting. The ascendancy value of 1000 was breached with ease as Noah stepped into the third firmament of ascendancy, this number edging upwards as he formed the millions of cosmos within his origin from devouring the shards of a seed of reality. Noah watched this number rise steadily as his body crackled and released thunderous sounds of pure power, his eyes moving from the fluctuating number on his status panel as he focused on the portions that listed his equipped treasures. Ruination could be seen there with its wondrous details as Noah delved into it to see, apart from the triplicate feature in essence conversion, what else did this quasi-primordial relic hold? Quasi-primordial relic, ruination, a unique treasure at the level of a quasi-primordial relic that was forged from a naturally occurring cosmic treasure and the inclusion of pure moldable essence through the blacksmith's forge. Cuboidal in shape and surrounded by a crimson gold color, this treasure stands at the peak of the quasi-primordial relic level, as its aura alone can suppress treasures of this rank. With its core based on one of the central essences that make up reality, its elevation has granted it the unique authority to handle ruination, primordial, the essence of pandemonium, and all other known essences for the purposes of essence conversion, with the ultimate capability being the conversion of specific types of essence into the very essence of reality. A unique bond and mastery exists with the essence of ruination, as the holder of this treasure can use this essence without any requirements, allowing for a smooth overseeing of realities through controlling the vast seas of ruination within them. The features of Reality Map, Portals of Ruination, Veil of Ruination, Remnants of Ruination, Triplicate, Ruination Cosmos, and Affix of Reality are now available for use. If the proper materials are collected and this treasure is elevated into a genuine primordial relic, the capabilities of affecting realities at a large scale, budding ruination realities, reconstruction and replication of concepts, elevation of concepts, and many more possibilities shall open. The glorious capabilities of ruination were displayed as the features truly were many apart from essence conversion and triplicate. The Ruination Cosmos was the first one that drew Noah in, as when he looked at its details, he saw that it was the elevated form of ruination realm, as now Noah could enjoy a 10,000 to 1 time ratio, which was double that of his cosmic Holy Land within the infinite empire. With Reality Map, he could quite literally pull up a map of an emerging reality that ruination was in, finding out where all of its cosmos were located, the borders of the primordial sea, and even the edges of reality where pandemonium lay in wait. After mapping a reality, it would forever be saved, as he could set up portals of ruination in specific coordinates of such a reality where he and those he specified could smoothly enter. It meant that if he mapped multiple realities, he could set up portals across them and have his people go from one reality to another through the use of portals of ruination. There was also something like the Veil of Ruination that actually allowed Noah to impose an immense authority under the vast seas of ruination in an emerging reality, allowing a veil to surround it, as he could actually hide a reality within the vastness of countless realities. The number of realities was uncountable. As if he truly hid realities he managed from the eyes of others. Rumble. The mere thought caused his destiny to churn with greed and fervor as Noah contained himself and calmed his raging origin. His stellar eyes flashing brightly as the golden crimson flames he had for his hair waved majestically. His thoughts traveled to the realities that Cecilia managed, which would soon be under suspicion and surveillance, as many plans bloomed within his mind. His current focus would be on his home reality, as after deciding what he would soon be doing, he gazed at the remaining features from Ruination. Remnants of Ruination was unique as it allowed Noah to mold the essence of ruination within realities he managed into remnants of ruination, naturally forming existences similar to primordial beasts that only had the purpose of protecting their reality. It was a feature that caused champions to lose their jobs entirely, as the profound uses of ruination just continued to pile up in an ecstatic fashion. Lastly, there was the feature of Affix of Reality. This ability caused Noah's eyes to release bursts of stellar light as it tried to outshine all others. Affix of Reality. Apart from the already preset affixes of ruination, the master of this quasi-primordial relic can set a reality-altering affix applicable to themselves or others. Once set, the affix cannot be changed, as the possibility of establishing more affixes of reality lies in the elevation of ruination. The extent of the affix of reality is limited due to the level of ruination, as if the placed affix requires an immense alteration of reality, it will be modified to acceptable levels. A feature that required some thought and attention appeared as it granted Noah a truly fantastical chance. Anything he could imagine, he could try and see if it would be acceptable as an affix, as it had to improve his power not just at his current stage. But even years from now, as once an affix of reality was set, he couldn't remove it. It was a feature that Noah had to consult with his many edicts and destiny for, as a solution and answer for it would come soon enough. But the features that Ruination laid out were truly too fantastical, as the sheer uses alone had too many implications. These were unique, wondrous, and ecstatic features that could be the foundation for the mass conquering of countless realities. Currently at the level of a quasi-primordial relic, Noah could only map emerging realities, as he expected to be able to do the same thing in prime realities when he elevated this treasure to the genuine primordial relic level. At that level, it was stated that even the reconstruction and replication of concepts could occur, as this could refer to laws, Tao, edicts. Or even possibly something like an ascendancy halo. Can one even imagine the replication of something as terrific as an ascendancy halo? Onward, chapter 1457. You are interesting. 2. Was there truly a possibility to elevate Taos freely? Elevate greater nomological edicts to quasi-insuperable ones? Insuperable nomological edicts to something even more disastrous, WAA. The mere idea of it was preposterous, but it matched the terrifying capabilities that a primordial relic should hold. Apart from all this, there was also the possibility of the fantastical ability of budding ruination realities. Ruination realities, it made Noah truly look forward to elevating this treasure into a genuine primordial relic. It made him plan for whatever he had to do to make such a thing achievable, but first, he breathed out calmly as he looked past his domain of apocalypse and into the faraway boundary of his home reality that he came from. the prime reality where a clan of golden titans resided in was called the Isles of the Gilded Forge. He had to come up with the name and designations of his own reality and the ones he would dominate in the future. Such was the thought that crossed his mind when he gazed out, along with the plan that he had to utilize the feature of Veil of Ruination in preparation for the powerhouses that would be seeking to find out exactly what happened to Cecilia. His eyes flashed with light as he turned towards Hyperion, who was looking at him with a difficult expression. "What is it?" Noah asked with a smile as he caused the domain of apocalypse around them to fade, the ascendancy halo of catastrophe also fading away, as the only thing that could be heard in the surroundings was the crackling sounds of the formation of millions of cosmos within Noah's body as his ascendancy value went to exceed 2,000. Hyperion gazed towards him with a sharp gaze as the bright eyes of the draconic elephantine ender of reality released rays of grandeur while he spoke. "Your mere aura alone causes my origin to feel oppressed. With your rate of progress being something I cannot even imagine." The ender of reality was still left behind at a half-completed halo and at the first firmament of ascendancy, as within quite literally a single day, Noah had pulled ahead and entered the third firmament of ascendancy. Hyperion knew that Noah was multiple times more powerful than he was before, as his mere aura alone was suffocating. At such words, Noah smiled lightly while replying, "Our paths are different, with my speed of progression being something that the strongest geniuses across realities might be envious of. You only worry about your path as now. Let us forge your system and have you enjoy the freedom you sought all your life." The forging of a system, it was something Noah was confident of doing after obtaining the memories of Cecilia. But he would still confirm everything as he would complete the contractual bidding between him and Hyperion by making this ender into the first test trial. Before that, though, I need to hide a reality within the folds of these endless boundaries that even if a primordial comes searching, they can only turn back in disappointment. The plans for his main body were set as he moved with domineering authority, his true sanguine clone in the Isles of the Gilded Forge finally entering the Isle of the Queen under the lead of Manos. At this moment, Noah saw the gradual change from ruination into a clear golden type of essence once more when entering another isle, this being a domain that the overseer of this prime reality set up according to Manos. The power to entirely isolate ruination or primordial essence and set up a domain of one's own. What concepts or level of power did one have to achieve to be capable of doing so? These were among the many things that Noah had to find, as another was the uniqueness of having one's hair turn into flames. Elder Agonia had flaming hair along with some of the fledgling forgers that Noah had competed with, but Noah could see from them that the flames were merely those of edicts. Yet when he achieved the authority of catastrophe, his hair had been turned into crimson gold flames that seemed to stand for something, and he knew it to be distinctly different from the others he had seen. He was taken out of his thoughts as after they delved into the domain that was the Isle of the Queen, another vast and fantastical citadel bloomed before Noah's eyes. The size of mere cosmos was incomparable, as a single cosmos would be akin to a grain of sand from the vastness of this citadel. Noah gazing at the outline of what seemed to be a vast floating citadel very similar to his past floating spiritual land. Golden essence dripped off of its edges and was taken in by the surrounding domain, an illusory gold bubble surrounding the floating citadel as a light of authority lit up on the chest of Manos, which allowed an opening to appear on the illusory bubble and allowed them in. The Isle of the Queen is unique from all the other Isles of the Gilded Forge, with the presence of the Overseer here making it the strongest and most fortified land in this whole prime reality. Manos spoke freely as Noah saw a similar outline to the Isle of Gold, a pathway made of illusory gold glass stretching and elevating up across the citadel with grand structures on either of its two sides, with the tallest and largest building being the one that the golden pathway ultimately led to. It was a skyscraper of a castle that looked to be built with reinforced glass crystals shining gold and crimson as it illuminated the whole Isle of the Queen. This was their destination. Noah followed behind Manos calmly as he felt countless powerful auras lock onto them, his eyes finding many more primal titans within this location as they moved fantastically within the citadel. The auras of existences at the first and second firmament of ascendancy were much higher here, as those with the same power as Manos numbered within the hundreds, and those that should be at the fourth firmament of ascendancy seemed to be a few dozens. It was an eye-opening scene of just what level of power one could expect from the powerful prime realities. Noah taking everything in as he and Manos arrived before the tallest building within the Isle of the Queen. Enormous crystal doors etched with ancient runic symbols stood before them. Manos bowing towards it respectfully as he spoke out, "Grandmaster Manos seeks an audience with the Overseer. I have brought the one I mentioned." Rumble, the golden crystal and doors opened by a small slithering as Manos nodded to Noah while the two of them flew in. the wide doors closing behind them as Noah was surprised to find everything outside cut off as if he had entered a brand new domain. He expected the inside of the grand skyscraper of the castle to be lined up with golden halls and extravagant rooms with exquisite structures, but he found out that he and Manos were standing on a resplendent circular platform as everything around them was entirely dark. When his awareness spread out, it couldn't sense anything past this darkness, as only after a few seconds passed did things begin to brighten up in front of them, an outline of an enormous crimson gold throne coming to light, as if it was coming towards them. The throne became larger in size until Noah and Manos only seemed like mere specks of dust before it, the figure of a grand existence being seen situated on this throne. Her hair was burning crimson gold flames extremely similar to Noah's true body as they draped over her bare shoulders gloriously, a fiery tight dress fit for the most exemplary queens adorning the body of this being as her face. It could topple realities. The gaze of this being was extremely piercing as her shining crimson eyes were directed their way. Her fair red lips smacking as her melodious voice echoed out with power and interest. Arad, now this is interesting. WAA, Chapter 1458, You are interesting. 3. The moment the large crystal and golden doors closed behind them, they only found darkness before a vast throne magnified before their eyes, the skyscraper of a castle seeming like a pocket dimension, as the throne alone was the size of hundreds of cosmos. That Noah and Manos's figures seemed like nothing in comparison. So Noah was shown an enormous figure of the overseer upon the throne, as all her curves were enhanced to freely be seen with clarity due to her sheer size, her flaming golden crimson hair dancing with power as her fair face carried a hint of a bronze hue due to the flames around her. She seemed to be no older than a woman in her prime of early 30s, as she held a unique air of confidence and power about her air that Noah found to exceed any of the kings or emperors he had met in the past. The powerful figure of Manos kneeled on the ground respectfully the moment this being released her first set of words, this Grandmaster's forger voicing out with a hint of respect within his voice, Overseer, this is the special existence that I only know as a peerless forger of first firmament being that entered our isles while killing a royal blight serpent dragon. As my first task was to test him for his identity as a forger. A test that he passed too exceptionally. Wah! Oh! The eyes of the overseer brightened up with dancing flames as she crossed her slender legs, the fiery dress she wore draping and covering any exposed part seamlessly as she released a dazzling smile while speaking. First firmament? Are your eyes getting old, Manos? That little guy is at the third firmament just like you. Rumble, the eyes of Manos shook while Noah's eyes became immensely sharp, his clone that should have still been revealing power at the first firmament of ascendancy feeling like he had his secrets unknowingly gazed at as he turned extremely careful. A unique power? An extremely high-tier edict he couldn't combat? Just how had this being seen through his level of power? And what else could she see? Many questions rose within Noah's mind as when facing this being, his destiny told him to not yet even try to utilize Author's viewpoint on this existence. And yet even as she exposed something about him that caused Manos to be startled, she continued to speak as if it was nothing as her sonorous voice continued, Peerless Forger. Why don't you tell us of your identity? Her words were filled with a commanding sense and yet seemed sweet like honey at the same time, making any man want to reply as quickly as possible. Noah merely raised his brows at such a unique power that this being released as he shockingly found his true sanguine clone had to borrow power from his true body and authority of catastrophe that stemmed from 30 flames of edicts to fully keep his mind straight while in front of this being. Noah Osmont. His voice came out calmly. A mere nobody that is just exploring what lies across the vast realities. Nobody? The words lulled out from her mouth as she brought her index finger onto her lips thoughtfully, her seated figure leaning forward from the throne as her exquisite face seemingly zoomed in before Noah and Manos before it occupied all of their sights. He could see the flawless skin and resplendent pair of eyes larger than even his own body currently gazing at everything closely. This being continuing to speak as the scent of verdant spring air brushed past Noah and Manos. Your soul feels shockingly young. So shockingly young that I had to double check. Manos didn't make a mistake when telling me a peerless forger had appeared and then bringing you here. A ridiculously young soul such as yours can't even pass what point 50? 30? I even feel like it is below 30 as having an existence that has only tested the eons of time for such a short period of time and achieved what you have achieved. It is an insult to call yourself a nobody. Rumble, the age of one's soul, this powerful existence before Noah's eyes could actually see such a thing as Noah's gaze become even more careful, sighing inside as his edict and destiny did not fully prepare him for this. he always read ahead with premium reader and reader's foresight, anticipating the coming events that revolved around him as best as he could, as there were even the pathways he could choose for himself. But when it came to this overseer of a prime reality, he had seen shockingly little and knew very little, as the only reason he continued here was that his destiny still shone brightly even around this being. Not just his destiny, but even his flames of the resplendent treasure emperor were burning madly as it sensed opportunities and loot. Even more, his Destiny Goblin King bloodline bubbled forth for some reason, as the pathways of destiny to choose from after this meeting were too many. Thus, he knew it would be an extremely powerful being, he just didn't know how powerful and what means she could utilize. But he still had confidence to not be entirely seen through, as even while Manos turned to stare at him in shock, he only calmly gazed at the blinking crimson gold eyes of the exquisite overseer before him. This a peerless forger that hasn't even lived past 100? This. The origin of Manos was tumultuous, as he was over 400 million years old today, and yet he was still just a grandmaster forger. He couldn't deconstruct and reconstruct materials into pure essence to be molded into whatever he wished, as such a skill was found by geniuses and beings past the 6th or 7th firmament of ascendancy after too many million years. Exalted beings with stupendous power and experience behind them, these were what peerless forgers were supposed to be. Chapter 1459. The Overseer of the Isles of the Gilded Forge. Yet this being before them had achieved it. As the overseer mentioned, he might be even younger than 30. Useless, I am so useless. The old primal titan nearly felt all of his confidence shatter at such a reality, as a resounding harumph echoed out a second later, the body of Manos trembling as the overseer locked onto him with displeasure. I'm only halfway towards achieving the realm of a peerless forger, and I'm even older than you. Are you calling me useless? Manos's face changed greatly as he kneeled down instantly. I seek forgiveness, overseer. I was just shocked and misspoke. The powerful third firmament existence was actually sweating before the overseer, as even Noah's body shuddered from the brief power that had shot from her at a moment of displeasure. It made him re-evaluate once more as he theorized the firmament of ascendancy this existence before him had reached. It was definitely above the 5th firmament, as he guessed she could be in the 6th or even more likely the 7th firmament of ascendancy. With that inference, it also showed how powerful one had to be become an overseer of a prime reality. The displeasure on her face quickly faded as it was replaced with a smile, her focus once more returning to Noah as she continued while leaning back on her chair and folding her hands on her ridiculously oversized chest. Just from inferring the age of your soul and seeing your ridiculous achievements, I can say with confidence that information might be the only thing in existence like you is deficient in. She spoke with a hint of seriousness, even as a smile never left her face. Do you know what a peerless forger truly means? What such a being means for the bloodline they are born in? What it means for the surroundings bloodlines and the powerhouses across nearby realities? A set of questions that caused Noah's eyes to release rays of blinding light were asked, the majestic figure of the overseer smiling enthusiastically as she seemed to have all the answers. Across the vast realities, Barbados was wrinkling her nose cutely as her small figure floated light years away from a huge cluster of cosmos within a reality vastly different from her original one. She was wrinkling her nose as she felt annoyed for no reason in the past few seconds, the fantastical figure of Athena coming up behind her as she asked with a smile. What's wrong, sis Barbados? I don't even know. It doesn't matter though, what's the target of this reality? Barbados replied while shaking her head and refocusing on the task at hand, as she was among the many that Noah had sent to multiple realities that Cecilia used to rule. Each one had a champion with the invincible system, and Barbados was the commanding higher existence within this reality, as Noah's normal clone was behind them, overseeing everything and allowing them a chance to move for themselves. At Barbados's question, the war princess Athena trembled with power and excitement as she replied, a champion that actually shares the same name as junior brother. Someone called Noah Murdoch. Barbaros raised her eyes at this while turning around to stare at the faraway Noah while letting out a harumph. Just how many Noahs are there gonna be? Are any of them even worthy of carrying the same name as him? Her eyes and words carried a trace of pride as Athena laughed while replying to her. You know the secret he just told us after the death of the primordial. Why some names like Noah, Aegon, Ezekiel, and others are among the many that the champion of reality will carry. The secret of the names shared across many champions, the names shared by the legendary figures among the primordials that were the earliest to achieve the realm of reality. WAA, the names commonly seen by champions were actually a form of respect by primordials, these beings choosing their protectors based on the names they carried, as whether through coincidence or through destiny. They found champions with such names had the most success in defending realities. Isn't it just some old fogies? They might all be dead with the ravages of time as in the future. When one hears the name of Noah, they will associate it with but a single being. The bountiful chest on Barbados bounced as she spoke with confidence, her aura of a higher existence rising as battle intent pulsed dangerously from her. Let's go have this. Noah bend the knee and pledge fealty to the one and only. Power released madly from the women as they led the legions behind them forward, this being just one of the few parties spread out across different realities that were under the gaze of Cecilia. Noah was making silent advancements into these realities as he danced a fine line between danger and opportunity, intent on becoming the overseer of multiple realities before taking them all into hiding. What did a peerless forger truly mean? The question was asked by the overseer of the Isles of the Gilded Forge as soon after. This vibrant existence answered it herself with grandiosity as her hands released a burst of light that formed into endless multicolored rivers stacked on top of each other. Across the vast realities, there are those explored and conquered, and there are those that even after countless eons have yet to even be discovered by others. Countless bloodlines move to expand their power and influence across these realities, the primordials being those at the very forefront, as these existences were the ones to initiate this endless race for power to begin with. They are also the ones who freely traverse realities while forbidding others from doing so, their power being undeniable, as these beings are just like all other bloodlines. They seek to conquer. The endless rivers that bloomed from her hands split apart into smaller and larger ones, distinguishing emerging realities and prime realities as the overseer focused her languid eyes on the vibrant prime realities. Among all realities, prime realities are the most favored, as the battle for them is dependent on the power of the bloodline races fighting for it, as well as the treasures that those bloodline races hold. Peerless forgers are those nearing the peak of the profession of forging, as they contribute to the birth of the types of treasures that can make or break entire bloodlines. That is what the identity of someone like you who calls himself a nobody has. Silence descended in the surroundings as an overseer leaned back grandly on her throne, her gaze immensely sharp as she looked at a certain being the same way one would look at a pristine treasure. Chapter 1460, The Soul. Existences like you have the capability of forging primordial relics given the right conditions and materials. With powerful bloodline races hiding peerless forgers as weapons, as how powerful one can be is dependent on many things, but the weapons, armor, and unique items at the rank of primordial relics are one of the most definitive way of standing out among those of the same rank and power. The light she was weaving turned into shimmering illusory armaments that released incandescent light, her explanation truly coming with a show as Noah took it all in thoughtfully. The major point to get from this being was that primordial relics were truly powerful and could even be the deciding factor for the rise and fall of a bloodline, and he knew this very well as he had already seen the future prospects of ruination. If it was raised to the primordial level, it could even do something as ridiculous as butt off ruination realities. So primordial relics were not to be underestimated, and he could forge them with the right materials. All he had to do for ruination was get his hands on such materials. The birth of a peerless forger is a tightly kept secret, as you, Noah Osmond, are both a blessing and a curse in my hands, you know? The overseer waved her hands as she caused the light show to disappear, looking at Noah with a dazzling smile as her left hand languidly held onto her chin while she gazed at him. An appearance of a being like you doesn't just mean the elevation of one bloodline, it also means the loss of others, as when surrounding powers find out about you, they will do their best to get their hands on you. And if they cannot get their hands on you, they won't let you benefit others, as they will resort to murder and assassination. The words caused the surroundings to turn cold as Noah's eyes shone sharply, his voice calmly echoing out, all that for a mere title of a peerless forger? It came with many benefits and shocking possibilities of downsides if one could not protect themselves and fell into the hands of others. The overseer nodded on her tremendously large throne as she clapped her hands, the vast size of the throne beginning to reduce as she went to become the same size as Noah and Manos, her figure coming to step onto the same golden circular platform they stood on in this space of endless void. She walked towards him with steps of majesty and regality as every curve was made to shine brighter. Her sonorous voice coming out beside his ears. Do you know why everyone truly chases after the vast realities? Why primordials managed to do what they did eons ago? Thump. Noah's heart beat with solemnness as these words, as he felt like he was on the cusp of a wondrous secret, listening in closely as the figure of the overseer neared him. There are many theories for the actions of primordial, but one of the main ones is the greed for nothing else but the essence of reality. This limited essence is also the reason why others become overseers of emerging and prime realities for this single resource. You probably haven't reached a bottleneck yet, so you do not know. But the reason why everyone seeks realities is for the passive generation of the unique essence that will allow them to bypass the shackles of their own souls. She arrived before him as his sharp eyes released rays of light, this powerful existence raising her hand as she came to point lightly towards his head. Your soul. You will come to find that at a certain point, it cannot contain any more of the vast numbers of abstruse concepts and nomological truths of das and edicts. That it cannot contain the countless blooming flames and authorities, as ultimately, it will be like a container that has become too full. The plight of the soul. The eyes of the overseer turned solemn at this moment as she actually spoke with seriousness. It is something that stops the scaling of the firmaments of ascendancy for the vast majority of existences as to overcome it. One has to expand the container that is their soul. Before they can impose any more edicts or das onto themselves, they have to refine their souls with none other than the essence of reality as they forcefully go against natural law. The reason why everyone chased for realities so much, Noah did not even know of it, as even he himself was already trying to take over realities for the sole reason of obtaining more passive generation of the essence of reality, power, and even greater forms of power. The voice of the overseer shook Noah out of his reverie as he looked at this shockingly powerful woman closely, sensing unknown emotions in her deep eyes as her golden red flames for hair danced calmly over her shoulders. This is all that countless existences seek, and beings like you make their path to conquering more realities and obtaining even more essence of reality easier. So yes, the mere title of a peerless forger is a pretty big deal. Silence descended onto the golden circular platform. Manos felt out of place as he observed the overseer and Noah gazing at each other, the domineering might of the overseer being undeniable as she seemed taller than any of them here. A moment of silence came as the newly crowned peerless forger had to think about many things. The biggest thing being the concept that the strength of one's soul would actually be a limiting feature in the future to come, as branding das and edicts onto one's soul would actually be halted unless the soul was made stronger. It was also a concept that meant the primordials who had caused the splitting of realities and conquered countless of them to be steadily obtaining the passive generation of the essence of reality this whole time. These beings were utterly and ridiculously powerful that others could not even imagine at this point in time. For them to have been collecting the essence of reality for millions or trillions or who knew how many years and constantly expanding their soul, constantly becoming capable of adding more truths and rising in power, it was a terrifying thought to even think of, as Noah was reminded yet again how vast everything was, and how his starting position and foundation was still too little. Chapter 1461, Serpent Dragons Come Knocking. With all that being laid out, we can talk about you honestly in the context of the Golden Titans and our primal Titan bloodline that we belong to. She tapped her feet on the ground as the darkness that surrounded them actually began to recede, the circular platform they were on being expanded as it turned out to be the floor of a dazzling floor that should have been at the center of the expansive skyscraper of a castle that they entered. We are in the Isles of the Gilded Forge, a prime reality on an infinitesimally small corner of the explored realities that is among many which the primal Titan bloodline controls, with me winning the position of an overseer some million years back as in this region. I have overcome many advances from foreign races and forces that seek to obtain rulership of this prime reality. This is what one needs when taking on the title of an overseer: the power to defend the reality below them against all threats, as the wills of prime reality are not restrictive like emerging realities. I have weathered through many threats, as I can say someone like you will have an even more tumultuous time than anyone else due to your identity. The old fogies of our race will want you once they receive word. The spies of other bloodlines will inevitably catch a whiff of you soon and plan their own moves. And then there is me. I also want something from you. She spoke clearly and in a concise manner as she left no falsehoods, her vast throne coming to seat itself as the center of the golden floor as she sat on it once more. Noah looked at this hiring as he didn't need to ask what she wanted, his voice echoing out as he felt the strings of destiny tug on his origin. The overseer wants a primordial relic from me. But what will I be getting in return? Noah also spoke in a straightforward manner as the overseer smiled brightly at his words. My dear peerless forger, I can offer you protection to weather through the storms that will come your way, and I will also provide you with the materials required to forge multiple primordial relics. What? Manos gazed towards the overseer in shock as even Noah had his eyes release arcs of brilliant light. Unique and unobtainable materials that everyone sought, but the overseer kept her smile as she spoke with a hint of seriousness. I swear this upon my name on the name of the overseer Natalia Rostova of the Isles of the Gilded Forge. The overseer, Natalia Rostova, OM. The mere mention of her name and authority caused the surroundings to tremble, this existence glancing at Noah for a response as her eyes sparkled with profound light. She offered protection for the coming storms and the allure of fantastical materials to forge primordial relics. Noah thought of ruination as he asked carefully. You actually have the extremely rare and unique materials that everyone seeks across the vast realities to forge not just one, but multiple primordial relics? Yes. How would an existence that managed a single prime reality have such immensely rare things on her hands? Noah could see that even Manos was shocked at her words as he asked such a question. At this juncture, the overseer Natalia Rostova coughed lightly as she looked away. Well, let me rephrase my words. She scratched her head mischievously as if she was caught lying and continued. I know the location of an unexplored forsaken treasure reality that should be filled with countless treasures and immense dangers. I have just been working on finding ways to enter it and keep my life. But I can risk it if a peerless forger is there to forge a primordial relic at the end of it. An unexplored forsaken treasure reality. When Noah heard these words, he finally understood why his flames of dictum and resplendent treasure emperor had been pulsing madly, along with the bloodline of the Destiny Goblin King. Overseer, is this true? Even Manos was ecstatic as he asked, the prospects of a forsaken treasure reality being too huge as the overseer merely glanced at him while nodding lightly, her gaze returning to Noah soon enough. How about it? If I get your word, I will set off right away. This body of yours is a clone, right? You can also bring it along to identify the primordial treasures you might need. But it will be harder to guarantee its life with the unknown dangers of the forsaken treasure reality, as even I will have to move with care and caution. Her words and gaze were enticing as they were enough to make any common man fall in line, but Noah thought about it carefully as when it came to forsaken treasure realities, he was uniquely one of the few beings holding a bloodline that guaranteed his safety in such a location. His eyes rose from their contemplation as he gazed at the overseer of the Isles of the Gilded Forge at Natalia Rostova as he voiced out with a smile. I look forward to our cooperation. Unseen waves of destiny surged as the smile on the overseer was blinding at this moment. But before anything else could occur, their surroundings began to shake as the expression on the overseer turned to anger, her eyes rising to gaze above her as she felt a wild and baleful aura approaching the bounds of her authority. So soon? She was doubtful that other races could have already obtained information on the rise of a peerless forger so quickly, a unique power and authority stemming from her and spreading out madly as with the identity of the overseer of a prime reality. She could feel when powerful existences neared her domain. Her gaze crossed an untold number of light years as it passed across the boundary of the prime reality, falling upon an enormous quasi-primordial relic in the form of a ship as from it. A piercing voice echoed out with power and grimness. The matriarch of the Royal Blight Serpent Dragons has come to collect a blood debt. With glorious purpose, the party of Royal Blight Serpent Dragons had arrived outside the Isles of the Gilded Forge, Chapter 1462, merely a bloodline of snakes and lizards. Located within a point in the vast seas of ruination, Noah's eyes opened to gaze at a faraway location where his true sanguine clone just had its meeting with an overseer interrupted. A terrifying party of powerhouses that had existences much more powerful than Noah at this time arriving, yet he wasn't at all worried as he had played his cards well since entering the Isles of the Gilded Forge. And he only had to watch and see how things would unfold in the coming future. Currently, his true body was in the crimson seas as ruination spun fantastical in front of him, a bloody light being released from this quasi-primordial relic that had already spread out to cover a truly shocking distance as at this moment it had even reached the edges of his home reality. This light, this authority that was coming from ruination, it was all for the purposes of the veil of ruination as Nka sought to hide his reality before too many eyes could gaze towards its direction. The infinite realities are vast. He knew there were countless more beings powerful than him as if he moved while believing to be the strongest and relied too much on his destiny. He could still be killed if he came across the wrong being, he could play around expertly with destiny, but so could others. And they had lived for countless eons as with the new knowledge of truly powerful existences refining their souls and strengthening them with the essence of reality for countless years. It made Noah move with even more care. Veil of ruination. the quasi-primordial relic before him accepted droves of mana as a sea of blue light endlessly flooded from Noah, all of this being utilized by Ruination as it used its authority on the vast crimson seas that made up this reality, molding a veil to descend from the very edges of reality as they went to encompass everything. If one were to be outside of the reality at this moment and staring at its endless boundaries from the boundary between realities, they would notice a crimson light flashing along this seemingly endless river as within seconds, it disappeared as if it didn't exist. There was only silence amidst the calmness and majesty as within the infinite realities. A single unknown emerging reality disappeared on this day, and it would not be the last. Good. Noah opened his eyes within his home reality as he affirmed everything to be a success, his eyes gazing at the left corner of his point of view where Ruination had actually put a map with crimson borders that seemed to show a small white sea in one corner and endless red seas throughout as they contained sparkling blue glimmers of light that represented cosmos. At the ends of this map, the murky essence of pandemonium was distinguished by a gray light, as this was a genuine map of a reality, with Noah knowing exactly where every single cosmos was. As with this, it is time to fuse all the cosmos within this reality into the infinite empire. The goal to turn his infinite empire into a seed of reality that would eventually bloom into a genuine reality. Noah was taking it very seriously among the many things he was doing, as he had already sent his people to act as markers and expand onto other realities, and he would be finishing things at home as with his reality mapped. His true sanguine clone and the infinite number of lower existence clones he could call forth were all doing something utterly terrific. It deserved its own artistic depiction, as at this moment, Noah had thousands of clones spread out and teleporting to the twinkling blue spots of light shown on the map, each of them going on to support a cosmos as they wrapped it with a spatial light and directly teleported it to the boundaries of the infinite empire, with the teleportation of a single of his bodies. A new cosmos would appear as mana was taken from Noah once more, and with consistency as the will of the unique infinite empire went on to assimilate and add more cosmos unto itself. Vast balls of light that represented cosmos would arrive as soon enough. They joined an ever-expanding cluster of cosmos as Noah's authority grew more and more. It was an utterly fantastical scene as Noah was about to find out the range of cosmos that one could find in an emerging reality, and he let his clones do all the work for this as his true body turned to gaze towards Hyperion after he finished veiling the reality and fully fusing everything within it to his treasure. Ready to go? BZZT, he asked rhetorically as Hyperion nodded with a solemn gaze before him, this ender watching as a crimson halo wondrously shining with golden bands bloomed from Noah and went on to situate itself above his draconic elephantine body. Hyperion's own half-halo was drawn out as it moved above his head fantastically, essence of reality sparkling from it as with the two halos above the ender. Noah nodded while speaking out calmly, then let us begin the etching of a primordial epitaph onto your soul. The forging of the system that Hyperion had chosen for himself. Both of these beings knew more about this now as Hyperion had relayed to Noah the reality-altering system he had in mind. Noah finding the idea of this being unique as the name for his system. Was the Beastial Fusion System. A reality-altering concept that would allow Hyperion to devour and fuse with the enders of reality he came across to make their realms and edicts into his own. As with every fusion, he became something even more profound. It showed the fixation of this beast and the other enders of reality as after Pixis, Hyperion wanted to search for the vast and hidden organization of enders as he sought to demand answers and seek for their purpose. It was a unique method to alter reality as while Noah aided Hyperion and began to etch a primordial epitaph onto his soul with the multicolored essence of reality. He thought of how that he had still to set from the features of Ruination was very similar to a simplified version of a system itself. He had yet to find a perfect affix to set as after hearing the overseer Natalia Rostova talk about the strength of one's soul becoming a limiting feature in the future. He wanted an affix geared towards the soul or the thing that every existence so desperately sought for, the increased generation of the essence of reality, whatever shall it be. He had a devilish smile as he thought of a few ideas, forging a primordial epitaph for the first time with ease as he took it as a learning experience before he designed his own fantastical system. Chapter 1463, merely a bloodline of snakes and lizards. 2. Matriarch of the serpent dragon seeking a blood debt? Humph. Noah heard the words of the overseer as his eyes flashed brightly, Monos raising his head beside him in confusion and then shock as he recalled a certain incident not too long ago. The overseer quickly caught on to this as she turned towards him and spoke. You know something about this? The Grandmaster Forger stumbled to get his words out as his gaze actually shifted from Natalia to Noah, the powerful overseer raising her brows as she then turned towards Noah, who let out a light cough and spoke. when I entered the bounds of the Isles of the Gilded Forge, I was chasing the prince of the royal blight serpent dragon bloodline as I butchered him near the Isle of Gold. He spoke of such a thing calmly as even Manos did not know that the serpent dragon killed was the prince of the royal blight serpent's dragons. The overseer's eyes rose at this as she seemed thoughtful, speaking out calmly while gazing out at a faraway region. How bold you are, O peerless forger! Even before your identity has been spread out, you already have an entire bloodline looking for your head. An entire bloodline seeking his death. Against such an idea, anyone would be terrified and would try their best to not do any actions that could cause such a sequence of events to come to light, but this wasn't the case for Noah. He actually welcomed enemies. He wanted existences to come and try to kill him, as this meant he could also kill. This was why he didn't cower back when he looked at the status sheet of Pixis or the Serpent Dragon Prince. He was actually happy, as he hoped they would have backgrounds and that their forces would come to try and avenge them. It meant loot would actively be delivering itself onto his doorstep. How could he say no to such a thing when the more that he faced, the more loot he could obtain and the more rapidly he could scale the firmaments of ascendancy? But there was a caveat: he had to survive an onslaught of enemies that might also be vastly more powerful than him, with the possibility of death being very real. It was a fine line to walk, as Noah had done it wondrously, or at this moment in time the answer was his identity as a peerless forger and the dazzling woman before him, the overseer Natalia Rostova. Now, he had to watch and see what actions this being would take, as with his true sanguine clone here, his life was still not at risk. Overseer, I can vaguely sense the auras bearing their might down. Not should we call for aid right away? Manos spoke out carefully, as the thought of giving Noah up didn't even appear in his mind. As for the overseer, humph, it is merely a bloodline of snakes and lizards at the door. I alone am enough. Rumble, Natalia Rostova spoke domineeringly as Noah had to refocus to make sure he wasn't the one that had said these words, this tone of speaking being something he could see himself saying multiple times. Let's go show them that not just any fool can walk up to the Isles of the Gilded Forge and demand things. WAA, an undeniable authority erupted from Natalia that wrapped around Noah and Manos. The three of them disappearing from the Isle of the Queen entirely as they warped countless light years to even bypass the boundaries of the prime reality. When they reappeared, they were in the boundary between realities as before them, a humongous verdant black ship releasing a cloud of green essence beneath it floated calmly. Hundreds of powerful auras contained within it as they ranged from the first firmament of ascendancy to multiple firmaments higher. There were two strongest auras, filled with suffocation as they stemmed from two existences, one holding the form of the upper body of a curvaceous woman with a bountiful chest that wasn't covered in any way, green scales being the only thing seen on the skin as all shapes and proportions could be determined. The lower body was that of an emperor's snake, as this was the matriarch of the royal blight serpent dragons. The other being letting out oppressive waves of pressure was adorned in an obsidian verdant scale armor as he had serpentine eyes and looked like a stout middle-aged man. Ranges of powerful figures in human form or in the forms of serpent dragons could be seen all around them as the moment Noah appeared with Manos and the overseer, all eyes went to them. But the eyes of the matriarch that had the last memories of her son only gazed at a single being, you. Rumble, the matriarch that had lost her son, gazed towards Noah with eyes that seemed to already see his death multiple times over, her voice coming out poisonously as her gaze never left him. It is good that you know how to act and brought the murder to us right away. I will remember this favor, Rostova. She spoke with malice as wondrously, her chest shone with light as beautifully over 1 billion cosmos could be seen rotating gloriously within it. 1 billion. It wasn't a particularly high number, but also not particularly low, as Noah didn't fully trust it with the current knowledge he had about the limitations brought about from one's soul. The matriarch released a shocking sense of power and might that even Noah knew he could not withstand right now, with this existence being multiple levels of ascendancy higher. But the oppressive waves of power soon faded away as if they didn't exist. The figure of the crimson gold flame-haired overseer floating before Noah as her body brimmed with calmness and confidence. The smiling and calm existence Noah had been talking to this whole time seemingly disappeared as a figure of immense authority arrived, the majesty of a ruler leaking from this existence as she spoke out sharply. Who said you could demand my people and call them murderers? WAA, words of dominance and power that caused the gaze of the matriarch to change echoed out, this venomous existence finally lifting her eyes off of Noah as she gazed at the overseer with solemnity. Behind her, the figure of a stout middle-aged man releasing even more terrific waves of power than her came forth. A period of silence descending as the matriarch seemed to be measuring her next words very carefully before she laid them out. You and I are both at the seventh firmament of ascendancy. And I brought the poisoner of realities here with me today. Are you truly sure you want to cause a scuffle between us for a mere first firmament, wretch? Seventh firmament, those that were currently overseeing prime realities had to be at this stage of power as a prerequisite, Noah finally affirming the powerful rank of the overseer at this time, the same overseer that at the matriarch's words replied just fantastically, a scuffle? You have no need to mince words, Belladonna. I will let you know that touching even a single hair on the existence behind me will mean you declaring war not just against my golden titans, but the entire primal titan bloodline. Rumble, with a domineering gaze and untold power, the overseer of the Isles of the Gilded Forge stood erect against two existences of the same firmament, her will seeming even more imposing than theirs. Chapter 1464, Profound and Undeniable Might. Uniquely, one side had a few hundred existences ranging from the first firmament all the way to the seventh firmament, where there were two experts at the seventh firmament of ascendancy leading the royal blight serpent dragons, while the opposing party was merely made of three existences: the overseer of the Isles of the Gilded Forge, the culprit that was the cause of the current conflict, and a grandmaster forger that was looking at everything with solemnity. The overseer was the one to outshine everyone else as her crimson gold flames dancing atop her head released a resplendent glow, her eyes glancing back briefly towards the reality behind her as she felt the auras of thousands of golden titans ranging from the sixth firmament of ascendancy and below to be nearing. Her eyes flashed as her voice silently entered Monos's mind: go back and tell them not to bother with this. A mental message that caused the mind of the Grandmaster to buzz, but he obeyed the overseer as, after glancing with piercing eyes towards the party of serpent dragons, he delved back into the prime reality behind him to pass along the message for none of the powerful forces within to come out. At this moment, only Noah and Natalia remained outside, the former being protected by a woman, as it was a rare scene for him to come across. Bzzzt, crackles of light echoed in the surroundings as the matriarch gritted her teeth, her bare scaly skin shining with waves of verdant light as she voiced out with unbound wrath, do you know what that creature did, Rostova? My son. My only remaining son. Killed by that wretch that you are now protecting. The anger and pain in her voice was palpable, as one could say she was in the right, but in these vast realities, it was kill or be killed. Pixis and Yakiko had schemed to kill, and Noah simply killed them in return, as what were his other options if he was weak? He would have perished under the wrath of primordials if the scheme concocted by the Ender and Serpent Dragon Prince had succeeded. If your son died, then he was naturally too weak to survive these vast realities. Why did you not seek vengeance against the primordials when another prince of the serpent dragons perished some million years back? Is my bloodline so weak in your eyes that you can act differently towards the primal titans? Rumble, the gaze of the overseer was filled with boundless majesty as her features were mesmerizing to watch at this moment. Her crimson gold eyes that matched the flames dancing atop her head shone with increasing sharpness, her delicate features not having an ounce of childishness as she looked like a mature ruler of untold light years of domains, with the regality of an unmatchable queen. Her light dress instantly turned to flame as a crimson battle armor adorned her, this battle armor releasing an aura of a quasi-primordial relic as it covered her from head to toe. Inscriptions of thousands of crowns brimming with a gold color were etched throughout this quasi-primordial relic battle armor as it caused the oppressive might that Natalia released to be even more profound. The gaze of the man beside the matriarch turned solemn at such a development, his figure stepping forward more and more as this poisoner of reality could feel something unexpected about to occur. At least let me understand why you would protect him. A mere first firmament titan. I will tell you now that for the death of my son, I have no qualms about starting a war with the Golden Titans. If this happens, many more of your forces at the first firmament of ascendancy will perish. Why not give up this single one now to save the lives of thousands? Of tens of thousands? The matriarch was in pain, but she was also hesitant to start a full-blown war as she knew of the gravity of such an action when her bloodline was so close to achieving a grand goal. She truly didn't want to do anything that might jeopardize it, but if she was forced, Belladonna, all this talk bores me. Natalia turned her head domineeringly as she addressed both the matriarch and the poisoner of reality beside her. You want someone, I won't give them to you. Let us skip the threats and see whether you will truly act. I haven't shown myself publicly these past tens of millions of years, as it seems I have to remind you all just who Natalia Rostova is, just who the Scorcher of Realities is. Rumble, glorious titles, for them to be adorned, these beings had to have done something that stupendously matched them completely. The poisoner of reality had carved a terrifying history of battles that were capable of poisoning entire realities and making them unlivable. The overseer of the Isles of the Gilded Forge also had a title, as she was known as the Scorcher of Reality, an existence that could scorch entire realities and leave them at unremarkable states of extreme heat, as no normal existences could ever sprout within these realities again. If even Noah could forge a unique quasi-insuperable nomological edict of the apocalypse that granted him the capability to lay out genuine apocalypses onto realities, one could only imagine what power existences at the seventh firmament of ascendancy that had who knew how many insuperable edicts held. OOM. The figure of the matriarch pulsed with immense wrath and poison as, with her gaze locked on murderously to a calm Noah that was watching everything with great interest, she uttered out commandingly, Sadok. The poisoner of reality beside the matriarch sighed as his name was uttered. He did not want to. But the serpent dragon emperor had told him to listen to the words of the matriarch. So at the possibility of jeopardizing many things, boom, his aura exploded out madly as in an instant. Everything around him turned a deadly shade of green that barreled towards Noah and the overseer as with it. A dazzling number of ascendancy halos bloomed from the body of the poisoner of reality. Chapter 1465, Profound and Undeniable Might. 2. This was what Noah was expectant to watch the most, as within the boundary between realities, a boorish existence exploded out with power and authority as everything behind him was painted green, the vast quasi-primordial relic in the form of a ship, the matriarch, and even the other serpent dragons, they were all painted under the banner of verdant light, as this same light now charged towards the overseer and Noah as it threatened to devour them. Its power already seemed terrifying enough, but the poisoner of reality was not done, as in the next second, bzzzt, his body buzzed with glorious might as ascendancy halos bloomed, blue, 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 purple, fantastical in color and with terrifying might. 3 blue ascendancy halos bloomed as they were accompanied by 6 purple ascendancy halos. 9 ascendancy halos in total as they reinforced the vile verdant light that bore down towards Natalia with terrifying power. Yet a snort was what came out from this armored overseer as the crimson scales of the quasi-primordial relic hugging her blessed body shuddered. The scales of a quasi-primordial relic shuddered not from the coming authority stemming from the poisoner of reality, but from the body of Natalia herself, as in the next second colorful halos of light bloomed around her lower body and traveled up her upper body. Ridiculously, the number exceeded 10 as it caused the expressions of the matriarch and the poisoner of reality to change drastically. This wasn't all, as what came after was the colors of the halos. Not a single white or blue halo could be seen, as in a shocking fashion. Every single ascendancy halo was shimmering a glorious purple rumble. They arrived with grandeur, as when the eyes of all beings managed to focus, they realized that the 10th ascendancy halo was actually not fully purple. Ridiculously, swirls of gold could be seen throughout this halo as it was seemingly in a transition from purple to gold. This being the scene that caused the eyes of the matriarch and the poisoner of reality to turn somber. Bzzzt, Noah was right behind Natalia as he looked at her body with shining eyes, the curves and blessed chest she had not entering his mind as he was truly looking at the colorful rings around her. He watched as these rings traveled from her lower and towards her upper body, eventually going towards her right hand as they tightened to act like bracelets, the vast halos that could expand. Your be vaster than cosmos traveled to wrap around the right hand of Natalia, this hand forming into a fist as it struck out towards the throne and while green authority from the poisoner of reality. THRUM, a crimson gold spark bloomed at the tip of the fist thrown forward. Dong. The first purple ascendancy halo reached the ends of the overseer's hand as it was akin to a hammer smashing the toughest metal. This action caused the single spark of crimson gold light blooming from her fist to release shocking waves of heat as instantly, half of the surrounding became painted red and gold. Dong. Dawn. Dawn. The ascendancy halos continued to arrive and reinforced the hand striking out as every time the force of a single one arrived, the surroundings became painted more gold as the heat of countless suns couldn't even compare to the obscene temperature that was currently being released from the overseer. The enveloping verdant light from the poisoner of reality was overpowered before it could stretch out any further, as moments later, it began to be burnt away in an unbelievable fashion. Dawn. Finally, the 10th halo that shone gold and purple thundered down to be the last bracelet on the overseer's hand, its arrival causing even Noah to not be able to see what happened next as an overpowering crimson gold light erupted out, terrible flames and heat stretching out with it as the sound of the boundaries between realities themselves cracking echoed out, crack, boom, an apocalyptic sound from a single fair fist that released a spark of flames, yet its result was confounding and stupendous as against an existence of the same firmament. Their authority was wiped out entirely before the might of the attack covered their whole direction. WAA. When the scene cleared, Noah found himself shocked for the first time in quite a while. Natalia Rostova's fist was still outstretched, but with her fist as the origin, countless sintering rifts of crimson gold light stretched out as this area of the boundary between realities itself was torn. Torn and shredded as valleys of rifts with blistering heat spilling out could be seen, the sight of the enemies being even more disastrous as the quasi-primordial relic ship that had stood gloriously was shattered, burning, and splintered, the hundreds of existences ranging from the first firmament of ascendancy to the sixth firmament of ascendancy. No aura of life could be felt from these beings as shattered bodies and origins were stretched throughout or burnt to cinders. A bellow came out from the destroyed quasi-primordial relic as only two auras of life could be felt, the enormous forms of two serpent dragons bleeding green and gold being seen as the poisoner of reality had transformed into a 10-headed royal blight serpent dragon, but 3 heads were missing as his wings were torn, his ascendancy halos dim as he was injured in order to protect the matriarch behind him. Their gazes were ashen as the matriarch had a face full of disbelief and unwillingness. Her eyes locked in on the purple-gold ascendancy halo on the overseer as it seemed to hold immense secrets. In her royal blight serpent dragon form, even the body of the matriarch had ravages of torn and burnt wounds that were pushing horribly, gazing at the untold destruction around them and the lifeless torn bodies stretched out across ripped stretches of the boundary between realities. It was a ridiculous scene and show of power as the overseer had entirely and completely dominated the enemies that came at the door. As Noah looked towards the lifeless bodies before him, apart from his shock at the power displayed in watching the unique way that ascendancy halos were used, Noah felt a sense of pain at the shattered origins of existences ranging from the first firmament of ascendancy all the way to the sixth. He didn't think a single punch from this existence before him would destroy everything. It was so much possible missed loot. Even though she was in the same firmament as the two strongest enemies, the quality of power was simply too vast. How did you reach that stage? The wrathful and wounded voice of the matriarch echoed out as she stared at the purple-gold halo shimmering around the overseer. A sense of unwillingness and fear could be seen in her eyes when she stared at the halo as the overseer gave no answers. Her crimson-gold flames for hair flowed down grandly as when surrounded by the entirely purple halos in the 10th unique one, she looked like a holy creature from ancient times that could not be touched by anything. She ignored the matriarch's words entirely as she spoke as if she hadn't heard anything this woman said. When I attack wholly and completely. I do not pull my punches as if you cannot handle it. You should not appear and threaten me nor those I protect, otherwise, you will just die before you even realize it. Rumble, her body released profound and undeniable power as she spoke, even the torn boundary between realities shuddering fearfully. She seemed to look down over everything else. Chapter 1466, A Desperate Mother Sets a Bounty. Existences of the same stage and power, and yet their strength was so far apart. The reason for this was the depth of one's soul, and the concepts they had instilled onto themselves as the being known as Natalia Rostova had achieved a 10th ascendancy halo that was actually a huge barrier for any being to cross. She didn't just achieve the 10th ascendancy halo, but she even had a unique halo that swirled with purple and gold colors. The rest of her halos were shining purple as it meant. From her very first halo. She had an insuperable nomological edict inscribed in it. How glorious did one have to be to have an insuperable nomological edict fused into the first ascendancy halo? Of course, this wasn't looking at anomalies like Noah, as even the poisoner of realities and the matriarch had 2 blue halos to begin with. These 2 royal blight serpent dragons looked towards Natalia with somberness and shock as the unwilling eyes of the matriarch went to gaze towards Noah once more. This is not over. She gritted the words out as the overseer raised her brows, her sharp nose wrinkling as if she smelled something unpleasant as her voice echoed out. You better fade away from my sight before I decide to fully start a war with your bloodline by killing the 2 of you. Remember, threats are nothing. Either be decisive and put your life on the line, or leave. Her pace could not be matched as when the poisoner of realities gazed at her. He truly believed her words as he sighed while grasping onto the matriarch. Matriarch, we have to pull back. Their enemy was too powerful as her might was unmatched. Even their lives were on the line here today, as the only one who could match this terrifying overseer would be the serpent dragon emperor that was currently still overseeing their prime reality. If they did even more planning, they might have to send word to their parent bloodline, which held other even more powerful serpent dragon emperors or even existences past the 8th firmament of ascendancy. But would such high-tier experts reserved for tumultuous events truly be mobilized just to avenge the death of a single prince from their bloodline? The structure of the bloodlines of higher existences were too complex and intricate, as too many things had to be considered, and the matriarch actually found herself in a hard spot as she gritted her teeth while staring murderously towards Noah. she etched every part of his features onto her soul, his calm eyes and light smile, as if nothing that occurred here had anything to do with him being burned into her eyes as she and Sadek became wrapped in shimmering verdant light and they disappeared. The surroundings calmed as terrifyingly, the crimson gold rifts of the torn boundary between realities still remained, trying ever so harder to heal itself, as the damage that Natalia had released was simply horrific. BZZZT, the quasi-primordial relic adorning her body faded as a red dress inlaid with gold etchings returned onto her body, the terrifying might around her fading away along with her ascendancy halos as she turned around and released a resplendent smile that made her seem like the center of everything, as if she didn't just decimate hundreds of existences that had scaled up to the sixth firmament of ascendancy. She smiled towards Noah as her voice had turned melodious when it entered Noah's mind. So? This is a show of how I protect those I say I will protect. If you are on board, we can make preparations to set off towards the hidden forsaken treasure reality right away. Danger and opportunities are abundant, as even I don't know what the future will hold. Her pace truly could not be matched as she talked so freely, Noah's calm eyes flashing brightly as he turned to look at the decimated quasi-primordial relic and shattered bodies burning before them, his hands waving forth as he collected any bones or body parts that still had shape and form. And the serpent dragons? I'll send word of your identity and the scuffle between you and them to the powerhouses of our race. Even if tens of serpent dragon emperors band together, they wouldn't dare risk their very bloodline for a single prince. Her eyes were thoughtful as she spoke, her expression turning into a sneer as she looked at the position that Sadek and the matriarch were just at. Although they might resort to other means that might just cause a few complications. Oh? Noah's eyes raised at such words as they also lit up moments later, the abundant memories from Cecilia and Yakuko rising at this moment as he also saw what possibilities the one called Belladonna could resort to. And when he thought about it, he couldn't help but allow a smile to rise up on his face. Across the vast realities, there were countless powerhouses and intricately built rulership with a single force reigning supreme across the vast realities. Everyone knew without question who exerted the most influence across realities, with the mere name of primordials being unmatched as out of the unknown percentage of discovered emerging and prime realities. They oversaw the vast majority. Across the infinite realities, it was the primordials who could set rules and enforce them as they truly had the power to do, with nobody being able to deny them. How could any bloodline stand against the oldest bloodline of beings that had even brought the infinite realities into fruition? The answer was nigh impossible, as all the truly powerful existences knew this, and even the scheming and injured matriarch knew this, as at this moment, she and Sadek had arrived near the border of a certain prime reality after they were rebuffed from the Isles of the Gilded Forge. Matriarch. The trip here will anger the Serpent Dragon Emperor and might even cause dissatisfaction from the other Serpent Dragon Emperors. Or even the ancestors who are ensuring that what we are planning is not interrupted. Sadek was speaking in a hurried tone as his aura was currently restrained, watching as a maddened light pervaded the eyes of the matriarch as she only gazed ahead to the boundary of a prime reality that had a golden glow surrounding it, two enormous golden statues floating before the boundary of this vibrant reality as they let out an aura of a singular bloodline. Even if I have to use the hands of primordials, that creature must fall. Primordials. The matriarch actually sought to use the hand of their enemy against all odds after being pushed to a point of desperation. Chapter 1467, A Desperate Mother Sets a Bounty. 2. The moment they neared, the two golden statues guarding the golden lit reality shone with a powerful light as they woke, the auras these statues released seeming even more oppressive than even these existences that were qualified to be overseers of prime realities. Lifelike expressions appeared on the golden statues as their golden eyes flashed, their voices echoing out, "State your identity and purpose." Waves of power echoed out as the matriarch stepped forward and spoke with sullenness, the matriarch Belladonna and the right hand of the Serpent Dragon Emperor of the Nine Poison Valleys. "We are here. To initiate a bounty." Rumble, unseen waves of destiny bloomed out the moment these words were mentioned. The eyes of the two golden statues releasing rays of light that went on to land onto the bodies of the matriarch and Sadek as their monotone voices echoed out soon after, "You are granted a day. Finish your business and leave before 24 hours. With a light of unwillingness, Sadek and the matriarch allowed the golden light to land on their bodies as a terrifying golden rune mark appeared on their hands. If they violated any rules while entering the prime reality before them, this rune mark was enough to even cause seventh firmament of ascendancy experts to despair, as they had to abide by the rules set forth. The two golden statues glowed as an enormous rectangular portal rose behind them. the golden light covering the vast reality, leaving behind a gap as the figures of Sadak and Belladonna turned into streaks of light and entered through this portal, a glimmer of a spatial light, and they were transported to a brand new location soon after. Their feet touched the floor that was actually the top of an expansive set of golden stairs that stretched below them endlessly, and in front of them was an enormous shrine that one could find across countless prime realities under the control of primordials, an erected shrine-looking structure that was referred to by many names, the more common one being known as the primordial temples. It was here that the authorities of primordials were seen residing in the most. The structures of the shrines all being formed similarly, as they showed enormous shrines more expansive than any cluster of cosmos, with over a dozen statues raising their hands around it. Immensely powerful auras could be felt across the vast primordial temple as the gazes of the matriarch and Sadak were solemn. Stepping forward into the vast primordial temple as within seconds, over 10 primordials appeared before them with calm gazes and auras of profound authority. Nearly all of them were in the fifth firmament of ascendancy, with a single primordial being in the sixth firmament, as these beings were lower in ranking and power, but they still gazed at the two seventh firmament experts before them with derisive gazes and airs of authority as if they were above them. The leading primordial stared at the runic markings on their arms as he smacked his lips and spoke with a smile. The matriarch of the 9 poison valleys and the famous poisoner of realities grace us with their presence to set a bounty? Just which existence hindered you that you must use our power to try and kill them? The tone of speaking was utterly disrespectful as Belladonna merely gritted her teeth as her eyes flashed, waving her hands to release a bundle of sparkling multicolored crystals, releasing fantastical waves of power as she replied, "We came prepared. As soon as we place the bounty, we shall leave." Her words caused the smiles on the primordials' faces to deepen as they nodded, talking amongst themselves freely as they turned to walk towards a certain location within the primordial temple. As Sadak and Belladonna followed, they kept their gazes forward as they came across many more clusters of powerful primordials moving around, some gazing at them and talking amongst themselves, with other groups not even paying attention to them as they tended to their own affairs. It was only after a few minutes did they arrive to a certain location after passing the golden laden halls of the primordial temple, entering an expansive room that only had a single primordial within it in existence at the seventh firmament of ascendancy. It was an old man with a clean long white beard, his eyes hiding traces of vicissitudes as they opened to gaze at the party of primordials and two guests. Behind this old man was a golden wall that was covered with countless words, constantly shifting up and down or disappearing. The words were actually names if one looked closely, names that were attached to numbers that listed next to them: soul crystals, soul crystals. The major currency across realities, as it was something that every being sought, a condensation of a unique essence that could increase the strength of the soul of the one that absorbed it. For those wishing to scale the firmaments of ascendancy, this was the only thing they cared about and bothered to use as a form of currency. What is the name and identity of the being you wish to put on the primordial blacklist? WAA, the ancient voice of the old man echoed out calmly as he gazed at Belladonna and Sadak, the former stepping forward as she waved her hands and caused countless illusory scenes displaying Noah's figure across all angles to appear. I know not of his identity, but he is a primal titan under the Isles of the Gilded Forge, being protected by overseer Natalia Rostova. Here is the blood of my son that this creature killed not too long ago. Apart from the countless scenes showing Noah standing behind Natalia, and even scenes that came from the memories of Yakikol before he died, Belladonna produced a vial of blood that was her son's as it floated towards the old man, whose wrinkled eyes fluttered. Not providing even a name means I have to put in more work. This will cost extra. His tone was undeniable as Belladonna was unruffled, waving her hands as an even larger cluster of resplendent crystals appeared and floated forward. These were soul crystals that if any common firmament of ascendancy expert devoured, the strength of their soul would be elevated greatly, as they would be able to exceed the limits of their souls and be able to impose more daos and edicts onto themselves. So long as he can be found and placed on the primordial blacklist, the price does not matter. Belladonna's words were filled with venom as she spoke, the eyes of the old primordial flashing as he grabbed the vial containing Yakikol's blood while staring at the hazy scenes before this being's death that were shown on the illusory screens Belladonna conjured. Uniquely, they could see Noah with his ascendancy halo in these images, but it didn't show the crimson color with its golden bands, as it actually seemed plain white. The strings of karma and destiny are heavy as with the blood of the killed and the images of the killer. It is easy to find the identity of such a weak existence and place them on the blacklist. The old primordial spoke with surety as his body instantly released a burst of power. the aura of an edict that was most definitely above quasi-insuperable or even insuperable rising from him as his eyes reflected the countless images of Noah while the blood of Yakukol burned. Within mere seconds, waves of fortune and destiny were burnt as even a portion of the essence of reality leaked from the old primordial. His face only changed briefly as he seemingly faced a small obstacle, but this faded away within a second as his eyes became painted gold and his voice rose out in a monotone fashion. Noah Osmond of the Isles of the Gilded Forge. His name shall be added to the primordial blacklist. Rumble, Chapter 1468, on the primordial blacklist. The eyes of Belladonna shone sharply as she repeated the name over and over again in her mind. Noah Osmond, this was the existence that had to perish no matter what, and she was now one step closer to making it a reality. The means of the seventh firmament primordial was unfathomable as he found out the identity of the target within seconds. His golden eyes coming to focus as he continued to speak, his bounty will be set at 30,000 low-tier soul crystals. What? The gazes of Belladonna and Sadak changed at such words as Belladonna continued to speak out. He is merely a first firmament primal titan. Why would his bounty reach that of peak third firmament blacklisters? The higher the bounty, the more expensive the price was for Belladonna to pay. This was especially so due to her identity, where anyone that wasn't a primordial wishing to put a name on the blacklist would have to pay 10 times the amount compared to primordials. The price that Belladonna had to pay would be equivalent to what someone had to pay for a fifth or sixth firmament of ascendancy blacklister. It would require all of her funds of soul crystals and more, as 30,000 low-tier soul crystals was merely what others would get if they brought Noah Osmond's head, but she had to pay 300,000 low-tier soul crystals to put this bounty up. That many crystals. Only overseers of prime realities could fork it out, as it was more than all her savings, and she had to look at Sadak, who sighed with difficulty. You think I would lie and judge wrong? My edict has shown the difficulty of this name to be at such a level, so the required soul crystals will be of such a level, and he is not in existence of the first firmament, but one at the third firmament of ascendancy. Now state your terms, dead or alive. Belladonna gritted her teeth as she could only accept the terms, waving her hands to cause another large cluster of soul crystals to appear as Sadak waved his own hands to add to it, the voice of the matriarch ringing out with ferocity. Dead. She wanted the head of this existence to be placed before her as the moment this was confirmed. The body of the old primordial shone as he took in the payment that would make any seventh firmament existence look at with greed. The light from his body flashing as on the constantly changing wall behind him a certain name was etched gloriously, a move that was done freely and without too much thought. A move that nobody would have expected to be one of the many stepping stones that set up for the shocking future to come. To understand it fully, one had to know just what it meant to have your name on the constantly shifting golden wall that was present within all primordial temples. What was the primordial blacklist? It was a dreadful list of all the existences that had disparaged the might of primordials, marked ones that had dared to kill primordials and had not yet been killed, or those simply branded as criminals by other races that paid a heavy price to put a name on the primordial blacklist. Each name within would give a tremendous reward of soul crystals, and anybody could claim it as long as they fulfilled the conditions listed. It was a deadly list that many bloodlines had spoken out against in the past eons. With changes being made as the primordials announced billions of years ago that only those of equivalent ranks to the name on the primordial blacklist could choose to take up the mission, a first firmament primordial could only take missions worth around 10,000 low-tier soul crystals, as that was the highest that a first firmament blacklister could give. A seventh firmament blacklister mission could only be taken by a primordial of that level. But multiple primordials could take this mission at the same time as finding a single blacklister being chased by groups of powerful primordials was not rare. On this list were a great variety of existences, and it more often than not held important figures that were protected by their bloodlines and could not be easily killed by others. Once their names were on it and primordials moved out, their bloodlines would not be able to protect them any longer, as if the elders or protectors of their bloodlines killed the coming primordials, they would sign a death warrant on themselves and their bloodline, as they could only help by allowing the culprit to hide across the vast realities. Or perish. On it were names of existences ranging from the first firmament of ascendancy all the way to the ninth firmament, as there were even terrifying legends that had achieved reality on this list, legends that had deep feuds with primordials as they were wanted for destroying entire prime realities or killing high-level primordials. This was the type of power and standing primordials had. Across the vast realities, if your name was on this primordial blacklist, death was all but guaranteed for you. Primordials carried out the missions of the blacklist with fervor as the moment that Noah Osmond was listed on it. Many eyes of third firmament primordials across many temples very soon located it. Oh? A new name has appeared, its rewards infinitely close to that of a fourth firmament blacklister. And it is only a single little titan. WAA, 30,000 soul crystals? With that, I can bypass the limit of 100 edicts and finally go towards forging my 7th ascendancy halo. Voices with such similar words echoed out across many primordial temples as Noah's name was noticed. Chapter 1469, on the primordial blacklist. 2. Is that all? He could sense the hatred within the eyes of the venomous woman before him as she nodded, her figure turning around as she and the poisoner of realities turned around and left. They had to go back to their prime reality and face the consequences of their actions using the aid of primordials, being an enraging idea that might bring them many troubles, but the matriarch had no regrets as she would do it again if need be. A profound look of derision flashed across the face of the old man when he stared at their retreating figures, his eyes turning towards the name he just added as his eyes brightened up. Why did I face difficulty at first? Initially, he had hit a wall as he almost had not found any information on this being, and it was only seconds later that the flames of his edict managed to at least grab a name and level of power of this being after mobilizing the might of his halos too. Shouldn't be anything. His name will be wiped out soon enough. This was the thought that crossed through the mind of this existence. Even he did not know at this moment that the bounty in front of this named IT would only just continue to increase with the passage of time, as a blacklister who would be the bane of primordials had publicly appeared today, within Noah's home reality. The glimmer of a complete ascendancy halo and a half formed one spinning above Hyperion and finishing up his primordial epitaph could be seen. This dazzling sight watched carefully by Noah as his eyes were flashing brightly. Some time back, he had felt a gaze landing on him as his insuperable edict reacted quickly, even his authority of catastrophe leaking out with power as he could have fought against the gaze trying to peer in his direction. But the essence of the dictum emperor rose at this time as Noah loosened his defenses, allowing for the gaze to pierce through as it faded moments later. And the moment it did so, he found his destiny exploding out gloriously, as if a fortuitous event had occurred, as if a grand future was just set in motion for him. His eyes smiled brightly as his theories were affirmed with such a sequence of events. From the memories of Cecilia, Noah knew of a concept that many beings would use against those they couldn't touch from other bloodlines. And after the battle against Belladonna and Sadak, the overseer had mentioned it as something that Belladonna might resort to, the primordial blacklist. Noah uttered the name of what he knew the gaze was in reference to, his origin buzzing with happiness as this single action meant a steady supply of loot all coming to chase him, and each of them were on the same rank as him as against those in the same firmament, who could stand against him. Which genius or primordial at the third firmament could withstand the authority of catastrophe that might even be capable of wounding and not killing those in the fourth firmament? WAA, his eyes released terrifying rays of brightness as the last intricately etched runic epitaph on Hyperion's soul was done, the body of this being shining with a multicolored light as the primordial epitaph at the depths of his soul began to shine and flow majestically. Your Beastral fusion system is complete, and you will only need more essence of reality to bring out all of its functions. I can only aid you up to here as I have my own system to form and activate. You mean? Hyperion raised his eyes with gratitude as he felt the reality-altering concept settle in his soul, Noah's words holding meaning as he asked, I'll undertake the forging of my primordial epitaph myself. Whatever contractual bindings we had, I release you from them. WAA, Noah didn't need the aid of Hyperion when it came to forging his own epitaph, and he needed his own privacy for nobody to see just what system he planned to forge, the infinite system. The designs he had for it were things he wanted nobody to find out about. The figure of the ender of reality looked at Noah closely as he nodded, his gaze moving up to the thin and unseen boundary of reality as this ender seemed impatient to get out. Try not to mess around with those of higher level than you and not to be tangled up by primordials. Your destiny seems vast and bright as you might make a mark on these vast realities if you do not perish early. Noah's voice echoed out within Hyperion's mind as the Ender nodded, still sharing an imperceptible form of a link with this being through the cosmic Tao of unification that had allowed the two of them to unite in body and soul. Call upon me if you need any help. I will always come and aid you. The Ender of reality spoke with honesty as his figure turned into a streak of light, his half-forged ascendancy halo flashing as he passed through the boundary of reality and into the vastness outside. Noah only let out a light smile while watching the fading figure as he looked away soon after, there being too many things that he still had to do. First, let us set up the initial design of the infinite system. The affix of reality, and then the forging of more edicts to see just what my limit will be. His seas of destiny raged around madly as after forging and obtaining many offensive and defensive edicts, his focus this time was on edict that would also aid his people, as his focus on them had been very minimal recently, the nomological edict of the tyrannical emperor. Just take concepts of fealty, conquest, and a few more to elevate them and myself at the same time. Rumble, an edict for the conquest of realities, and one that would encompass the concept of fealty to reinforce the power of his people. He had many grand goals and aims as his progress was as rapid as ever, his true sanguine clone working with an overseer of a prime reality who knew of an unexplored forsaken treasure reality. While his true body was about to break many rules of reality by forging mind-bending concepts, 1470 a glorious affix. Noah's true body stood alone in the seas of ruination of his home reality as he felt at utter ease. His eyes and mind were feeling a sense of fantastic clarity as he had yet to slip up and make drastic mistakes recently, his many possible paths and destinies going towards their best possible directions. At this moment, yet another achievement was brought to completion as the infinite number of clones at the level of lower existences had moved to complete their tasks of locating all the forged cosmos within his reality. With the reality mapped, the task was extremely easy as Noah's clones had traveled from one edge of reality to another and brought all of the scattered cosmos together into his singular infinite empire. Now, Noah was watching the assimilation of the last cosmos as it marked the 9,849 cosmos to be added to the infinite empire. The number could be considered unique in the grand scale of things, as existences needed 100 billion cosmos to even stand a chance of achieving the realm of reality, and yet there were only a bit less than 10,000 cosmos within Noah's home reality. Even Agon had only brought together a bit over 3,000 cosmos during his lifetime, with Noah completing everything at this moment as the last cosmos fused into his unique treasure. Of course, a change was bound to occur with such a significant event, the binding of all the cosmos of a reality onto itself. Just what rank of a treasure was the infinite empire now? Noah closed his eyes as the glow of his crimson gold ascendancy halo reflected on his cosmic skin, feeling the connection he had with this treasure as well as its changes. A quasi-primordial relic, this was the level that he felt the infinite empire to have achieved. He knew that the grandest change he was waiting for was when he bound all the cosmos of at least 5 realities onto the treasure, this being the condition for the birth of the seed of reality, a primordial relic, for Noah to obtain a treasure that was quite literally a seed of a future reality, and this would be something that he could personally wield. He didn't know how it would affect his ascendancy halo or even if it was something that could be quantified. But the changes occurring from assimilating all of the cosmos of a single reality were still profound, even if the infinite empire was not upgraded fully a whole rank. With his eyes closed and sensing the connection with the infinite empire, Noah could feel that the moment the final cosmos was assimilated, a terrifying will seem to communicate with the reality overseer authority has been expanded, with the will of reality diverting more of its 904 workings to grant a passive generation of 5 units of essence of reality instead of 1 unit, core of the infinite empire, this being the will of reality, as all the cosmos of the reality were tied down to the infinite empire. The unique will of a reality that was merely a collective consciousness that simply sought survival had to step in and assess the situation. The infinite empire was evaluated. The master of the infinite empire was evaluated, the simple will of the reality then came to a conclusion. The reality overseer authority has been expanded, with the will of reality diverting more of its workings to grant a passive generation of 5 units of essence of reality instead of 1 unit. The generation of 5 units of the essence of reality that was similar to the boons of essence conversion from the quasi-primordial relic that was ruination was actually granted, on top of the 10 units he could passively generate from the authority of catastrophe. Noah could now generate over 20 units of the essence of reality daily, after consuming the triplicate shards of a seed of reality and growing his cosmos to over 200 million. Noah could sense that the current cap of how much essence of reality his origin could hold was 100 units. The storage space within his origin was expanded greatly, as it should have merely been 50 units or so just a day ago. A passive generation of over 20 units was not bad, as it was equivalent to a primordial being, the overseer of 20 emerging realities. Such beings were on the 4th or 5th firmament of ascendancy, as Noah was doing relatively well for having only stepped into the firmaments in the last few days. And all of this was brought together collectively by his quasi-primordial relic, edicts that formed his ascendancy halo. and now his unique treasure that was the infinite empire. Master, the other important features that pertain to us right away are the unlocked features of Cosmos Singularity, Soul Library, and the enhanced feature of the Blacksmith's Forge, to have a higher chance of producing primordial relics, along with the Alchemy Hall, catching up to the same might as the Blacksmith's Forge. Whenever you decide to focus on this profession too, information flowed from the infinite empire and into Noah's mind as he felt the boundless connection between him and reality itself become extremely clear, this being one of the reasons why his mind held such clarity. The Cosmos Singularity, he asked lightly about this new feature as the monotone voice of the infinite empire was actually filled with pride when it came out. The generation of 5 units of the essence of reality is passively set aside for you, while the other remaining units are under the authority of reality. As with my connection to all of its cosmos, all emerging cosmos will now bloom from me. WAA. The more cosmos that bloom over time, the more abundant essence of reality can be generated, as your 5 units should also be getting elevated. Of course, if you manage to quickly assimilate the cosmos of another 4 realities to me, that's another 20 units of passive generation granted to you, as well as my upgrade into a primordial relic as a seed of reality. The stages were slowly unfolding as Noah saw a glorious path before him. The upgrade conditions of his unique treasure were set in stone, as with the cosmos of 5 realities connected to it, it would become a primordial relic. Chapter 1471, A Glorious Affix. 2. Everything seemed to revolve around the generation of essence of reality and the elevation of one's soul to overcome shackles and add more concepts onto their soul. This thought bringing Noah to the other important feature that his infinite empire spoke of, a feature that was uniquely adapted into this direction by the will of the infinite empire that sought to aid its master. Through the connection between these two entities, the Daos and edicts that Noah Osmont obtains from fallen enemies or those forged will have an option to be placed in a buffer zone known as the Soul Library. The master of the infinite empire can then choose which concepts to impose on his soul as he wishes. Concepts of all levels of Daos and minor edicts can freely be stored and removed to be imposed onto the souls under the banner of the master of the infinite empire, with the capability to impose greater, quasi-insuperable, and insuperable nomological edicts being available when the infinite empire achieves the level of a primordial relic. Noah was startled as he received the information of this stupendous feature. I couldn't let ruination pull ahead of me so much, Master. The Soul Library should be of great aid to you and our people, as you will be getting dozens of edicts with every enemy you defeat. Whatever your cap of concepts is being reached if you defeated just a few more enemies. Noah was surprised at the continued level of autonomy he was seeing with his unique treasures, where the infinite empire had actually chosen for a portion of its growth to include something that was a solution to a rising problem, a problem that came from him being too much of an anomaly and being capable of obtaining too many edicts in a short period of time. With every enemy that fell to him, dozens of edicts were etched onto his soul. His cap of concepts would soon be reached, as if he defeated existences who had an overabundance of minor and greater edicts. He would fill up his soul with too many differing concepts and with edicts that might actually be considered weak under his standards. But with the Soul Library, Noah let out a smile as he spoke out thoughtfully. Thank you. The infinite empire replied in the same monotone fashion, but a sense of happiness could be felt within it. Anything for Master. At the same time, the voice of ruination that had been silent this whole time came out, as it seemed to be tinged with annoyance. Master, I've taken the liberties to test the extremes of the possible affixes of reality that can be generated with my limitations as a quasi-primordial relic. Oh? Noah raised his brows as he oversaw this unique relationship between his two treasures, turning his attention to ruination as he saw a few possibilities appear before his eyes. Ruination knew Noah's thoughts and what he sought for, and it designed possible affixes for him to choose from, as many of them focused on the path of strengthening the soul that all beings across realities were seeking. One of Noah's biggest conditions was for an affix of reality that would continue to aid him even as he increased in power. Ruination had its previous affixes or new ones that were able to increase Noah's power when he was in the universal realm or cosmic realm, but were useless now as they couldn't compare to his other means. But if he could obtain an affix that would be useful at the 3rd firmament of ascendancy and also at the 9th firmament of ascendancy, that was something to be celebrated. It also had to be something that would go towards strengthening his soul, as when one thought in this direction, it had to deal with the essence of reality. Noah looked at the possibility of affixes presented in his mind as the voice of ruination continued to echo out. Because of being limited due to my rank, I can't forge outrageous affixes that alter reality, like making so that there is no cap of concepts your soul can take or vastly increasing your current limitations. Even one of the possible affixes is just to increase the cap of edicts by 20, something that would be useless to you in a few days, weeks, or months. The most suitable affix is the one I presented at the top. This one being geared to be useful even if you reach the realm of reality, with its effects being just as relevant then. Ruination spoke with confidence as Noah had to agree with it as he gazed at the golden words before him: affix of reality zeal of the tyrant, affix of reality avarice of purity, affix of reality acrimony of the deceiver, affix of reality golden crusade. Out of the few affixes presented before him, the one that stood out to aid him with the strengthening of his soul and his future designs of the infinite system was an affix of reality that dealt with his generation of the essence of reality, affix of reality zeal of the tyrant, a reality-altering affix that grants its user the passive daily generation of 1/4 of their maximum reserves of the essence of reality. Simple and concise, it was an affix that would be tremendously useful to Noah at this moment in time as well as years from now when he was who knew what rank higher, 1/4 of his maximum reserves of essence of reality obtained daily that was currently 25. With all the means he now had from essence conversion, authority of catastrophe, and through the infinite empire, it ridiculously meant Noah could passively generate half of his reserves passively every single day. If he achieved a higher stage of power and let's say increased his cap of essence of reality from 100 to 1,000, then this affix guaranteed that he could passively generate 250 units of the essence of reality daily. Such a number was equivalent to overseeing 250 emerging realities. That was how domineering it was. All of this essence of reality, he could use to strengthen his soul and forge the fantastical concept of his system that he planned to be something that would never be finished. It was the infinite system, so of course, Noah planned for it to be a system that could contain more than a single system. This was why he needed vast reserves of essence of reality, as apart from his soul, his system would continue to require vast amounts of this essence. So Noah's eyes shone with a domineering light as he voiced out: set the affix to be the affix of reality zeal of the tyrant. Rumble. Chapter 1472, an edict born for conquest. An affix capable of affecting reality. Noah felt the sensation of such a thing personally as the moment the affix was selected. Ruination released a shining ray of authority as essence of reality moved with it. Noah, seeing this ray of authority etching an ancient-looking runic marking onto his soul. If one was proficient in the concept of runes, they would notice how similar this etching was to a primordial epitaph, being something of the same source as it was using a similar concept to achieve reality-altering results. After an austere aura of power leaked out, Noah felt things settling as the etched runic marking released rays of multicolored light, this marking being the affix of reality zeal of the tyrant, that caused Noah to feel a refreshing authority bathing over his soul. His origin trembling as he felt his reserves of essence of reality churn as more and more of this essence was generated, 1/4 of his maximum reserves generated daily. He had achieved such a glorious change as at this moment, all he had to do was wait until he reached his cap of 100 units of essence of reality within a day, and he could then confidently begin to etch his primordial epitaph. While waiting for that, let's clear my soul, shall we? He let out a devilish smile while speaking of such a shocking concept, his figure disappearing from the ruination sea to appear within the infinite empire that now had a bit less than 10,000 cosmos. The surrounding environment of the infinite empire was stuffed with an overabundance of essence. Even the voids of space between stellar objects having a golden glow of essence condensing in fantastical lights, within stellar bodies themselves and towards the center of the infinite empire where the primordial cosmos lay. One could even see condensed rivers of essence flowing freely as the rate of advancement while living in such an area was immense. Noah only passed his aura over these places as he affirmed what all he was doing was achieving, looking forward to stellar results in the future when he conquered even more realities. Conquest. This idea caused his eyes to shine brightly as while he went to clear his soul, a portion of his soul had already begun to design an edict that was geared towards conquest while also including the idea of fealty in order to elevate the might of his people once more. An edict born for conquest, an edict utilizing the concepts of the cosmic Tao of conquest, fealty, ruination, primordial. And more essence of different Taos and laws began to surround him as his body appeared within the cosmic Holy Land. There, he saw a shimmering golden portal beside the throne at the top of countless steps, this being the entrance to the new feature of Soul Library, that would allow him to store edicts and Taos he had no need for, and also the location that all of those under him would come to love as here. They could receive Taos and edicts to greatly elevate their power. Noah disappeared into the shimmering portal as he found himself in a unique spacetime continuum. His surroundings filled with white and gold essences at the center of it all, an empty library with lines of golden shelves holding nothing could be seen. This was the unique dimension closely in tune with the core of the infinite empire, being a heavily protected location, as it was here that Noah could open up his soul and store unneeded concepts. Noah floated down to appear at the center of the ancient-looking empty library, the lines of bookshelves being etched with golden runic markings that gave off unique waves of power. He breathed out slowly as he spoke out in the next moment. Let's start with unneeded lesser and grand daos. And then the minor edicts from Pixis, Yakukol, and Cecilia, OM. What he didn't need would be taken away, edicts that his destiny did not favor, and if they wouldn't be contributing to future ascendancy halos. They would be put aside for now or fully given to his people. After obtaining the singular authority of catastrophe, Noah knew that the quality of edicts would heavily influence the terrifying authorities he would obtain in the future, and he had to be much more selective on these issues going forward. With such carefulness and planning, he closed his eyes as wondrously wisps of multicolored light left his origin, these being the condensed form of concepts as they turned into multicolored lights that turned into books. Books that began to fill up the empty soul library. At the same time that this fantastical scene occurred, the essence of the cosmic Daos of conquest, fealty, runes, ruination. And many more concepts unfolded around Noah as he continued to multitask to a ridiculous degree. His primordial eye of the pioneer and his other eyes of power were also placed in full use, as along with the vibrant essence of primordial, blueprint, and runes flashing over his eyes, he went forward to break down the many concepts before his eyes and closely interconnect them to form a wondrous edict. He already knew what rank this edict would be with great confidence, as it would be another insuperable nomological edict, this one built towards the conquest of realities as the simple star of conquest that came from the cosmic Tao of conquest. It was bound to stand tall above not just cosmos but entire realities, the empowerment of Daos with the light of conquest. Noah would make it so that he could also empower nomological edicts. The things he wanted to do were too grand, as while a new insuperable edict was being forged while he sorted out the concepts within his soul, his true sanguine clone was making advancements in the aisles of the Gilded Forge as he was about to set off towards a grand location, towards an unexplored, forsaken treasure reality. Towards a reality filled with glorious loot and untold dangers, as here the materials for him to forge primordial relics should be waiting for him. Chapter 1473, An Edict Born for Conquest. LL. Within the aisles of the Gilded Forge, atop the Isle of the Queen, Noah stood at the center of an expansive crimson golden disk that was actually a quasi-primordial relic. In front of him, a single crimson throne rose at the center of this quasi-primordial relic that was known as the Sabo Reality Traverser. The mesmerizing figure of Natalia Rostova sat on the throne as her expression was that of slight anger, her finger tapping on the throne while flows of golden light entered her forehead. Humph. My contacts affirmed that your name has been added to the primordial blacklist. I should have just killed the two of them and risked a war. Rumble. The reason for her anger was Noah's name appearing on the primordial blacklist. Her flaming crimson gold hair dancing as her fair red lips uttered out terrifying words about starting a war between bloodline races for a single being. If even the primordials knew that they put the name of a peerless forger into their glorified murder list. Humph. The mood of this overseer was down as her oppressive aura caused everyone on the Sabo Reality Traverser to feel like they were walking on sharp pins. Apart from Noah, the figure of Manos and a few other Grandmaster Forgers could be seen. This trip towards this unexplored forsaken treasure reality being an important one, as powerhouses on the third firmament all the way to the sixth were here. Manos was part of the Grandmaster Forgers at the third and fourth firmament. And there was an old woman at the sixth firmament of ascendancy, as well as a middle-aged man at this same level present atop the quasi-primordial relic. Each of them were gazing towards Noah with a variety of expressions, but all of the expressions contained looks of respect, as after the identity of this being before them as a peerless forger was confirmed, they couldn't help but sigh endlessly while also seeing a bright future ahead of them, an existence that had the capability of forging primordial relics. With such a being appearing in their bloodline, it called for a stupendous celebration, as this trip towards the location of a forsaken treasure reality that the overseer had found was all to obtain materials to allow for another primordial relic to rise within the bloodline of primordial titans. Oomph, let's go! With her gorgeous face still carrying a trace of anger, the golden disk that she and less than 20 other higher existences were on began to shimmer as it turned into a streak of light and disappeared from the aisles of the Gilded Forge. Their surroundings turned into mere blurry waves of light as Noah felt them entering the boundary between realities in less than a second, the disk below them still traveling at great speeds, as whatever location the overseer found was bound to be far away. We'll deal with this by never allowing them to find you, but you seem to be taking the news much too well. Have you no fear? Natalia spoke with sharp eyes as she turned her gaze to Noah. Fear, how could this existence at the third firmament of ascendancy not fear that he would now be hunted by the strongest bloodline to traverse realities? Noah let out a light smile while withstanding the gaze of the seventh firmament expert that seemed to want to peer through everything, his reply coming out slowly, only those at the same rank as me will come and try to take my life, yes. Then how can I be worried? His eyes flashed with glorious light as he let out a domineering aura that caused the eyes of those near him to change. Anyone at the same level of power as me can do nothing but fall if they face me so. Any primordial that dares to come and try to kill me won't be alive to tell the tale thereafter. Domineering. Tyrannical, Natalia and the golden titans around her were exposed to the vibrant demeanor of this peerless forger on this day as towards it. Natalia actually smiled as if she believed his words and didn't doubt him, nor did she disparage him when he spoke of the fear-inducing idea of reaping the lives of primordials. Good. Then for now, we shall put our focus on the forsaken treasure reality, WAA. The Grandmasters and the surroundings released their surprise and shock from Noah's bold claims, as some even wanted to advise him not to take the matters of killing primordials lightly, but they became utterly serious as the overseer beckoned them closer, her languid eyes staying on Noah as she spoke calmly. Forsaken treasure realities are some of the most opportune things one can come across. Where even 8th or 9th firmament existences will silence anyone that knows about their locations as they try to get their hands on these realities themselves. The rare bloodlines of creatures like destiny goblins are enslaved mostly to primordials, as they are the ones to uncover most forsaken treasure realities. Where even our exploration would be 10 times easier if we got our hands on a destiny goblin. Natalia began to debrief about the forsaken treasure reality waiting for them and what they could expect, with Noah listening to her words as a hidden smile slowly rose up as he thought of what was to come. At the same time that the Sabo reality traverser set off towards an unknown location with his true sanguine clone, Noah wondrously finished melding together multiple concepts as he forged an edict without even utilizing shards of a cosmic primordial heart or any other treasure, simply relying on the interconnected function of the primordial Tao and his own understanding to forge a brand new and superable nomological edict, within the unique spacetime continuum that was the Soul Library, a runic marking that branded itself into Noah's body and soul as it took up a significant space within him, this being his strongest edict forged yet, the nomological edict of the tyrannical emperor. An edict born for the purposes of the conquest of realities and strengthening of his people. As uniquely, this edict had an astounding feature that only the quasi-insuperable nomological edict of Apocalypse had so far. It was the feature of an evolvable edict, as fantastically, it affirmed of a grander level of concepts past the level of insuperable. It affirmed that with sufficient work and time, Noah could achieve the elevation of this newly forged edict of the tyrannical emperor to another level entirely, so long as he let the light of conquest, the light of the tyrannical emperor, flow over many realities. He would achieve a level of edicts he did not even know about yet. Then the star of conquest will go on to shine even over prime realities. Noah spoke grandly as his gaze turned to his status panel, landing on the newly forged edict of the tyrannical emperor as he peered through all of its details. Chapter 1474, an edict born for conquest. Within the soul library of the infinite empire, an existence forged a terrifying concept as he gazed down to look at it with luminous eyes. Insuperable, nomological edict of the tyrannical emperor, a nomological edict is a form of undeniable truth and authority that is birthed from the combination of laws and daos, and it cannot be circumvented or stopped by anything, with the only possibility of deniability lying with another edict. The nomological edict of the tyrannical emperor is further elevated by the inclusion of the concepts within the Fates Guardian and Agent of Chaos skill trees and the bloodlines of Primordial, Telos, and Destiny Goblin King, among many other concepts, as it has been elevated to the insuperable level, touching on an ancient and undeniable authority privy to select beings. The edict is birthed from the combination of the daos of Primordial, Ruination, Armageddon, Conquest, Destiny, Royalty, Willpower, Runes, Blueprint, Fealty, Brio, Chronos, Devouring, Fusion, Archetypes, Loyalty, and Fortification, along with laws of death, karma, fate, life, and chaos. With the inclusion of so many different concepts seamlessly, the edict has further been elevated to become an evolvable edict as long as certain conditions are met. The user is granted the title of the tyrannical emperor as the ultra-rare bloodline of the emperor of old begins to awaken within him, a bloodline lost through the eons of time that contains the history and pride of emperors that could traverse unhindered across reality. At the level of insuperable, the nomological edict of the tyrannical emperor grants its architect 100 billion% to all parameters, nullification to all laws and das, nullification to the essence of all minor and greater nomological edicts, a natural suppression of quasi-insuperable edicts as everything below the insuperable level is only 10% effective against it, and the granting of the abilities of Emperor's Haki, True Star of Conquest, Oath to the Emperor, and Tyranny of the Soul. When one achieves completion of this edict, they will be granted the flames of the tyrannical emperor that among its many uses, it will allow even insuperable nomological edicts to be empowered, make possible for the evolution of this edict, and allow the bloodline of the emperor of old achieves full awakening. Along with this, any nomological edict grants its user a smoother pathway towards reality, granting them an increase in the speed of their realm progression by 100 million%, an increase of 100 million% to all parameters, and increases the chances of fusions of other laws and das by 100% for the production of other nomological edicts. Current fusion of the laws and das for the nomological edict of the tyrannical emperor, 1%, a glorious edict that was put together with a great deal of concepts. The important things to notice was that the skill trees of Fate's Guardian and Agent of Chaos that were raised to the cosmic filament rank were utilized, along with the authority of the bloodlines of Primordials, Tellus, and the Destiny Goblin King. Noah wanted an edict that contained stupendous authorities. As the result of it was marvelous, this evolvable nomological edict being born as along with its birth. He felt an ancient bloodline begin to awaken within him, the bloodline of the emperor of old. Just the mere awakening of this bloodline caused the air around Noah to change. An indescribable feeling of majesty welling up around him that if anyone neared, they would feel it unnatural if they were not paying respects or kneeling towards his figure. This edict was also a unique one as Noah managed to add together Armageddon and Ruination along with the primordial Tao, the tight fusion of three supreme cosmic Das, granting this edict the ridiculous capabilities it was currently showing. Such a thing wasn't possible for him before, and yet he managed to do it now without fail. There was also the inclusion of newly forged Das of royalty, willpower, and loyalty that added extra concepts which contributed to the formation of the bloodline of the emperor of old. And also the features of the soul that Noah specified with this edict. He didn't just want it to be an elevated form of fealty and conquest, he also wanted to use it to tackle the issue of one's soul. As the results were truly fantastical. The results were stupendous abilities, a crazy number of boosts, and the reality that when Noah completed this edict, he could not only gain the capability to elevate it to the next rank, but he could empower his insuperable nomological edicts. It was a concept full of glory as Noah began to feel the results of it firsthand even before he looked at the details of the skills. Above the infinite empire, a shining white light had bloomed out domineeringly as it formed into the shape of a star that the more it formed, the more white rays of light shot from it, as one could also see rays of gold coming out gloriously. This dot was due to one of Noah's new abilities, the True Star of Conquest. True Star of Conquest, when all the cosmos of a reality are conquered, a true star of conquest shall be born and shine its light over it, as while this star is lit, the tyrannical emperor cannot fall. Its light shall bathe over everything, even the tyrannical emperor himself, as the true star of conquest can be utilized in the conquest of other realities. The true light of conquest will continue to accumulate within the star of conquest as the tyrannical emperor can utilize it to empower minor, greater, and quasi-insuperable nomological edicts, with the possibility of empowering insuperable nomological edicts lying with the flames of the tyrannical emperor. A white and gold star appeared as its light bathed down over everything, but this was just the beginning. As the light began to bathe the infinite empire and the existences within it, Noah felt the second change since the conception of this edict. He felt his soul beginning to bubble with strength and power. Chapter 1475, The Flames of the Tyrannical Emperor, His Soul. As the true star of conquest descended with light bathing over the infinite empire, it asked for all those beneath him to renew their vows and repledge their fealty. The star asked for an oath to be made to the tyrannical emperor as the answer to why Noah's soul was bubbling and increasing with power. Was due to the skills, Oath to the Emperor, and Tyranny of the Soul. Oath to the Emperor, those that had pledged fealty to the tyrannical emperor are rewarded with glorious boons for their loyalty. All those below the cosmic realm can access 1/50th of the power of the tyrannical emperor along with the capability to choose 10 fully assimilated Das. Those within the cosmic realm can access 1/10th of the power of the tyrannical emperor along with the capability to choose 20 fully assimilated Das and a single minor or greater edict, and those at the cosmic filament realm and higher can access 1/4 of the power of the tyrannical emperor along with the capability to choose 50 fully assimilated Das and 3 minor, greater, or quasi-insuperable nomological edicts. Tyranny of the soul, the tyrannical emperor gives, but he also asks in return. Through this passive ability, all those who wish to pledge their fealty to him will have to give up a portion of their soul to be devoured and go towards strengthening the soul of the tyrannical emperor. Alone, the boosts granted by a single weak existence are negligible, but countless weak quintillions of existences can achieve a significant effect, as obtaining the fealty of existences in an entire reality will bring with it a tremendous strengthening of the soul. Noah would aid those beneath him, and they would also aid him in turn. This was the usage of the two skills that came together, as he could greatly elevate their strength even as he ascended the firmaments, but they would in turn grant him a strengthening of his soul, as this was one of the answers Noah had apart from refining with the essence of reality. With conquest, he could continue to ceaselessly increase the strength of his soul as he brought more and more people into his fold. His body shone with a glorious light as he felt an ecstatic feeling, as one could say the strengthening of the soul granted an almost euphoric feeling, one feeling like their eyesight was becoming better or their mind becoming much freer, as if it had been shackled beforehand. Noah breathed out slowly as he reveled in this sensation, seeing his ascendancy value increasing at visible speeds, as just the conception of this edict and the boosts its features were currently giving had elevated his value from 2200 all the way to 2600, most of these coming from the gradual increase of the power of his soul from the existences of a whole reality. He paid attention to all of these changes and more as he glanced at the last skill from this nomological edict, Emperor's Haki, a culmination of the will and soul of the tyrannical emperor into a pure soul attack. Under the Emperor's Haki, all those with a weaker soul can only kneel, as the ability carries 100 billion% true annihilatory soul damage and is reinforced by the 10 strongest flames of edicts under the tyrannical emperor when released, an offensive ability within this support an auxiliary type edict that would come to be Noah's strongest method of killing, BZZZT. Noah felt his eyes release a terrifying pressure as the surroundings of the soul library trembled. His will being capable of shaking the environment itself, as when he directed it towards an enemy, the tools under his belt continued to expand and increase. As after Noah ascertained all of this, he wanted to complete the newly forged edict as his will released commands, used the required cosmic resource points to fully call forth the flames of the tyrannical emperor, WAA. He had obtained so many cosmic resource points from Yakyukol and Pixis that Noah simply called out as the unique resource went to complete its job and allow another set of flames of an insuperable nomological edict to bloom, flames that came with them not just the bloodline of the tyrannical emperor, but also the complete bloodline of the emperor of old. Domineeringly purple-golden color, Noah saw these flames madly rise within his origin and settle in a significant portion of his soul, abundant information coming with them as a uniquely bordered golden text box appeared before his eyes, flames of the tyrannical emperor, the flames of tyrannical emperor bloom in your origin as they usher in the bloodline of the tyrannical emperor. The tier of this edict is extremely high, as for the sake of purity, not a single follower is allowed. A natural suppression effect also exists with this edict against any quasi-insuperable, greater, or minor nomological edicts due to its higher rank, with complete nullification being achieved against the essence and abilities of greater and minor edicts and only 10% effectiveness with the essence of quasi-insuperable edicts. When the flames of the tyrannical emperor descend, the weak wills of others will tremble and be extinguished, as only those with extremely strong souls can withstand the mere pressure of these flames. As the architect of this bloodline edict, you are granted the abilities of benevolent light of empowerment and nomological regime that can be utilized with the essence of reality in conjunction with the essence of the tyrannical emperor. The complete ultra-rare bloodline of the emperor of old is also granted as the echoes of olden times begin to resound within your origin and soul. As the progenitor of the bloodline of the tyrannical emperor, you are granted 200 billion% to all parameters. 200 billion% to true defense, and 200 billion% to true annihilatory damage. All abilities that utilize the essence of the tyrannical emperor also have their resource requirement cut down by half, and your origin produces an extra 10 billion splendiferous universes daily, bright purple and gold, the flames of the tyrannical emperor undulating within Noah's body as a profound bloodline of olden times was also unlocked. Noah's entire demeanor underwent a drastic change as his crimson gold flames for hair became ablaze with regality and majesty, his entire body gained a luster of purple and gold as an indescribable aura of power leaked from him, his head that was already shining with flames forming a storm of power above it as pristine golden and purple colors raged. They raged with regality and power as they came to forge an illusory purple gold crown, a crown that came with it an oppressive might that was the result of a single bloodline being fully awakened. The prideful bloodline of the Emperor of old has fully awoken as it lets itself be known without fear. A blazing and urgent golden prompt flashed before Noah's eyes as not just Noah's true body, but all of his true sanguine clones and many lower existence clones gained an illusory purple gold crown above them as an undeniable authority that disdained from being hidden presented itself. Chapter 1476, From the Olden Times. Shock. This was what Noah was currently feeling as ridiculously, he had obtained a bloodline that was much too wild that it disdained to even be hidden. The moment this bloodline bloomed within his origin, its authority spread out madly and with fervor as his body became surrounded by a golden purple glow, an air that most kings and emperors that had ruled for millions of years could not match erupted out. His body released a sharp aura of undeniability as uniquely, the appearing illusory purple gold crown was the most glaring as it rose grandly over all of his bodies. At the same time this occurred, Noah felt significant changes within his origin and soul as something unfathomable occurred. Boom, like an explosive force raging out from his origin, power exploded out deep within his body as he watched with disbelief while his ascendancy value rose crazily, not from the formation of edicts, boosts of an ascendancy halo, but just from the blooming of a bloodline alone. The blooming of this bloodline caused profound changes as Noah felt the over 225 million cosmos within his body be bathed by an undeniable purple light, a unique reaction occurring thereafter as all of these cosmos began to tremble and pulsate as thereafter they began to divide. His cosmos began to divide as one became two, the number of forged cosmos within his body instantly doubling in a ridiculous fashion as he reached above 500 million instantly. His ascendancy value went from the slowly rising 2600 and exploded upwards past 5000 with unbound fervor. His power doubled due to the achievement of a single bloodline. This wasn't all as his vast seas of fortune and destiny that were already incredibly large, these seas that wrapped around each of his cosmos. They were also affected as their quantity doubled while a profound purple glow came to bathe over them. And the boons of the Emperor of old bloodline were not done as Noah also felt the stellar space where he stored essence of reality. This space also doubled as his maximum number for this unique resource instantly jumped from 100 to 200. A blaring golden prompt shaded with a stark purple appeared before his eyes again. The borders of this prime now carrying a royal feel as the authority of the Emperor of old bloodline even domineeringly affected the design of such a minute concept. The blood of the emperors from the olden times flows within you. All resource reserves are doubled, current realm progression is doubled, and future realm progression is enhanced by a factor of 100 times, one after another. The golden purple bordered prompts continued to descend domineeringly as Noah had expected its changes to come to a halt, but his origin felt the constant formation of cosmos continuing, even though it was a smaller rate as these changes were explained by the next prompt, due to the potency of the unlocked bloodline of old. 100,000 royal cosmos will be passively generated within your origin daily. Crazy, it was all descending into madness as even the boons of something as profound as the authority of catastrophe was thrown behind and left in the dust. The splendiferous authority of catastrophe born from 30 edicts only granted 1,000 passively forged cosmos daily. But this domineering bloodline went ahead and produced 100 times that number as daily. Noah could now forge 100,000 cosmos, bzzzt per hour. He would forge over 4,166 cosmos per minute. He would forge over 69 cosmos. What is this? It was such a marvelous and unexpected boon to unlock such a bloodline as even Noah had not expected this to stem from the insuperable nomological edict of the tyrannical emperor. The royal light of the Emperor of old shall continue to bathe over everything within you, elevating your standing over time as if you do not perish. The stepping stone of the realm of reality is but a certainty. The last domineering purple gold text box flashed and disappeared as Noah absorbed all of the information, still in a stupor as he felt his body constantly produce cosmos every single second. What a glorious achievement, what a wondrous surprise, and also what endless troubles this bloodline brought. The troubles were due to nothing else other than the fact that at this time as Noah's true sanguine clone was conversing and getting to know Manos and the other grandmasters on the Sabo reality traverser. His body instantly and uncontrollably exploded with the aura of regality as he was enthroned with a purple gold illusory crown above his head. Their journey towards the unknown location of the forsaken treasure reality had been proceeding smoothly as due to Noah's unique identity. Manos, and even the grandmasters at the 5th and 6th firmament of ascendancy wanted to know more about him and exactly how he had achieved the stage of a peerless forger. Of course, Noah couldn't just tell them that it was all due to a feature of his infinite empire and not even his own abilities, but he was expanding his own views as he learned more about the common sense of these existences and about the bloodline factions that surrounded the Isles of the Gilded Forge. And even the larger expanse of explored realities, things were proceeding smoothly as with the presence of more people, Natalia seemed to have become more reserved and detached as this powerful overseer continued to steer the Sabo reality traverser while seeming like an untouchable existence. Things were proceeding smoothly. Until the undeniable aura of authority erupted from Noah and nearly caused the quasi-primordial relic they were all on to come to a halt. Bzzzt, gloriously, the illusory purple gold crown appeared above him as it released waves of profound light that washed over his body, those at the third firmament of ascendancy like Grandmaster Manos feeling an oppressive sense of pressure as they found themselves pushed away from Noah by a force they could not deny. All of the Grandmasters looked towards Noah in shock, but it was Natalia Rostova who gazed at him with utter stupor as the rapidly traversing Sabo reality traverser came to a complete halt. That. The powerful overseer seemed to recognize the domineering illusory crown flashing above Noah's head as her blessed curves could not help but tremble, her bright eyes locking onto Noah as they released arcs of crimson light. Chapter 1477, from the olden times. The air atop the Sabo reality traverser was extremely weird at this moment. In the glimmers of the boundary between realities, the transportation quasi-primordial relic came to a halt as the being that had been steering it brought it to a halt while looking at the singular figure of Noah. Not just her eyes, but the eyes of the over a dozen Grandmasters were all on Noah, specifically on his glittering purple gold crown that released a regal and oppressive sense of power that went on to affect even the strongest of them. Everything was quiet as Noah shook his head with slight helplessness at such a scene. The new bloodline he had gained going against all his expectations as his body at this moment released an unbidden sense of awe and wonder, a bloodline of an emperor. Rumble. Natalia Rostova spoke out as if in a trance while looking at Noah's crown, the 6th and 5th firmament rank Grandmasters having their expressions change at such words while the other Grandmasters were still confused and in a stupor as it seemed very few people knew about the concept of what the crown above Noah meant. The blessed chest of Natalia rose as her crimson gold eyes flashed to appear in front of Noah right away, her sonorous voice echoing out with a sense of shock and mystery. How did you do it? How did you unlock the path of a bloodline back from the olden times? Rumble. This overseer seemed to know a lot of information as she gazed at the crown above Noah with wonder, the expressions of the Grandmasters vastly changing as some of them fully realized the significance of what they were seeing. Noah looked at the ruddy complexion and rosy lips of this powerful overseer so close to him as he asked lightly, "What do you know about bloodlines from the olden times?" His words acted as a confirmation as those on the Sabo reality traverser drew on sharp breaths. Natalia being the one to continue speaking as she seemed to be examining Noah up and down with wonder, something that a countable number of existences have stumbled upon. Most of them being primordials, as there are also a number from other powerful bloodlines who can claim the title of emperors. All those that have an unlocked a bloodline from the olden times are forces to be reckoned with, their destinies bright and vaster than all others, as many of them end up reaching at least the 8th or 9th firmament in their lives. Those that stand out the most among the emperors are the legends that achieve the realm of reality, with the truly powerful legends being those who have links to the olden times. Her words were coming out in waves as if she was repeating them from what she heard before, and she truly affirmed such a thing as she shook her head while looking at Noah like he was a freak of nature. Well, that is what the legend of our primal Titan bloodline shared with me and other qualified beings. None of us truly know what is entailed about anything when it comes to the olden times, as those truly knowledgeable are only those who exhibit the sort of undeniable authority that you currently express. Many beings across the vast realities have unique bloodlines that allow them to have a sign of kingship or royalty in the form of crowns above their heads, but the authority released from the crown of an emperor is indescribable to any others, as no matter the rank of those facing such an existence, their souls will feel a sense of oppression, no matter the rank. One would feel a sense of oppression. This was a power that transcended realms, as unless one was an emperor themselves when they faced such a being, they would always feel a natural suppression. Of course, it was merely suppression, as if existences of a much higher power than Noah, like Natalia or some of the more powerful Grandmasters on the quasi-primordial relic, made a move against him, he might still perish. If we can see this authority and notice it right away, then so can others. You are really becoming a complicated existence for me to handle. The overseer sighed out her shock and amazement as the Grandmasters around didn't even have any words. Only looking at Noah blankly, as Manos felt like the existence he had only thought to be on the first firmament of ascendancy was gradually becoming more and more unfathomable. You are now like a walking beacon of light, as from what I know, the visage of an emperor cannot be hidden. When word starts to spread of your identity, rumble, the tides of destiny twisted and turned as even Noah's expression of calm had slight somberness and annoyance in it, an authority he could not hide. He had to understand more about it. His main body was already absorbing droves of information about the flames of the tyrannical emperor and this bloodline of the emperor of old, the gaze of his true sanguine clone locking with the overseer as he spoke carefully. How will this affect our trip to the Forsaken Treasure reality? With a carefree attitude that made others wonder, Noah asked calmly as Natalia could only shake her head in disbelief as she collected herself, her eyes becoming increasingly calm and calculative as within seconds, her smile returned as she turned to gaze in a certain direction in the boundary between realities. This makes our trip even easier. As I said before, those with links to the olden times have vast destinies and fortune. Which means apart from your already fearsome identity as a peerless forger, you now also have an identity akin to the rarest destiny goblins that others seek to delve into Forsaken Treasure reality. Opportunities will rush towards us with you in the picture. And we can see this firsthand as we should be nearing the hidden location of this Forsaken Treasure reality soon. The gaze of the overseer was bright as she likened Noah's destiny and fortune to destiny goblins, not knowing that apart from all the identities and bloodlines Noah held, even a destiny goblin king was among them. Chapter 1478. An emperor seeks to enact his epitaph. On this day, yet another shocking sign was seen across the vast realities. It was within the countless primordial temples stretching out across explored realities within the domains of primordials, where, similar to a few days ago, yet another sign had appeared. This time, it was imperceptible, as it wasn't anything grand like rivers of red and gold leaking and overflowing from the top of the primordial temples. It was a minute sign that was only noticed by the elder primordials in charge of the temples, where they were awoken from their meditations or comprehensions of edicts as their gazes all locked onto the heads of the statues raising their hands towards the primordial temple. On the heads of these statues, an imperceptible and extremely small crack had appeared, a symbol of great warning, as this was the exact reason why these primordial temples were set up. It was to continue monitoring the reign of primordials across realities and be prepared for any unforeseen situations that arose. Now, a problem was rising, as even if it was a minor one that would be squished with ease, the tremendous fortune of primordials warned them in advance, as they could choose to react to ensure that no unknown factors arose. After the elder primordials in charge of the temples saw these signs, each of them released commands as the search of the primordials that had begun not too long ago was elevated in degree, and with even more seriousness, many powerful primordials being deployed to traverse and comb through the explored realities for any disturbances. It was a sign of the tumultuous era to come, as things always began slowly before they erupted into a crescendo of utter madness and fervor. Within an unknown reality, an existence of immense size and proportions was fully awoken at this moment in time. As he gazed in a certain direction, across his indescribable body, an endless reality could be seen as the mere eyes of this being that were more expansive than even cosmos were filled with swirling flames of too many edicts. Above the shrouded head of this being, one could see a faint illusory crown that was unwilling to be hidden, this crown showering this existence with a profound light of power. As his ancient voice echoed out, "Eons come and go, emperors rise and fall, rumble." His voice seemed to carry a mesmerizing flow of power as it continued without an ounce of emotion. Will this time be any different? A question that was not answered, and yet towards the being that asked it he actually seemed to have the answer, as the weaving of destiny flowed intricately and caught countless existences within its web. A single being had no immediate thoughts of the grand scheme of things, as his focus was on understanding just how an insuperable nomological edict had unlocked something as ridiculous as the bloodline of the emperor of old. The effects of this ridiculous bloodline from the olden times were far-reaching, as to Noah, it felt like he had opened a loot box and stumbled onto an extremely high-end class or expansion, as if he wasn't ready for it. It might just overwhelm him, but if he took advantage of it and played it as he should, it was bound to be given fantastical boons. As he continued to feel them firsthand with the constant changes within his body, it felt like every part of him was affected by the ruling purple-gold light of the emperor of old, and this wasn't just restricted to his main body, as even his clones were undergoing the same metamorphosis. At this moment, he didn't know when this process would stop, or how much. His statistical values would be pushed up by this pervasive light. His ascendancy value was raised up at an alarming degree, as it would continue to move by a fraction of decimal points every so often. And Noah felt the pristine purple gold light from the emperor of old bloodline continue to bathe over his origin, true blood, and soul. As one of the profound changes was already listed before something termed royal cosmos, overlooking normal cosmos with utmost disdain. Royal cosmos are twice as vast, and a single one carries the equivalent power of two normal cosmos. The cosmos of the Emperor of old will all gradually be changed into royal cosmos, as all future forged cosmos will fall under the same banner, royal cosmos, cosmos with a quality fit for an emperor. Even though they didn't detail it, it meant that an existence that had achieved 100 billion royal cosmos and was seeking reality would be easily able to display twice as much power, if not more, compared to an existence that didn't have the bloodline of the Emperor of old with the same number of normal cosmos. It was tyrannical to the extreme, as it only foretold how rapidly Noah's ascendancy value would continue to rise in the coming future as he forged more and more royal cosmos. Noah's eyes shone at this reality as he couldn't help but raise his evaluation of the nomological edict of the tyrannical emperor that brought forth all of this, his gaze going towards the two ultimate abilities called forth from the flames of this edict: benevolent light of empowerment, and nomological regime. Benevolent light of empowerment, the power of insuperable nomological edicts can be greatly empowered with the benevolent light of conquest, with the capability to unlock new features or ultimate abilities of the empowered edicts coming to fruition. At the current level, insuperable nomological edicts and below can be empowered as if the edict of the tyrannical emperor is ever elevated to a higher level. It will also be able to empower edicts of that level. Each empowerment requires a true star of conquest to be utilized, with the product of the empowered nomological edict being capable of overshadowing any other edict of the same level. The flames of these edicts also undergo a fundamental change, as in turn, so does the ascendancy halo they are fused into. The glorious light that would bathe over his edicts and even elevate the authority of his ascendancy halo appeared at this moment. Chapter 1479, an emperor seeks to enact his epitaph. LL. The effects of the benevolent light of empowerment were straightforward, with the main point of this ability being the fact that so long as the nomological edict of the tyrannical emperor was elevated higher, even edicts of that level could also be empowered. All Noah had to do was conquer more realities and obtain more true stars of conquest, with him having a single true star at this moment that he could use to empower one edict, the next ability after the benevolent light of empowerment. Dealt with an even more domineering topic, with it being the elevation of edicts and not just empowerment, nomological regime, when the tyrannical emperor achieves a sufficient number of realities under his banner of conquest. This edict will be elevated to the next rank, as under the regime of the tyrannical emperor it is a possibility to even elevate other edicts with sufficient utilization of the essence of reality and the authority of the flames of the tyrannical emperor. The possibilities of elevation are linked to the conquered number of realities, with every 10 conquered realities allowing for an edict to be elevated to the insuperable level. Every 50 realities conquered thereafter will allow for the elevation of any chosen edict past the insuperable level, a very clear-cut and easy path for Noah to achieve the next level of edicts. All he had to do was conquer 50 realities, and he could use the vibrant flames of the tyrannical emperor under the utilization of nomological regime to achieve the next level. It was both a hard and easy thing to do, as Noah's eyes flashed with a kingly light. Consolidating all of this knowledge and planning his next steps properly, he had done many things as he continued to prepare for the future. Many of the steps he had taken continuing to elevate him in power as while he acclimated to the newly forged edict and the bloodline of the Emperor of old. He turned some of his focus to one thing he was supremely excited for. He had prepared for it a lot as at this moment, and he knew he could begin the initial stages of a profound project as while utilizing the soul library still. His body released a wondrous glow of light, an ascendancy halo rose up around him with stellar light. It shone with tremendous regality and beauty as pristinely etched golden bands weaved around the pulsing crimson colors gloriously. Bzzzt, the halo began to spin as while Noah watched the significant reserves of essence of reality within his origin. He knew that it was enough to begin laying the foundation of his primordial epitaph. It would be different and unique from the primordial epitaphs of primordials or other existences, as he planned for his to be one he could constantly add on to and be capable of changing. His system would never be finished. There would always be changes and additions. There would always be other reality-altering concepts he wanted to bring to light as his system. He truly wanted to stay true to the word of infinite, OM. The ascendancy halo of catastrophe began to spin above Noah like a huge mechanical halo of authority, multicolored essence painting it wondrously as its focus was on the soul of the existence below it. At this time, the gaze of the tyrannical emperor was serene as a purple-gold illusory crown spun above his head, the authority of an ascendancy halo descending down as this emperor sought to enact his primordial epitaph. The sequence of events and actions was almost always random, with very few existences being capable of actually altering the large scale and flow of events across realities, but at times, multiple factors could come together, as whether through sheer coincidence or the weaving of destiny. An astounding result would stem from it. At this moment in time, within a certain prime reality, a scene of profound carnage could be seen as a vast metropolis in the middle of the sea of ruination whose grains of sand alone were the size of cosmos. Such a vast metropolis was actually burning as a large part of its structures were shattered and torn. Golden rivers of true blood overflowed as fantastically. There was an enormous figure of a pristinely beautiful being whose size was 1/4 of this entire metropolis, one with extremely beautiful features and long ears, as those knowledgeable would know that this was an existence from the powerful bloodline of the elven sorcerers. An extremely powerful race of higher existences that relied on their talent and mana to forge fearsome spells and concepts that altered reality to their whims. Yet the figure of the enormous figure of the elven sorcerer who released wisps of an aura at the 7th firmament of ascendancy was actually torn and ravaged on all sides, her blood flowing freely onto the vast metropolis below her, as while there were still signs of life within her eyes one could see crystalline tears of blood leaking from them as she stared at her destroyed home. It used to be shimmering with gold and blue light as it was majestic and beautiful, and yet now it burned to the ground for no reason whatsoever. As her scattered soul and shattered origin leaked the last of her life, the broken specks of 9 ascendancy halos faded away near her body as her pained eyes gazed up at the culprits, existences adorned in white gold robes with their group staring down condescendingly towards her dying figure. As the party was not actually that large, it made up just 10 existences, and each of them released auras of boundless confidence and power as even the ruination seas they floated atop of. They floated like they owned it. They were, of course, primordials. At the forefront was a pristinely beautiful woman that seemed to be in her prime, and she released an aura at the 3rd firmament of ascendancy as behind her 8 primordials at the 6th firmament of ascendancy stood guard as if they protected a precious treasure as beside her. The last primordial actually held power at the 7th firmament of ascendancy as 10 vibrant halos cascaded around him, body magnificently. The eyes of the woman that all these beings protectively stood around wrinkled her nose as she saw the pained and unwilling gaze of the elven sorcerer below them, who was staring at them as if she wanted to curse them, her voice sonorously ringing out, "Brother Hayden, finish off this wretch and let's move out." Rumble, shocking words echoed out from her as the 7th firmament expert moved instantly, his ascendancy halos releasing vibrant lights as terrifying waves of essence descended down to shred the remaining life force of the elven sorcerer and anything else filled with life in the metropolis below them. I only passed by here to see if my profound destiny would catch whatever creature is causing those reactions from the temples, and yet this mere overseer dared to deny my search? We shall simply annex this prime reality as if the elven sorcerers dare to come back and try to reclaim it. Her words were shocking as it showed these existences were merely passing by this prime reality, and yet it somehow resulted in them causing a genocide of the rulers here, as this whole reality would now be annexed under primordials, senseless and helpless. This was what the dead elven sorcerer felt as at this moment, her domain perished, the woman that had ordered it all gazed at everything with calmness as she seemed to be thoughtful. The 7th firmament expert coming back to her side as he spoke respectfully, "I'll send word for our forces to be sent here." "What shall we do now, Princess?" Respect and reverence was ingrained within his words as calmly the one he called Princess tapped her chin thoughtfully before her eyes lit up. "We are searching for a needle in a haystack, going across realities hoping to find a being we don't know. Let's take a break on this for now and instead enjoy ourselves." Enjoy themselves. The eyes of the 8 6th firmament experts rose at such words as the 7th firmament expert smiled, watching as the princess before them continued, "Some of my old classmates are competing in trying to find and claim the bounty of a newly appearing 3rd firmament primal titan on the primordial blacklist who has abundant rewards. Let's go to Elder Gazer and find the location of this criminal before any of them." Unseen waves of destiny erupted out as a shockingly fantastical metropolis burned below, rivers of golden blood freely flowing as an existence had chosen a truly interesting target at this time. Chapter 1480, An Emperor Seeks to Enact His Epitaph. Within a prime reality that had a primordial temple established, the figures of a party of 10 primordials that had just decimated and left another prime reality to be annexed appeared within this primordial temple as everywhere they passed, other primordials looked towards them with surprise and respect as many bowed towards the 3rd firmament existence that was being protected by the 6th and 7th firmament experts. A single existence being guarded by an entourage that could effectively protect a prime reality. It showed the status of this princess as she walked with a gaze that seemed to say she knew it, her eyes forming into a smile as she took the respect from others with light nods as if it was to be expected. Soon enough, they arrived into the depths of the vast primordial temple as they came into the domain of a powerful existence, one that even the princess bowed towards while releasing a Sonorous voice, Elder Gazer, I apologize for bothering you at such a time, but I need some help, WAA. The guard she had remained bowing, even the seventh firmament expert that looked forward with a solemn gaze of respect because of the being before them. Elder Gazer. A primordial known across many primal realities as he was an existence that was almost stepping into the eighth firmament of ascendancy, with his terrific renown being most known due to his profound nomological edicts that allowed him to peer into the truths of the vast realities and find out many things that others could not. Gazer. That is how this title was given to this being, as his gaze truly covered an unknown distance, even eighth firmament and ninth firmament experts coming to Elder Gazer for help every now and then, as this being was truly special. Little niece note, I'll get angry if you keep on bowing any longer. I didn't go through life and death with your father and become his sworn brother for his only daughter to bow in my direction. A voice of shocking power and majesty echoed out as it seemed to be filled with benevolence, causing Princess Snow to raise her head with a dazzling smile as her features became apparent. Shimmering white-blue hair draped down her shoulders as her fair features were profoundly proportioned, the golden white robe she wore hugging her tightly as any being would be mesmerized by her figure and striking appearance. Then I'll have to trouble Uncle with a small thing, she smiled as she brightened up the whole room, her figure flashing forward to appear in front of a middle-aged man that had risen up calmly from his white throne. His head was full of luscious dark hair as a unique goatee coated his mouth. His eyes sharp and filled with a sharp light as this powerful primordial went forward to stroke the head of Princess Snow while voicing out, "Don't beat around the bush, little Snow. Tell Uncle what you want." The voice of Elder Gazer was calm, and even the sixth and seventh firmament experts behind weren't able to notice how his eyes were filled with a hidden light of greed and possessiveness as this being gazed towards the figure of the one he called Little Snow. But the being in question did know as she raised her head while Elder Gazer stroked her white-blue shimmering hair, acting like she didn't notice anything as her vivacious figure circled around the powerful primordial while speaking out. I wanted to complete a bounty from the primordial blacklist before a few old classmates of mine got to it. The new entrant Noah Osmond. I want to find his location and claim the bounty for myself, she spoke in a sonorous tone as the eyes of Elder Gazer sharpened. Why is little niece bothering with such a thing? I'm sure your father has given you enough soul crystals to make seventh firmament existences jealous. The eyes of Elder Gazer were raised questioningly as they shook moments later, and this was because Princess Snow adopted a pouting expression that nearly caused this elder's eyes to turn red with a possessive glare as she spoke out slowly. It's just for fun to play with a bounty of an existence at the same rank. Will Uncle please help? Her pouting expression of need nearly caused the facade on Elder Gazer's face to break as his powerful will erupted out along with his voice that was directed towards the still bowing sixth and seventh firmament guards that Princess Snow came with. You all go out. I'll be completing Little Snow's wishes right now and cannot be interrupted. WAA. The powerful experts nodded right away as they left the expansive domain of Elder Gazer, golden doors closing behind them as the seventh firmament brother Hayden nodded towards the princess and left. The vast golden hall now only had two people as a wave of profound authority emanated from Elder Gazer, a terrifying domain being enacted out as no existence even at the eighth firmament of ascendancy would be able to know what went on in this room. Little Snow. With a light of avidity and possessiveness, Elder Gazer went forward as the figure of Princess Snow flashed around him mischievously while continuing to pout. I won't give you anything until you tell me the location of my target, she spoke in a tone nobody should speak with the powerful existence known as Elder Gazer. But this way of speaking caused the eyes of this primordial to flash with profound power as he spoke out domineeringly. Finding a third firmament creature will be easy, as I will even accompany you this time around to make sure you're safe. His powerful words had their own purpose as Princess Snow smiled in a dazzling fashion, her figure coming to a stop as the light within her eyes was truly terrifying and calculative. With the great Elder Gazer that even ninth firmament existences come to for help at my side, won't that third firmament titan be too terrified before his death? She seemed to be teasing the powerful primordial before her as this being could hold on no longer, adhering to the wishes of the curvaceous existence before him as a powerful flame light released from his body. He had to do this if he wanted to obtain what his heart sought for the most at this moment, a mere third firmament titan. Noah Osmond, let's see where you are. Glimmering eaves of destiny echoed out as existences with their own goals and aims turned their attention to a single being, a set of consequential events beginning from this as the results of these events were bound to be fantastical. Chapter 1481, An Emperor Seeks to Enact His Epitaph. WAA, there was a flash of golden light as the Sabo reality traverser came to a stop in a certain region, Noah's eyes flashing brightly as he and the grandmasters on the quasi-primordial relic looked around them with awe. They were in a region within the boundary between realities that was actually filled with terrifying spatial storms, seemingly unstable as a single wrong step might send an existence spiraling out across realities, one of the many regions of spatial instabilities. Across the boundary between realities is when most beings come across it, they avoid it. Natalia Rostova began to speak as she patted the Sabo reality traverser and caused it to disappear. Her gaze looking in a certain direction as Noah and the Grandmaster Titans came around her. I had inadvertently stumbled into this region as I found at the center of it a hidden doorway that should be leading to a forsaken treasure reality. WAA, the crimson gold flames draping over her shoulders danced as her gaze landed on Noah and the still spinning illusory purple gold crown above his head. Before we proceed forward, I have to remind everyone of forsaken treasure realities. And just how different they are compared to other realities. Her gaze was mostly on Noah as he was the one who might not be privy to this information. Natalia waving her hands as a powerful authority erupted to wrap around her and the beings around her, their figures beginning to float carefully into the area of the spatial instability as she continued. Being marvels of the vast realities to this very day, the forsaken treasure realities are simply names granted to fantastical realities that seem to contain within them a cluster of fortune and destiny that should have been spread out across many realities. Knowledge of the forsaken treasure reality weaved out from Natalia as she moved slowly to evade rifts of instability all around them. The forsaken treasure realities were actually formed realities that contained boundless fortune and destiny, almost like a mistake that occurred during the branching out of countless realities. They fell under different natural laws and rules compared to other realities, as one of them was the fact that the race of existences born within these types of realities were the only ones who could truly move and enjoy the boons within the destiny goblins. Our primal titan bloodline has only been able to get our hands on a single destiny goblin, as it is under the lead of the overseer of the royal titans of our race. Since we wish to obtain this fortune ourselves, we will have to work 100 times harder, as even entering into the forsaken treasure reality alone will require an existence at my stage to forcefully enter. Natalia continued to speak as their figures disappeared into the folds of spatial instability entirely, Noah's gaze and the gazes of all others being attacked to a sensation they felt up ahead as wondrously a terrifyingly large multicolored tear in the boundary between realities could be seen up ahead. This was the hidden doorway that led to this unexplored forsaken treasure reality. Their figures nearing it in a wondrous fashion as the golden titans could barely contain their odd expressions. We should have it slightly easier with an existence that has a bloodline from olden times with us, but the rules of this forsaken treasure reality that cause many beings to perish and for them to maintain their unknown status are as follows. WAA. First and foremost, forsaken treasure realities are isolated from outside realities that once in it, all communications are cut off. Or even if you have another body, clone, or portion of your soul anchored to something else in another reality, it is hard to even reach out and communicate with it. The knowledge that the legend of our primal titan race has gathered states that once inside, any spatial abilities or teleportation is impossible, with one only being able to enter through the doorway they came from and leave through that same doorway. You cannot teleport in or out of a forsaken treasure reality, so if you have spatial abilities that you utilize for storage, they won't work. To collect the many treasures within and take them out, you need to use storage items. As she spoke, Natalia waved her hands and caused over a dozen glimmering multicolored pouches to appear, one of them landing on Noah's hands as he looked at it curiously. Voidforged treasure pouch, a unique quasi-primordial relic built solely for the purposes of storage. Within, even 1,000 cosmos can be fit and preserved, as the Voidforged treasure pouch is unrivaled in storage. There may be many other restrictions we do not know of depending on the forsaken treasure reality, but we can at least prepare for the spatial restrictions. Utilize these Voidforged treasure pouches to put in any treasures we come across, and do not lose them under any circumstances before we leave the forsaken treasure reality. A few prominent Grandmaster Titans took the other Voidforged treasure pouches as they nodded with somberness, their eyes seeing the blooming multicolored tear in space, releasing waves of terrific essence before them as Natalia finished. Lastly, there are the existences we might find within. Aberrant and powerful destiny goblins that have this reality as their home and consider us all enemies. Unknown bloodlines that are spawned by the dense fortune and destiny within. And many other mysteries we have yet to come across, as it is in the name of where we are seeking to enter an unexplored forsaken treasure reality. WAA. Their figures came to a stop in front of the vibrating and twisting multicolored tear in the boundary between realities. Multicolored essence being felt leaking from this rift in space as boundless fortune and destiny could be felt within it. It also seemed to contain spatial instabilities that could tear apart any beings at the 5th or 6th firmament easily, and one needed the protection of a seventh firmament expert just to be able to enter successfully within this unexplored forsaken treasure reality. Let's go. Natalia's figure released unbound luster and power as this group of beings sought to step forward and explore a wondrous reality full of fortune and destiny. While this occurred, Noah continued to move forward as far from the unexplored forsaken treasure reality that his true sanguine clone was about to enter. His main body had succeeded in forming the skeleton of what would be the springboard of his primordial epitaph. Mesmerizing waves of multicolored essence of reality were being drained out through his spinning ascendancy halo as they formed into an extremely sharp point. This sharp point of essence of reality acting as a pen to etch the primordial epitaph as its outline gradually became clear at this moment. The backbone of the primordial epitaph was finished as Noah had to now wait for his generation of the essence of reality to replenish his reserves before he could continue. But one could see at this moment a glimmering epitaph that carried the hazy outlook of a lemniscate, a word that represented the plane curves that consist of two loops or circles that meet at a central point, or as many other beings knew it, a lazy 8, or even more commonly the geometric symbol of infinity. This dot was Noah's skeletal structure for his fantastical primordial epitaph, chapter 1482, the fantastical forsaken treasure reality. The base skeleton of the primordial epitaph was done as just this alone nearly drained all of the essence of reality that Noah had saved up. The final product of his system being something stupendous as Noah had to wait for his reserves to be refilled before he continued, with his upper limit increased to 200 and being capable of generating 1/4 of his maximum reserves of essence of reality through the affix of reality. He would be getting 50 units with ease as after adding the perks of ruination, the infinite empire, and the authority of catastrophe his rate of daily generation could be seen already rising crazily within mere days. Noah appreciated the epitaph shimmering with its lemniscate shape, making sure everything was running smoothly with it as only after a while did he stop gazing at his soul and look out into the outside world again. He was still within the soul library as the process of cleaning up his soul had been completed. Only DAOs and edicts he needed to utilize and plan to use being left behind as Noah could now optimize himself fully while planning on how to move forward. Apart from the process of forging his system, his tasks at hand were the elevation of ruination and the infinite empire, and the forging of new insuperable nomological edicts for him to begin forming his second ascendancy halo. His clones and subordinates were already moving across a few realities to aid in the task of elevation of the infinite empire, while Noah's fortune and destiny told him that both the tasks of raising ruination to the primordial relic stage and his quest to obtain more insuperable nomological edicts, it would actually stand a chance of being fulfilled in the forsaken treasure reality that his true sanguine clone was now entering with the mysterious overseer Natalia Rostova. Ruination he fully grasped as he could obtain wondrous materials capable of forging primordial relics, but the matter of whatever enemies would be there for him to possibly grasp insuperable nomological edicts was unknown, as even when Noah tried to grasp information with the dictum emperor and Kismet, only glimpses were coming through as he couldn't see much in relation to the forsaken treasure reality. It means that this will undoubtedly be dangerous, whenever it was something he couldn't fully see and control. It meant that powerful existences that had surpassed him in concepts were involved, similar to how he couldn't get anything from Natalia. Or it was simply the location of the forsaken treasure reality being too mysterious and with its own unique features that obstructed Noah. With danger comes opportunity. Whatever comes my way, I will just have to make sure my fortune can handle it. Within immense confidence, Noah's mind was set as the first thing he did was tap his chest, ruination receiving his command as it flashed away from his origin and transferred into the true sanguine clone about to enter the forsaken treasure reality. The materials to upgrade this quasi-primordial relic were in this opportune reality, and from Natalia's words, nothing could teleport in or out, as even expansive space would be inaccessible, so Noah had to make preparations in advance as to account for any unforeseen circumstances. He would take ruination with his true sanguine clone and elevate it to a primordial relic within the forsaken treasure reality if need be. For this cause, he also utilized the feature of Pocket Cosmos, that was the elevated version of Pocket Universe of the infinite empire, Noah's true sanguine clone carrying the authority of this treasure which held the blacksmith's forge within it, as he would be able to carry out his role as a peerless forger without any issues. Even with all of these preparations, Noah simply saw the waves of destiny and fortune within his body rising and falling, foretelling that this trip could go in many possible directions as Noah would walk a fine line between destruction and fortune. Thinking of this, Noah couldn't help but smile as he spoke slowly. Will I be hitting a brick wall soon? Have I been moving too fast? he strolled out of the Soul Library as he asked himself thoughtfully, his body being surrounded by waves of flames of edicts as two golden books appeared in his hands, one from Reader's Foresight and the other from Premium Reader. He could instinctively feel a sense of pressure bearing down as he tried to read ahead to understand what was to come, but even this was an arduous task as the golden pages barely flashed with any information due to the level of things involved. The edicts of Kismet and Dictum Emperor felt too low to handle what was surrounding Noah as he had to quickly put multiple realities under the banner of the tyrannical emperor, utilizing the true light of conquest to both empower and elevate his nomological edicts to make sure that he still kept his edge against the coming powerful enemies. He had planned as much as he could for the Forsaken Treasure reality, as apart from many things, he still had the cards of the Destiny Goblin King bloodline that he had yet to play. His eyes flashed brightly as, while gazing at the ever-present illusory purple gold crown above him, Noah felt the connection with his true sanguine clone waver ever so slightly before it re-established. The party of golden titans, having now made their way into the Forsaken Treasure reality as a fantastical even, had now begun. At the same time that Noah's true sanguine clone faded, within a certain prime reality, the eyes of Elder Gazer flashed as the figure of Princess Snow that was lounging on his throne freely rose up questioningly. I had tracked down his movements and was just about to lock him down when everything about him disappeared. Elder Gazer spoke with a light of mystery as towards this. The blue and white hair on Princess Snow glimmered as she smiled ruefully. Don't tell me the great Elder Gazer has actually failed at something? Her words carried a trace of teasing that caused Gazer's eyes to flash with sharpness, his voice echoing out thereafter as he waved his hands to cause a terrifying tear in space. Oomph, let's go. Call you little guards over. There are few reasons for anyone to disappear under my gaze, any of them being enough to fully draw my interest. We shall go to the last location I nearly locked down and see just where this little primal titan disappeared to. Rumble, Chapter 1483, The Fantastical Forsaken Treasure Reality. Whether through sheer coincidence or the weaving of destiny, a terrifying elder halfway towards the 8th firmament of ascendancy had caught on to Noah's scent, all of this being propelled forth by a set of actions nobody could have predicted. Noah killed a prince of the royal blight serpent dragons, as the matriarch of this bloodline was maddened enough to spend all her wealth earned over millions of years to put his name on the primordial blacklist. Once on this list, many third firmament primordials turned their gazes towards it as the rewards were abundant, but it would be extremely hard for them to locate Noah, as all of them started by paying a visit to the Isles of the Gilded Forge. Out of the many third firmament primordials, one with a unique status and disposition caught wind of this development as just for fun. She joined in on the bounty, as this being had a unique relationship with a powerful elder primordial that even 8th and 9th firmament experts sometimes sought the help of, an existence with a unique status due to a profound nomological edict under him and a unique ability born of his soul. When this being utilized his terrifying means, he locked onto the identity of Noah Osmont, the primal titan that had begun to move in the Isles of the Gilded Forge, with him being able to pick up the scent from this prime reality and towards the unknown location that Noah's true sanguine clone had disappeared into. As when this tracement was cut off soon after, Elder Gazer took Princess Snow and her guards to follow. The scent of Noah's true body wasn't picked up due to the identity of the one to appear on the primordial blacklist, and Noah inadvertently escaped the terrifying gaze of an elder primordial being turned towards the infinite empire much too early. Instead, this situation arose as a single third firmament titan was now being chased by a terrifying elder primordial. A 7th firmament expert, 8 6th firmament experts, and the one that had started this chase, a princess at the 3rd firmament, BZZZT. A terrifying tear in space occurred as a few figures stepped out. A party of 11 existences that now followed the lead of a dark-haired elder gazer appeared before a region that had terrifying spatial instabilities. The signal was lost here? Princess Snow raised her eyes as her voice rang out sonorously, but her eyes opened into wide saucers in the next second as she saw the body of Elder Gazer trembling. Uncle. Her words snapped him out of his fervor, as in the next second, this being actually began to laugh raucously before his body erupted with authority that wrapped around the group and pulled them towards the terrifying waves of spatial instabilities. I have to confirm it to be sure, but you might have just done me a huge favor. My dear little niece, OM. The authority emanating from Elder Gazer was truly terrifying, as even the 7th firmament brother Hayden was shocked. Their party expertly traversing across the instabilities in space, as soon enough, they began to see the outline of a multicolored tear in space that leaked tremendous destiny and fortune. Ha ha! What a good niece! The surprises you bring me are just. Elder Gazer's eyes released terrifying lights as he nearly wanted to do something towards Princess Snow, but he held himself back when he remembered the outsiders with the two of them. He instead refocused on the glimmering rift before his eyes as the shocked voice of Snow echoed out. This is an entrance to a forsaken treasure reality, yes. An unexplored one at that, as in this region of explored realities, we do not have a record of this yet. Elder Gazer's voice carried a trace of sharpness as boundless greed had begun to emanate from him, many thoughts crossing his mind as deadly killing intent could also be seen as he hiddenly gazed at the guards that were with Princess Snow. Shall we report it right away? The seventh firmament brother Hayden was also looking forward with shaking eyes as he asked, the expression on Elder Gazer turning sour as his hidden killing intent nearly surged out, but his voice replied out calmly and commandingly, in these vast realities, opportunities come and go quickly as we have to use our own hands and strength to scale the firmaments. We can explore this forsaken treasure reality ourselves and obtain its strongest boons before we gain contribution by reporting it. His words were inviolable, and nobody would even want to go against them as all of the primordials had their eyes shining with greed at this moment. An unexplored forsaken treasure reality, humph, you all must not forget the little princess that brought everyone here. Snow released a pouting expression as a light of intellect flashed through her eyes. This princess, knowing that she was the weakest one here, as for her to gain benefits she had to depend on everyone else here. And who could she depend on more than the elder primordial that her dear eighth firmament father would kill if ever he found out what he had been doing with his daughter for the past million years? Elder Gazer had a bright smile as he turned his eyes away from the pulsing rift leading to an unexplored forsaken treasure reality to focus on Princess Snow. I would never treat my niece badly. Let us go inside and see just who this third firmament blacklister has as a backer to have found such a reality is the first thing we need to do to silence them. They had traversed across vast distances to arrive here since the signal was lost, and it meant those that had already entered had an hour lead ahead of them or more as they had to move in haste. But Elder Gazer wasn't worried. There was only a single way into a forsaken treasure reality and a single way out. With no spatial abilities or teleportations allowed within, he would undoubtedly be able to meet the third firmament titan and whatever aid he had with him in this fantastical reality. Thereafter, boundlessly rueful laughter could be heard as a terrifying situation developed. Chapter 1484, The Fantastical Forsaken Treasure Reality. LLL, you have entered a unique region of space under special restrictions. Any spatial abilities and teleportation is nullified, all body sizes are adjusted to 1,000 miles. Your destiny and fortune is under the effects of light of fortune, as they experience a period of rapid growth. Multiple prompts rose up before Noah's eyes as the will of the infinite empire quantified the restrictions and information that surged into his soul the moment that he arrived into the forsaken treasure reality. Under the immense authority of Natalia, they forced their way into the multicolored tear in space that was the entrance into the unexplored forsaken treasure reality. The prompts were pouring over Noah's eyes as he also couldn't help but look around their surroundings at this moment. Even the golden titans around him and Natalia up front had looks of wonder, as if there was a single word Noah could use to describe what he saw, it would be gold. Gold. Their surroundings carried an immense hue of gold, as one could feel condensed fortune and destiny swirling around them in a shocking fashion that one might even feel suffocated by it. Looking past the hue of gold in the surroundings, they found themselves atop what seemed to be a crystalline road that stretched forward for an extremely far distance. This road connected to a mass of a floating island that made their bodies, which were 1,000 miles large, seem like insignificant ants. One of the restrictions placed upon the entrance of the forsaken treasure reality was their size, with all of them not being able to be as vast as universes or cosmos as they were limited to sizes akin to the lowest tier worlds. The crystalline road they were on was extremely expansive, and it was held up in space by a unique essence wrapping around it, as at the edges of this road were lined by shimmering genuine clusters of the precious metal gold. A road floating in a golden hue of space leading to a vast floating landmass, and their eyes could make out the outlines of many floating landmasses that each seemed to shine with their own color and authority. Landmasses that were vaster than any cluster of cosmos one could come across. This was just what they could initially see after they entered. Noah's eyes shone with amazement as he felt his origin bubbling madly, a reaction of a few specific bloodlines seemingly interacting with something as he let this process play out while turning around to see where they came from. Behind them, the large multicolored rift could be seen as the entrance they came in. Would also be where they had to return to leave this place after they explored this reality and took its treasures. Before Noah could think too much, the prompts that were running over his eyes only increased as each one caused Noah's eyes to release blinding rays of light. The bloodline of a Destiny Goblin and a Destiny Goblin King is detected within you. The authority of Treasure King is granted unto you. the Treasure King instinctively feels where the most precious treasures lie within the Forsaken Treasure reality and has the authority to command Destiny Goblins. The restriction of size is bypassed due to the bloodline of the Destiny Goblin King. As a Destiny Goblin King, the very Forsaken Treasure reality protects you as you gain 90% true soul and physical damage negation from all enemies of the Treasure reality. Rumble, capability to command Destiny Goblins, true soul, and physical damage negation. He had actually gained such a thing to his identity as a Destiny Goblin King, the implications of this being utterly astounding. A burst of radiant fortune and destiny erupting from Noah, utter madness seemed to be bubbling out from his body as before Natalia and the others could even fully take in the wonders of their surroundings. They felt a unique and fantastical pressure suddenly and uncontrollably erupting around this peerless forger. What is this? Natalia's stupendous gaze looked forward in amazement as she was shocked by the overabundance of fortune and destiny releasing from Noah's body. Is an existence holding a bloodline from the olden times so domineering? Her thoughts were her own as her eyes released bright lights, watching the purple gold crown above Noah spin gloriously as his body cascaded with profound waves of destiny and fortune. His eyes closed as if he was reveling in this feeling, and it was not done. The bloodline of the resplendent Treasure Emperor rises out in fervor after arriving in a Forsaken Treasure reality. A stupendous light of gold exploded out as the eyes of some grandmasters were blinded. Those who could see doubt they gazed forward to find pillars of golden light released from Noah's chest, or even his eyes and mouth seemed to be roaring out while releasing horrific waves of fortune and light they were unfamiliar with. It was the light of loot, all boosts granted by the resplendent Treasure Emperor in relation to increased loot quantity and increased loot rarity are doubled while within the Forsaken Treasure reality. The golden flames of the resplendent Treasure Emperor rose around Noah's body madly, painting him to look like a pristine ancient emperor as they swirled around his body to finally rise up and form a spinning circle of golden flames below his purple gold illusory throne. His body palpated with waves and waves of destiny and fortune as he wanted to scream out that he was home. The bloodlines of the Destiny Goblin King, and the resplendent Treasure Emperor truly made him feel like he had returned to his long-lost home as he wanted to announce his return. But he could only come to a stop as he realized the eyes of Natalia were twisting in shining crescent lights while she gazed at him, while Manos and the other Grandmaster Titans nearly pulled on their beards in shock while they looked towards his direction. Ahem, he let out a light caught as he adjusted himself, the profound light of destiny and fortune dying down just a little as he could see their expressions were blatantly asking what the fuck? Chapter 1485, The Fantastical Forsaken Treasure Reality. Elvi, following the looks of shock and amazement from those around him, Noah coughed lightly as his voice echoed out, "My fortune and destiny unconsciously erupted out when entering this new environment." The fearsome Natalia rolled her eyes at his words as the Grandmasters stared at each other, but Noah was going at his own pace as thereafter, his body that brimmed with fortune and destiny gazed at the first floating treasure island that was connected to the crystalline pathway they were on. To their left and right was a blank space colored with a dark gold hue, this space seeming bottomless as if one fell and couldn't fly out. They might not be able to ever rise up, the only way to go was forward. As with Noah being granted the authority of the Treasure King due to his Destiny Goblin King bloodline, he could feel a beautiful glow of loot that called out to him, not even just the authority of the Treasure King. But the flames of the Treasure Emperor were raging above his head madly because they could feel a tremendous number of treasures within not just the island closest to them, but all of the ones they could barely discern far off in the distance. With the assurances due to his Destiny Goblin King bloodline and his own excitement for what could lay out there, he couldn't help but begin moving forward as his voice echoed out. "My fortune can sense where a lot of the truly pristine treasures are located. Follow me." Boom, his figure was like a cannonball as he began to shoot towards the first glimmering treasure island, Natalia waving her hands as the over a dozen golden titans flew behind Noah while she easily floated beside him and kept up. Even though the peerless forger before them didn't fully explain his secrets, they knew that he had a bloodline from the olden times, as just that alone was enough for them to know this being was like a beacon. They would benefit so long as they followed, as the hardships of this Forsaken Treasure reality would be reduced greatly with the mere presence of this being. Like a glimmer of light, their figures traversed the crystalline golden path lined up by countless gold medals as they neared the periphery of the first treasure island, their eyes barely landing at an insignificant portion of this vast island that put Cosmos to shame. Wondrously, their eyes gazed at this expansive landmass to see glimmering gold vegetation. endlessly stretching crystal and mountains, and raised structures radiating sharp glows of white and gold just in their immediate surroundings. Along with all this, they could also barely feel the auras of living existences as the expressions of the golden titans changed, their senses seemingly obstructed when they tried to reach out further into this landmass. Yet Noah fearlessly charged forward as they arrived at the periphery of the treasure island. The periphery alone was enough to cause the origins of weak beings to tremble as the moment they arrived. They saw that the pathway they were on continued further into the island, but the sides of the path had changed from being clusters of gold metal to now being jagged multicolored crystals that pulsed with essence. These are, the eyes of Manos brightened as he went forward, breaking a crystal away from the cluster as he shook his head in wonder as he affirmed it, a cosmic essence crystal. The eyes of the other golden titans shone as their eyes glittered, going forward and reaching out for themselves to break apart these crystals as their faces brightened up. Noah's gaze lingered on the crystals that were shockingly lining up the edges of the path as if they were mere trash, yet their identity was anything but that as their details rose up before his eyes. Low-tier cosmic essence convergence crystal, a convergence of dense cosmic essence that has crystallized over time in a special environment, containing a pure source of essence that those in the universal filament realm can tolerate to aid them in forging a cosmos. 1,000 low-tier cosmic essence convergence crystals are enough to allow an existence to break through into the cosmic filament realm. Absorption of the essence within this item is tame and beneficial as one can continue to absorb them endlessly to forge more cosmos within their body. WAA, a cosmic essence convergence crystal that put Course to shame. Noah gazed as such wondrous crystals that could produce cosmic and cosmic filament rank existences in bulk were actually lined up at the periphery of this treasure island before them, with these crystals lining up the path as if they were mere decorations. Collect them as we go and move on, Natalia's sharp voice echoed out to wake everyone as she saw Noah beginning to release his essence out to mine the cosmic essence convergence crystals and continue moving forward. The eyes of this overseer sharp as even if she didn't fully believe in Noah, she could trust in his bloodline from the olden times. Speedily, Noah delved further into the vast treasure island as their figures were like grains of sand to this vast location, being covered by immense overgrowth of glimmering crystalline trees that at the top they had dangling cosmic essence convergence crystals as if they were fruits. The trees alone looked like treasures as Noah and the golden titans filled up their void-forged treasure pouches while moving through as if they were possessed. The golden path around them continued as after moving at speeds far faster than light while collecting cosmic essence convergence crystals, they finally saw a different scene around them as they came across a clearing that had golden pillars enacted around it to form a circular area. This area being the first place Noah was drawn to as before each of their eyes they saw a mountain of purple-colored crystals releasing profound rays of lute light, different from the multicolored cosmic essence convergence crystals. These crystals were much smaller even though they released an even more awe-inspiring wave of treasure light, and the eyes of Noah and those around him were drawn to the top of this mountain while Natalia called out the identity of the countless crystals that formed a mountain. Soul crystals, rumble, the currency that every being within the vast reality sought piled up into a mountain in an infinitesimal region of only a single expansive floating landmass out of many landmasses within this forsaken treasure reality, and on top of this mountain of soul crystals, Noah and all the others focused their eyes to see an aura of an existence they hadn't even sensed before they looked forth, this existence gazing at them with a nonchalant gaze as it chewed on soul crystals within its hands. Chapter 1486, The Fantastical Forsaken Treasure Reality. An existence that was a native of the forsaken treasure reality sat atop a mountain of soul crystals as the eyes of Noah and all other golden titans honed on it. The first thing one would think about when they looked at this creature would be the word grotesque, as even though it shone with a sheen of gold, the creature was a mass of flesh and shining metals and crystals as it took the form of an enormous golden slug. Wings made of golden flesh like meat could be seen behind its back as its expression was that of utter derision and greed, but the waves of power it released were no less than that of the sixth firmament of ascendancy. Noah's eyes flashed as he felt the authority of the Destiny Goblin King echo out. Information about this being coming into his mind as its description was pulled up before his eyes. Amalgamation of greed, a creature born within a destiny domain space as it acts as its guard. It lives and dies within the destiny domain space as if the treasures within are ever threatened to be taken by others. It will fight to its last breath, an existence only born to protect the treasures born within destiny domain spaces. In this case, the destiny domain space was the periphery of this mountain of soul crystals, this domain space producing all of these wondrous resources over the years as the amalgamation of greed before them had been enjoying the soul crystals this whole time. Noah was only able to get the description of this creature as the light of fortune that everyone receives when they entered this forsaken treasure reality did nothing to aid them, nor did his treasure king authority that he obtained as a destiny goblin king. The creature before him was not a destiny goblin, so naturally, Noah could not control it, as there was only one way for them to get past it while obtaining the mountain of soul crystals before them. Seeing them nearing, its slug-like body rose in attention ever so slightly as it let out a guttural growl. Its meaty flaps waved about as the soul crystal mountain shook. The sixth firmament gulfin titan within Noah's group nearly stepping forward before Natalia raised her hands ever so slightly. The forsaken treasure reality is vast, as we have yet to even come across materials worthy enough to be used as ingredients to forge a primordial relic. I will take care of the enemies and allow us to continue moving in haste. Her words were inviolable as she moved, the golden titans nodding with fervor as even Noah didn't step forward. As powerful as he was, he still didn't compare to a sixth firmament existence that had an ascendancy value of 1 million. His own ascendancy value had continued elevating up higher as in the past hour. It has reached the boundary of 7,000 as the boosts from the effect of the Emperor of Old Bloodline fully settled in. He was only 3,000 ascendancy values away from the fourth firmament, and the gulf towards the 1 million value of even the sixth firmament was much too high for him, as the most he could do with the ridiculous 90% true soul and physical damage negation along with his own resistances was to maybe survive the blows of a creature at the sixth firmament. So Natalia stepped forward with ease as her figure rose up towards the amalgamation of greed on top of the soul crystal mountain, the temperature around her beginning to rise as the existence atop the crystalline mountain roared out threateningly. Dozens of glorious flames of edicts rose around it along with the illusory light of ascendancy halos. But even such a scene only caused the overseer to release a harumph. She was Natalia Rostova, the scorcher of realities. While a sixth firmament existence had a 1 million ascendancy value, she had over 10 million as an ascendancy value, as her might could not be denied. Even against two other seventh firmament experts, she was able to send them back heavily injured with a single attack, as the power of this overseer was unfathomable. Noah, having attached himself to such an existence that had even brought him into this forsaken treasure reality, was an extremely bountiful event, as there were many possibilities for the future. Bzzzt, her figure had flown to the peak of the soul crystal mountain as the amalgamation of greed roared out towards her, its body crackling with power as in comparison Natalia looked like a reserve beast about to break out. And it was truly so, as from what she stated she was going for speed. Her fingers flashed as an instant later, a soul-shaking great bow appeared within her fair hands. It released the wondrous aura of a peak-tier quasi-primordial relic as with a swift motion as if she had practiced it for countless years. Natalia drew on the bowstring as the essence of white flames formed a heart rending arrow. The figure of the amalgamation of greed, sensing something terrifying as the flames of edicts around it began to fly out. But in the span of less than a millisecond, a flash of white light. Poof! The viscous muscular body of the amalgamation of greed was raised into mincemeat an instant later as a pristine arrow of white flames had pierced through it faster than even Noah's eyes could catch it. The bow within Natalia's hands came down as she didn't even break a sweat. The strength of a seventh firmament expert being affirmed in everyone's eyes at this moment as they saw the overseer being capable of sniping a sixth firmament enemy without even utilizing her ascendancy halos. An instant later her fingers moved as wisps of essence landed on the soul crystal mountain that the amalgamation of greed used to be on, this mountain of treasure being divided into multiple portions as she sectioned two big portions, one that flew towards her void-forged treasure pouch and the other into Noah's. The other section portions were over a dozen as they went to Grandmaster Manos and the others, their eyes shining brightly as wondrous loot landed on their hands. Noah was given the same portion as a seventh firmament overseer because of his identity, his eyes also smiling brightly as he adored any loot that could strengthen his soul. Chapter 1487, The Fantastical Forsaken Treasure Reality. VL, Low-Tier Soul Crystals, a collection of pure soul power in a digestible form, capable of slightly refining the soul of the absorber and elevating their status. The description for the low-tier soul crystals they had obtained was short and simple as it stated its purpose. Noah gazing down where the mountain of soul crystal used to be as he saw a swirling mass of gold essence that moved with a terrifying authority. This dot was the bottom of the destiny domain space that gave birth to the cluster of soul crystals, a phenomenon of utter wonder within forsaken treasure realities, a domain space that naturally forms specific treasures. Natalia's voice echoed out beside Noah as the overseer appeared with her glimmering bow in hand. This is why forsaken treasure realities are such tremendous things for anyone to get their hands on. They can gain access to sources of many special domain spaces that continue to form treasures over time. It's quite literally getting your hands on a treasure trove that just keeps on giving. This one that we have entered is far above my expectations, as it seemed vaster and different than the one I entered before or any of the ones I have heard of. And we will have to send word to the legend of our race as soon as we leave here, as I truly don't think we can swallow everything here by ourselves. Or be able to defend it in the rare chance that someone else ever finds out about the location of this forsaken treasure reality. Her words were filled with many thoughts, as the vast number of treasure islands they had seen was far too many and too vast compared to the knowledge that even this overseer had, but she was a normal higher existence. Like Noah and many others, they wanted to get their hands on as much as their stomachs could handle, as everyone wanted to strive and scale the firmaments. And forsaken treasure realities gave a clean pathway for scaling the firmaments of ascendancy from the overabundance of destiny and fortune one could hold within. Noah didn't agree with letting anyone else know about this wondrous place, but he wasn't the one to find it, as the decision currently rested on the shoulders of the overseer. Yet the eyes of this powerful woman were bright as she seemed to read Noah's calm eyes, her voice coming out again. "Don't worry, peerless forger. I'll only share the location of this forsaken treasure reality if I confirm we truly cannot swallow it ourselves. I also seek to reach the 8th and 9th firmament in the future, not just to have you aid me in forging my primordial relic, WAA." Her words eased the greed that even the grandmasters behind Noah were feeling, as Noah smiled lightly, their figures shooting forward once more after they passed over the now empty mountain that used to hold soul crystals. They went forward while collecting more and more cosmic essence convergence crystals that littered the golden pathway they followed, Noah even going as far as plucking the shockingly tall crystalline trees surrounding them, which had the cosmic essence convergence crystals coming off as fruits. As he did this, his eyes also gazed at the dangerous-looking white gold great bow in Natalia's hands, the quasi-primordial relic she had used to turn a 6th firmament amalgamation of greed into mere pieces of meat in an instant. This is the heartstring reaver. My first ever forged quasi-primordial relic that has followed me for the past tens of millions of years. Natalia saw Noah's eyes as she spoke with a knowing smile. Her words continuing, "The heartstring reaver is through treasure I've been trying to elevate to a primordial relic this whole time, as the materials I wish to find in this forsaken treasure reality are strictly for this." Her words caused Noah to nod and smile as their figures actually came to a stop in the next moment, his voice replying out, "We might just have the chance to look at rarer treasures soon that might fit those requirements." Noah said this as before them, the singular path had forked into 9 different paths that led deeper into the treasure island they were on. Some continued straight, others were elevated and going higher, and others seemed to be heading down as they formed into caves if one continued further down. 9 paths were laid out before them as Natalia's eyes shone before she gave out commands to the golden titans behind her. "You all have been under my banner for the last millions of years. Listen to my words once more as I ask you to explore this dangerous place filled with opportunities and return back here alive, WAA." The overseer looked at the oaths as she instantly decided for them to split up as they covered more ground on the treasure island, her voice continuing to ring out as she formed 2 groups, one led by the 6th firmament titan and the other led by the 5th firmament titan. 2 groups are dangerous enough, but the leaders should be able to protect everyone within the group, as your main goal is treasure collection. If you meet defenders on destiny domain spaces that you cannot handle, leave them be. Meet back at this exact spot after exactly 10 hours, where we will forge the path towards the next treasure island together. "Yes, Overseer." Monos and the other grandmasters reverently answered the commands, as this being had utter loyalty to their overseer, this being turning to look towards Noah with an enticing smile as she asked, which path should they take, WAA, as an existence with a bloodline from olden times. She sought his opinion on which paths led to profound treasures as Noah smiled while pointing to 2 out of the 9. "Go," Natalia called out as the 2 parties of golden titans nodded to each other before their 2 groups rushed towards 2 paths with haste. Left behind were only Noah and Natalia as this overpowered overseer continued to seek Noah's opinion calmly. "Which path shall we take, O peerless forger?" Her eyes carried a trace of teasing as she called out Noah's title, a smile appearing over him as he looked towards a single path. A path that his flames of the resplendent treasure emperor and destiny goblin king bloodline were crying out for, a path that his authority as a treasure king cried out for him to take. 1488, bonus chapter. Materials to forge a primordial relic. Noah flew towards another one of the 9th paths with haste, as it was one that led down, Natalia's figure keeping up with Noah's pace with ease. As if he was running forward, it seemed like she was merely taking a stroll and could still keep up with ease. Their surroundings were gradually changing as the path was going underground. delving deeper into the heart of this treasure island as it turned into a cavernous path that was lined up and brightened up by the multicolored crystal and cosmic essence convergence crystals. It gradually turned dark as Noah didn't spare any of the convergence crystals he came across, putting all of them in his void-forged treasure pouch even as Natalia stopped as she didn't put them in her eyes too much. "Why did you choose this path?" Natalia asked with curiosity while they went forward, Noah's origin thrumming with boundless fortune and destiny as he replied while feeling their surroundings gradually hearing up the cavernous space they were in expanding as if they were about to enter a vast cavern within this underground space. "My fortune and destiny sense a few clusters of truly important treasures across this treasure island, with many of them being accessible with this path the quickest, pending that we don't get holed up for too long." His reply caused Natalia's gaze to release a burst of light as their surroundings were gradually brightening up and increasing in temperature as they should be arriving in a new location soon. Moving far faster than the speed of light meant they had covered who knew how many light years of distance in the winding golden cavernous path until finally, their surroundings changed as they arrived into a vast cavernous space. Their figures were minuscule in comparison to how vast this space was. Multiple universes being able to fit within as Noah and Natalia were still only the size of a lower world. The underground space was extremely large as it was lined up by unique purple gold glowing walls, the cosmic essence convergence crystals thinning out at this moment as even with the disappearance of these treasures, Noah and Natalia didn't feel the least bit of heartache as they saw what lay before them. Even though they were underground, everything was lit up brightly as the source of light turned out to be a bubbling golden volcanic lake. Immense waves of essence were being released from this golden volcanic lake as droplets of golden lava flowed upwards and was infused into a glimmering illusory crimson tree. A crimson tree that was the ultimate source of light here, this tree having branches that were bearing bundles of loot light of items that pulsed with terrifying waves of power and heat. The illusory crimson tree seemed to be constantly sucking up the golden lava that had an overabundance of fortune and destiny, the absorbed essence all going towards producing the treasures stemming off of its branches as there was a singular largest one that caused Natalia and Noah's gaze to not be able to leave it. It was a pristinely carved out star-shaped crystal that actually looked hard enough to be pure metal, fully formed into the shape of a star as when one looked at it, the weaker beings would find their eyes to be scorched and their blood dried up. Even Noah estimated he could only look at this treasure for a few minutes before it affected his own eyesight and burned him even under the protection of the essence of nomological edicts. What was this that could even bypass the defense of edicts, a naturally formed treasure? The words of Natalia rang out in shock as the body of this powerful woman trembled ever so slightly, immense happiness rising on her face as if she had found what she was looking for all these years, the crystalline metal material that could burn a first firmament expert if they were near it or even eviscerated them from gazing at it for too long was actually a material worthy enough to be utilized to forge a primordial relic. Natalia exclaimed out with slight excitement as the great bow with her hands trembled, this overseer raising her quasi-primordial relic weapon up as aside from the stupendous illusory crimson tree above the glimmering golden lava and the bundles of loot lighted bore there were actually 10 amalgamations of greed powerfully at the sixth firmament of ascendancy surrounding this area protectively, 10. So the Scorcher of Reality raised her weapon to clear the field before they claimed a stupendous treasure that could aid in the forging of a primordial relic. At the same time, Noah's eyes shimmered brightly while he gazed at the bundle of loot on the illusory crimson tree that pulled with immense heat. The authority of the treasure king that he had obtained as a Destiny Goblin King was pervasive within this forsaken treasure reality, where apart from sensing where the most powerful treasures were he could also gain information about them with ease even without deploying his own methods of author's viewpoint or author's jurisdiction. His focus started on the most astounding star-shaped crystalline metal, high-tier naturally formed primordial treasure, fire, a type of material formed under unique circumstances and containing immense essence capable of altering reality itself. For this material to be utilized, unique methods are needed as it can be used in the forging of weapons that can alter reality with a swing. This particular naturally formed primordial treasure is of the fire element as if fusing with other materials. Be sure to pay attention to the compatibility. Being a high-tier naturally formed primordial treasure, this material is capable of aiding in the forging of primordial relics, a high-tier naturally formed primordial treasure, a material that could genuinely be utilized for the forging of a primordial relic, with Noah affirming his thoughts and gaining more information as he gazed at the other vibrant loot lights stemming off of the illusory crimson tree. Some had shapes of cylindrical metals, others that seemed like clusters of snow. Others that seemed to be a collection of miniaturized cosmos. They all had their own shapes and sizes, as the unique thing was that apart from the only high-tier naturally formed primordial treasure that was the red star-shaped crystal and metal, the rest were middle or low tier. The middle and low tier naturally formed primordial treasures, one could only utilize these to help forge quasi-primordial relics, shing. The overseer's eyes were deadly and filled with fervor as her pulled bow was let loose once, and then within the span of a single millisecond, she pulled and released her bow 9 more times as 10 terrifying arrows of white flames shot out towards 10 separate amalgamations of greed. Chapter 1489, Bonus Chapter, Materials to Forge a Primordial Relic. LL. The weaving of space and time could be vastly different across different areas of space, and this was even more so for realities, operating their own space-time continuum. The passage of time within a reality could be vastly different to the passage of time outside of it. At the moment that Noah and Natalia came across the first high-tier naturally formed primordial treasure that was an ingredient capable of aiding in the forging of a primordial relic, ONG, 11 powerful existences tore into the multicolored rift that led into the forsaken treasure reality, the eyes of these primordials sparkling as they arrived on the golden path that was lined up by blocks of gold. This Princess Snow gazed around with amazement as her eyes and the eyes of all the primordials were on the mesmerizing scene around them and the expansive faraway treasure islands that seemed to be shining with a fantastical light. Many of their gazes were those of amazement, but the eyes of Elder Gazer were shaking in excitement as he knew much more than others, seeing the vast number of glimmering treasure islands in the distance. His eyes nearly bulged out as he saw the size of this forsaken treasure reality to be unlike any others he had seen or heard about, his eyes beginning to release a profound light of greed and killing intent as he thought of how many beings behind him knew about such a place right now. A forsaken treasure reality like this would be extremely helpful in allowing one to reach the 8th or even 9th firmament of ascendancy, but that was only if they devoured its gains over time by themselves and not share it with countless others. His eyes became cold an instant later as he thought about the other party that had already entered here, his body bubbling with power as his voice rumbled out while the others were amazed. This forsaken treasure reality is filled with opportunities as we cannot let others have it. Delve towards the first island and whoever you find, interrogate and then kill without mercy. Knowledge of this treasure reality must not leak out. Even 9th firmament existences or legends might be interested in it. His words caused shock and ecstasy to spread on the faces of the other primordials, their figures shooting off towards the first treasure island as none of them saw the deadly killing intent within the eyes of Elder Gazer as he moved forward. It wasn't just a bloody light of murder for the 3rd firmament target they had followed here, but he had the same gaze for the primordial guards that were under Princess Snow as. Hiddenly, he sent mental waves of messages towards her that caused her eyes to glimmer brightly. What they had come across was truly top valuable. They might have to do unseemly things, but for such a vast fortune lying with this forsaken treasure reality, it was more than worth it. Kill, rumble, with boundless fervor, a 7th firmament brother Hayden and his 8 other 6th firmament primordial guards surged forward with Princess Snow, an even more powerful peak 7th firmament Elder Gazer that had long surged past the initial 10 million ascendancy value rushed forward with the goal of killing, to be a peak 7th firmament existence. Just how close had his initial 10 million value gone towards the barrier of 100 million that would distinguish one to be of the firmament? Would other 7th firmament existences even compare when standing against him? 10 terror-inducing arrows of flame shot out simultaneously as they caused the surrounding space they passed through to melt and leap behind tears. The arrows finding their targets and exploding them into bits of meat as they carried an undeniable power. 10 amalgamations of greed at the 6th firmament were blown to smithereens as immense waves of heat followed, the eyes of Natalia shining with excitement as she moved towards the shimmering illusory crimson tree and all the naturally formed primordial treasures on it. The burning star-shaped high-tier naturally formed primordial treasure was the only thing her eyes were locked on, a vibrant smile being etched on her face as she turned towards Noah and asked lightly, "How is it? Do you think you can work with this material to forge a primordial relic?" She had to ask because even though she was close to this stage, she wasn't capable of seamlessly deconstructing and reconstructing materials into pure essence to forge primordial relics, and Noah should have a feel of a peerless forger on the feasibility of forging such a treasure with the material before him. Noah's eyes glimmered as even though he didn't have profound knowledge as Natalia believed he had from forging, he saw the description of the naturally formed primordial treasure as he knew it could aid in forging a primordial relic. It should be possible, he gave his affirmation as the smile on Natalia became even more vibrant. her essence going towards the crimson tree and wrapping around the stems that held the high-tier naturally formed primordial treasure and all the other naturally formed materials, harvesting them in an instant as a shocking scene occurred before them. Bzzzt, the illusory crimson tree trembled as if it had lost something precious, withering up in the next instant as golden light surged from the lake of golden lava beneath them to wrap around the withering tree and bring it close to its surface. A golden light covered the tree as it withered and dwindled until finally, a crimson gold seed was the only thing left. Such a seed went on to float calmly atop the bubbling golden lava lake as drops of essence floated towards it while it began to spin. Over the years, it will collect more and more essence before it blooms to produce even more naturally formed primordial treasure materials. The destiny domain spaces within this forsaken treasure reality are truly something else. The overseer spoke freely as all the stupendous material she had harvested didn't actually float towards her void-forged treasure pouch, but they instead floated towards Noah as she turned to him with her usual nonchalant smile. Since I will need your aid to forge the primordial relic, its material can stay with you. All of the other naturally formed primordial treasures are yours to do how you see fit. All of the middle and low tier naturally formed primordial treasures fell into Noah's lap as the only high tier one was the material set aside for Natalia's future primordial relic. In but an instant, Noah gained over a dozen materials to forge multiple quasi-primordial relics. And he knew the loot collection was not over as he could sense another location within this treasure island that released an even more profound calling to him. Chapter 1490, Bonus Chapter, Kill Without Mercy. That single naturally formed primordial treasure might be enough to finish the forging of a primordial relic if one is proficient enough to use a quasi-primordial relic as a base, but let's find another material of the same tier to be sure, as producing a genuine relic is too hard. Natalia's sonorous voice rang out as Noah nodded while the two of them continued flying forward, his void-forged treasure pouch containing an overabundance of treasures at this moment as they still only filled an insignificant portion of its vast space. Noah felt like he had to fill up this storage pouch entirely as this forsaken treasure reality was truly filled with too many things, having no doubt that after the materials to forge a primordial relic for Natalia were fully obtained, he would also be able to obtain the materials to elevate ruination to the next level within this same treasure island, or more possibly the next one. Even the single star-shaped naturally formed primordial treasure that he could feel the heat of, even though it was put away, might be enough to act as an ingredient to elevate a quasi-primordial relic, but to make sure no high-tier materials were wasted to only produce a failure, obtaining another one was no issue. And within this forsaken treasure reality, the immense fortune of a Destiny Goblin King and an Emperor of old truly seemed to be overflowing as their two figures delved deeper into the innermost portions of the treasure island. Noah already feeling the blooming light of loot before them, they neared another vast cavernous space. Unlike the first cavernous space that had the illusory crimson tree with immense waves of heat, Noah actually felt the surroundings to be getting colder and colder as the walls around them soon changed to white, shimmering blue crystals beginning to appear around them as before Noah could even garner what they were. Their figures arrived into an open space that fully glowed with a cerulean blue light. It seemed like a frozen treasure land as wisps of blue light glimmered all around, huge blue spiked crystals shining out all over this cavern that was as vast as a universe. At the center of it all, Noah and Natalia gazed forward with excited expressions as the scene they saw was enough to cause any existence below the stage of a legend to smile. Rivers of pristine blue essence floated throughout as it was a scene of utter beauty, this blue essence being so pure that just from the two of them nearing, they felt it flow passively into their bodies and origins as their forging of cosmos increased at a stellar rate. Rivers of such pure essence swam amidst immense fortune and destiny. The brightest area that this essence surged around being the very center of this cavernous space. At the center of this frozen cavernous space was a spinning bubble of cerulean light. No amalgamations of greed could be seen around as the bubble of blue light seemed to be enough of a protection where inside of it, two bundles of loot light shone the brightest as they were surrounded by over 20 other weaker bundles, two high-tier naturally formed primordial treasures and over 20 low and middle-tier. Rumble, Noah's destiny surged madly as with such a development, Natalia had obtained the second high-tier material that should be capable of forging a primordial relic without fail. Meaning that Noah had not gotten his hands on his first high-tier naturally formed primordial treasure for his own purposes. Let's go. The overseer seemed to be more impatient than him as their figures shot forward, the bow in her hands already drawn as she sought to break the mesmerizingly spinning cerulean bubble of light and obtain the materials hidden within it. 11 figures arrived at an impasse that held 9 paths leading to different locations. Elder Gazer's body shone with an intense light as he gazed towards a certain direction right away, his commands ringing out as he seemed to have discovered something on a few other paths as well. You, and you take that path. Hayden and Princess Snow will follow me. The group of 8 sixth firmament primordial guards were divided in half and told to follow 2 paths, while Elder Gazer, Princess Snow, and the other 7th firmament primordial guard would all follow 1 path. Terrifyingly enough, the paths Elder Gazer pointed out were exactly the ones Noah and the party of Golden Titans took. A horrific situation unfolding at this moment as an overabundance of experts was on the tail of much weaker ones. The unfolding of destiny was always unknown, as there was no such thing as good or evil. There was only power, and those who held the most power would always be the ones to come out on top, as they were the deciders of their own designations of good and evil. Remember, interrogate, and then kill without mercy. There are no exceptions, as this forsaken treasure reality is truly too important. WAA, the words of Elder Gazer were ruthless as they rang out, everyone nodding as their bodies let off brilliant rays of light while shooting forth to their respective paths. The 2 groups of guards flew out first as Hayden and Princess Snow went after, Elder Gazer following behind them as hiddenly. A clump of flesh protruded from his back and remained behind. Hayden and Snow didn't notice this as after everyone disappeared, this clump of flesh trembled as an obscenely powerful flame of an edict erupted from it, dividing in 2 a second later as it gradually transformed into 2 figures that looked exactly the same as Elder Gazer. With inexact same expressions of coldness and tyranny, the 2 clones of Elder Gazer took the paths that he had sent the 2 groups of guards to, as in his mind there was a singular repeating set of words: kill all without mercy, kill all without distinction. Such a large group of people, they couldn't all be allowed to get their hands or spread any information on such a fantastical forsaken treasure reality, right? Chapter 1491, Bonus Chapter, Kill Without Mercy. Crack, a resounding shattering echoed out as the rotating cerulean bubble protecting the naturally formed primordial treasures inside was shattered, this barrier actually requiring multiple shots from Natalia to break. This was the reason that no amalgamations of greed were even formed here, the barrier alone being enough to hinder most average 7th firmament experts, yet the overseer of the Isles of the Gilded Forge was not average. With a calm wave of her right hand, her authority flooded out to wrap around the shining materials suspended in the air as they surged towards her and Noah. I never thought it would be so fast and easy to get our hands on such powerful materials. Your fortune as an existence with a bloodline from the olden times is truly a blessing. She gazed at the illusory golden purple crown that revolved above him domineeringly, Noah only letting out a light smile as he accepted all of the stupendous materials that she was actually sending towards him. With all this, there is confidence in forging a primordial relic, yes? Her overly strong genes shone with confidence as when Noah felt the freezing temperatures of the 2 high-tier naturally formed primordial treasures that actually damaged the layers of essence he had on his body. He nodded with utmost confidence himself, full confidence. He affirmed the words of the overseer as she smiled in a dazzling fashion, her fair lips opening to speak out once more, but in the next second, her expression changed drastically. Rumble, from the direction they came from, a bestial aura was approaching and would arrive in the next millisecond, the gazes of Natalia and Noah changing greatly at this junction. Other existences, with such auras coming from the same direction as them, it was highly unlikely for them to be locals of the forsaken treasure reality, WAA, before the shock within Natalia even settled. And Noah's face turning somber, the auras arrived at the entrance of the frozen shimmering cavernous space as the intruders became clear to their eyes, 3 existences adorned in white and gold robes. A dazzling woman with white and blue hair followed by 2 middle-aged men that had sharp features screaming of regal power and murder. Of the 3, 2 were at the 7th firmament of ascendancy, as one of them released an aura multiple times more terrifying than the other, and the woman between them had a cold smile as she gazed towards Noah and the naturally formed primordial treasures swarming around him as she stood at the peak of the 3rd firmament of ascendancy. Seeing them, Noah didn't have to wonder as he felt another hidden bloodline within him churn. Primordials, rumble. Natalia uttered the words put with hate and somberness as the heartstring reverb bow within her left hand was clasped tightly, her body instantly exploding as 10 glorious ascendancy halos surrounded her tightly. An instant later, experts of her caliber moved not even in increments of milliseconds as they could act within time spans of microseconds. Milliseconds had 3 decimal points as there were 1000 milliseconds in a single second, while microseconds had 6 decimal points as there were 1 million microseconds in a single second. For experts of the 7th firmament of ascendancy, victory or defeat could be decided within a single second. As for them, this single second could seemingly be stretched out as if it was many hours or days. Within a mere microsecond that even Noah didn't fully see it, Natalia had called forth her ascendancy halos as her protective quasi-primordial relic armor also draped over her, her gaze utterly cold as she gazed at the new intruders. It became even colder as she recognized the most powerful seventh firmament intruder, as it was someone who had a level of renown near the cluster of realities that her Isles of the Gilded Forge was located in. The three primordials arrived and discerned everything as the moment they only saw the figures of Noah and Natalia. Their smiles became even deeper as it was actually the weakest being among them that spoke first. Blacklister Noah Osmond, you have my fortune to thank for inadvertently gazing your way and leading us to this wondrous place. Rumble, waves of fortune and destiny exploded out at the mere words as the eyes of Natalia flashed with understanding. A light sigh even escaping her lips as she kept her gaze forward. Those with the bloodlines of the olden times had profound fortune and destiny as they were drawn to many opportunities. They were also the beings that went against reality the most, as they found themselves to be magnets that not only attracted fortune, but calamity as well, through the weaving of destiny or sheer coincidence. The forsaken treasure reality she had found and kept hidden all this time was actually found out at this moment, as even as she signed, she looked for a way out of this current situation as her gaze remained utterly cold and calm. As for Noah, his eyes carried a trace of understanding as he finally saw why he had been feeling a sense of disconnect in the past day. With his thoughts that a great difficulty was coming his way now being affirmed, he had questioned whether he would hit a wall soon and had posed himself to overcome it. He just didn't think the wall would be so hard and arduous to scale. Two seventh firmament enemies, and primordials at that, as even the laid-back Natalia was gazing towards them with a trace of somberness. The most powerful primordial standing at the entrance of frozen cavernous space saw Natalia's gaze as well as her vibrant power as he voiced out with his head raised high, "You know me, a WAA." Words filled with power and disdain echoed out as Natalia's eyes were unmoved, her words coming out coldly, the gazer of the oculus primordial temple that can see across countless realities. Elder Gazer nodded as if it was expected, his eyes ruefully looking at the 10th ascendancy halo that shimmered gold and purple as he spoke with sharpness. "Good. Then you will know that your death is justified." Rumble, a horrific aura began to spread out from Elder Gazer as his body exploded out with vibrant ascendancy halos. The other seventh firmament expert that guarded Princess Snow also exploded out with power, as between truly powerful higher existences, they understand things very clearly and did not have a need to exchange too many words. The figure of Princess Snow pulled back to the side as her eyes gleefully stared towards Noah, the only other third firmament existence in here beside her, as she saw him keeping a calm gaze even though a surefire death was coming for all of them to be silenced and the fantastical treasure reality they found to be taken away from them. And Noah truly was calm. The situation was unexpected and truly seemed perilous, but he trusted in his vast fortune and destiny that led him here, as he knew there would be a way out. Through perilous situations, one could gain the most opportune outcomes. So Noah's thoughts surged by the millions within seconds as when he looked at the path for survival and ensuring that he wouldn't lose this vast forsaken treasure reality that had everything he needed to elevate ruination, his gaze landed on one of the two naturally formed primordial treasures still floating outside in the star-shaped scorching material within his void-forged treasure pouch. As his eyes instantly brightened up, he could see a path to victory. "Hand me your bow." Rumble, his mental voice reached the figure of Natalia before him as this powerful overseer didn't even hesitate, the heartstring reverb bow leaving her hand and appearing in front of Noah, as in the next instant, his body became surrounded by an obsidian barrier nobody could see through. It was a wondrous domain of apocalypse, as within it, ruination rose up as it sucked in Noah's figure, his voice ringing out once more. "1 second, no. Give me 2 seconds at most." WAA, a second. Natalia's eyes nearly trembled at such a request, as if she understood what Noah wanted to do. It was truly a short period of time, taking her heartstring reverb bow and the materials he already had. This peerless forger was actually looking for a way out of this perilous development by forging a primordial relic at this moment. But how could a primordial relic be forged within a single second? Chapter 1492. Merely forging a primordial relic. A terrifying situation had developed as there were too many things on the line. The forsaken treasure reality that Natalia had found alone was too crucial, with its vastness being something that even legends at the realm of reality would be interested in. A single one of its treasure islands was enough that Noah and Natalia discovered 3 naturally formed primordial treasures materials that could go towards forging primordial relics. What lay on the many other unexplored floating landmasses within this forsaken treasure reality? What existence would one find within it if even at this point, they hadn't even come across destiny goblins or destiny goblin kings? Such a fantastical reality was on the line, as it couldn't be allowed to fall into the hands of others, the regret being something one would never be able to live with for a billion years. There was also the fact that even though it was Noah's true sanguine clone within this forsaken treasure reality, this clone held an abundant amount of loot and even the quasi primordial relic ruination within him. Noah wouldn't allow any of his loot to be taken by others, much less give up ruination, so this was a battle that couldn't be lost. Yet the enemies they faced, a renowned elder primordial at the peak of the seventh firmament that even Natalia had heard of, and another seventh firmament expert added on top of that, as the chances for even the seemingly undefeated Natalia Rostova were slim. And when it came to Noah himself, even though he held 90% true physical and soul damage negation due to his Destiny Goblin King bloodline, his ascendancy value was still only just above 7,000. Meanwhile, the two appearing enemies had values of more than 10 million, as when one compared them, it was akin to a newly born baby standing against a hardened veteran soldier decked head to toe with weapons and ammunition. Noah had come across an enemy too many levels above him, as this problem was tremendously hard to overcome, where any other third firmament existences would simply falter in desperation and accept their loss. But this was not the case for the tyrannical Emperor, Rumble, the bloodline of the Emperor of old disdained being threatened and killed on the being it had enthroned, or even the death of a clone was frowned upon. The Emperor could not be so easily stepped on, and a possible solution to overcome an impossible situation lay in the forging of a primordial relic. If equipped with a genuine reality-altering weapon, Natalia should be able to stand against the terrifying enemies. Right, such was the conjecture, so Noah moved to accomplish it right away, as while hidden by a small domain of apocalypse, his body entered ruination as the feature of ruination cosmos was activated. Noah's eyes flashed with coldness as he arrived within the ruination cosmos, an area within ruination where the time ratio was 10,000 to 1. The 1 second he asked Natalia to provide for him was 10,000 seconds within this space. That was close to 3 hours. With such a period of time in hand, Noah could even lounge off if he wished. With utter seriousness due to the matter at hand, Noah pulled out the heartstring reverb bow that was already a quasi-primordial relic, OOM. Thereafter, the pocket cosmos of the infinite empire came out as from it, a golden forge releasing blistering heat rose madly, Noah gaining a golden hammer within his hands. Want to see more chapters? Please visit pandanovel.com. Waves of destiny and fortune swarmed around him as he placed the bow in front of the forge. This item brings sucked in and beginning to spin mesmerizingly in the extreme heat as Noah patted his void-forged treasure pouch to bring out two materials. BZZZT. Waves of immense coldness and heat echoed out the moment they appeared, one being a naturally formed primordial treasure of the fire element and the other being of the ice. Two entirely opposing elements. Yet Noah's intuition rang out for him to utilize these two together in the elevation of the heartstring reaver bow towards a primordial relic. Ho! He breathed out calmly as an air of grace surrounded him, the protective essence of multiple quasi-insuperable and insuperable nomological edicts wrapping around his body to protect him, as one half of his body had layers of ice covering it, and the other half looked like it was about to catch on fire from the blistering heat given off by the other naturally formed primordial treasure. In such a situation, the purple gold crown on Noah's head rotated madly with an austere air of power, the Emperor wielding the golden hammer in his hands as he brought close the two opposing naturally formed primordial treasures and began to hammer down. Dong, dong, each hammer carried the profound strength of the peak of the third firmament as Noah was in his golden titan form at this moment, his devilish refined features being illuminated within the crimson ruination cosmos as he was the only figure in this space shining with multicolored lights while hammering down naturally formed primordial treasures. BZZZT. Wondrously, each hammering causes a few golden particles to break off of the frosty and scorching materials, these golden particles sinking into the heartstring reverb bow as from its ends, golden shimmering heat and coldness began to permeate. It was the process of the beginning of the birth of a stupendous weapon. The birth of a fearsome bow that would go on to leave its name fearfully across realities. At the same time that Noah was doing this, the situation in the outside world remained as dangerous as ever. Without so much as a thought, the two elder primordials at the seventh firmament of ascendancy released their illuminating ascendancy halos as they were filled with glorious splendor. 5 blue and 4 purple halos surrounded the primordial guard who always stood protectively around Princess Snow, the power of this existence not being low. But he wasn't the one that stole the show. It was the elder primordials that even had 8th and 9th firmament experts come to for aid due to his unique capabilities, the one known as Elder Gazer. This being erupted with utter ferocity and power as around him. 9 purple and a single fully gold ascendancy halos could be seen. Gold, even Natalia only had a mixture of purple and gold for her 10th ascendancy halo, yet this being had his fully gold. Chapter 1493, merely forging a primordial relic. LL, Just what did the color gold represent in an ascendancy halo? Why were the matriarch and Sadik of the royal blight serpent dragon bloodline so fearful when they saw a trace of gold in Natalia's ascendancy halo? The answer of course lay in the quality of edicts included within the halo, and it meant that the types of edicts contained within a golden ascendancy halo were simply too unfathomable. Natalia knew this very well the moment that the gazer of the Oculus primordial temple erupted. Out with his glimmering halos of light. Noah's words of needing a single second reached her mind as her soft lips tightened, her gaze one of utter regality as her ascendancy halos exploded with power undulating over her body up and down as she shot out like a cannonball towards the two terrifying enemies. She left behind an unbreakable authority around the obsidian domain the peerless forger behind her had set up, nobody being capable of bypassing this authority unless she fell. All of this, she did in the time span of less than a microsecond as her crimson gold eyes stared at her enemies with a myriad of emotions, but one could distinctly see boundless wrath hidden amidst the calm and regality she always displayed. Primordials, it was always primordials, as she looked at the righteous expression of the gazer that looked down on her and granted her the judgment of death for doing nothing other than being the one to find this wondrous realm and knowing about it. Natalia couldn't help but have a certain memory flash by her eyes. The thoughts of powerful existences were even faster than the actions of their bodies, as a seventh firmament existence could be thinking for what seemed like hours in the span of less than a microsecond, and this was why it seemed like Natalia had not even given a single thought when Noah asked for her bow, as she simply gave it. She had thoughtfully considered his words in her mind for what seemed like a stretch of many minutes while calculating with her own destiny and fortune, and she actually chose to rely on the young peerless forger behind her to give her strongest quasi-primordial relic. So the flash of memory that passed by in her mind at this moment came and went in but an instant. But it was an important memory, SHA, in the midst of the dredge of a prime reality that was undergoing destruction. BOM, crack. Terrifying sounds continued to resound throughout as a figure of a younger Natalia, bloodied and battered, unstably flew from shattered cosmos that were being devoured by pandemonium, her figure reaching out towards an existence that was vaster than 100 cosmos, even though such a terrifying existence was floating listlessly amidst the destruction of his reality. Shockingly, one could see a dimmer river of endlessness that was actually shattered and torn into many pieces on his chest, a representation of a legend that had achieved reality. Yet now, his body lay floating amidst a destruction of reality as Natalia landed on the body of this being while calling out tearfully, "Father, Father." The fading life force of this existence trembled as his eyes barely opened into suits, the flames of countless nomological edicts dripping off of his origin as rivers of golden blood formed beneath the body of this existence. "Do not despair, little one, rumble." Even amidst the death and destruction, the voice of this existence with a shattered reality rang out clearly within Natalia's mind, her reddened eyes only becoming redder as tears dropped down endlessly. "Do not despair, for I will always be in your heart." With such words, the dimming reality within this being could hold on no longer as the last flicker of flames faded. As if mourning for him, the surrounding reality also cried out as its destruction continued even faster, the figure of Natalia being left alone in this lifeless reality as she gripped her hands tightly atop the shattered chest of a legend. I'll kill them all." Boundless rage and pain leaked from her as she felt the ravages of the destroyed reality eat up the body of the person she held most dear, a wisp of essence that shouldn't have been there actually stemming off from the dead figure of the legend as it wrapped around Natalia, taking her body upwards and sinking into her origin as it took her away from the imploding reality. Throughout, a single sentence continued to repeat over and over again amidst the destruction, "I'll kill them all, I will kill them." Rumble, like a flash of light, the memory came and disappeared. It was many millions of years ago, and yet Natalia could remember it like it was yesterday as it had flashed across her mind every single day since then, and every single day, she bid her time, every single day, she sought to rush towards the realm of a legend and establish her reality. The enemies she vowed to kill had actually appeared before her as they were much less terrifying than the ones that had taken away the person she held most dear. They would not stop her from achieving what she wanted. A bellow of profound pain and power echoed out from the overseer as at this time, she moved with all her power. The ascendancy halos around her buzzed and ground over her body as they exploded out with madness, the overseer of the Isles of the Gilded Forge going on to meet the attacks of a much more powerful being fearlessly. Boom, reality itself folded and creaked as at this moment, not even a millisecond had passed, dong, within the ruination cosmos where a certain peerless forger was hammering down furiously, the last dredged golden particles were actually flowing out of the nearly absent naturally formed primordial treasures as everything had gone to the spinning bow within the golden blacksmith's forge. Dome, Noah hammered down one last time as the materials of extreme heat and ice disappeared into the forge, a glorious and austere glow of utter majesty shining out from the spinning bow within. Bzzzt, a magisterial glow of light as soon after, Noah felt a shocking activation of essence riding up not just around his true sanguine clone, but mostly his main body in the faraway infinite empire as profoundly golden prompts of quantified information bloomed before his eyes. You have succeeded in forging your first primordial relic, a profound achievement. The natural laws of reality feel an increased affinity as the essence of reality surges towards you. Rumble, a magisterial scene occurred as for the birth of a primordial relic. Something terrific came with it. Chapter 1494. Merely forging a primordial relic. LLL, you have succeeded in forging your first primordial relic, a profound achievement. The natural laws of reality feel an increased affinity as the essence of reality surges towards you. Rumble, such prompts appeared in bright golden text boxes as Noah finished the elevation of the heartstring reverb bow from a quasi-primordial relic into a primordial relic, a unique phenomenon caused by the birth of this relic as Noah felt changes occur within his true body, in the depths of the infinite empire. Within the cosmic Holy Land, Noah was in the midst of forging another edict as he waited for the generation of his essence of reality, with him needing a significant amount to continue forging his primordial epitaph for his system. But at this time, his true sanguine clone finished the forging of a primordial relic as, apart from the fantastical golden text boxes appearing before him, the space above him split apart as a shocking authority and a flood of the essence of reality rolled down. It was an undecipherable situation as even Noah had not expected it, but the infinite empire came to the rescue once more as it quantified the unique phenomena around Noah and laid out the foreign information being received into the golden text boxes that Noah saw. Space itself split apart as droves of essence of reality surged into Noah, going into the small space where this unique resource was stored as it began to run rampant and seemingly start stretching this space outward. Due to the increased affinity to the natural laws of reality, your maximum reserves of essence of reality are being elevated. 300.400. In but an instant, Noah's maximum reserves were shockingly doubled as this number actually continued higher, his thoughts moving rapidly as he digested this brand new information. He had known nothing of it, yet there was such a thing as the natural laws of reality that all existences across realities try to overcome and bend to their own wills through the essence of reality, whether through forging systems or through concepts like edicts to achieve their own intended results. It seemed there was actually something like affinity that one could have with the natural laws of reality. And Noah had just stumbled onto one of the ways to increase this affinity, as it was the forging of a primordial relic that could freely affect reality, a weapon capable of altering the rules of reality. Actually increased affinity towards the natural laws of reality. It was a mind-bending concept that Noah was trying to fully grasp at this moment as he felt rivers of the essence of reality rush into him, the expansion of space within his origin finally coming to a stop as more golden text boxes rose. Your maximum reserves of the essence of reality have been expanded by 1,000 units, BOM. His body exploded with utter splendor and majesty as, before he could even be shocked, the affix of reality from ruination that granted him a 1/4 generation of his maximum reserves of essence of reality fully went to overdrive as he felt his body generate even more of this fantastical essence. His reserves were expanded by 1,000 as he now had 1,200 units as his maximum, so just from the affix of reality alone, he could passively generate 300 units every single day. It was a ridiculous boon that was entirely unexpected, as it wasn't the only surprise, with Noah's eyes having been keeping track of his ascendancy value that showed off the level of power he could exhibit in a numerical fashion, and this value was also affected by the sudden expansion of the stellar space within his origin. As with the sudden increased access to essence of reality, his value shot up to reflect this as ridiculously. It passed through a milestone as if it didn't exist. When Noah looked at his details, he didn't see a slow rising 7,000 for his value, as in a matter of seconds, this number jumped crazily as it became 17,000, WAA, a 10,000 gain in value in a mere instant as the pressure Noah released became even more glorious, and he actually passed the benchmark of the fourth firmament of ascendancy in this manner, all from the forging of a primordial relic. Even he was speechless. Is it always this easy? Was it always so easy for one to scale the firmaments of ascendancy? The answer was, of course, no. Others had it hard as they could remain in the second or third firmament all their lives, where ant level higher was where many faced their deaths without moving forward. Different people rose up in a different manner, as in the case of Noah. His rise in values was something shocking that would even cause legends who had already achieved reality to glance his way if they knew. We must also keep in mind the subject of ascendancy values and how this number could fluctuate in the future by a large degree depending on too many factors. It was common knowledge among many powerful beings that the elevation of a value by a first firmament being and a seventh firmament being was very different. The former could double in strength just by going from an ascendancy value of 1 to 2, while the latter doubled in strength by going from 10 million to 20 million. There were intricacies in understanding ascendancy values in such a manner as an insuperable nomological edict forged when an existence was in the third firmament, and it granted them a boost of a few thousand values at that time. This same edict and its boosts would also be capable of inflating their value by tens of thousands when they reached a higher firmament where the base values of the being had changed. And if a being had many ridiculous boosts from a variety of edicts but had a small base value due to something like a low count of forged cosmos within his origin, when this being goes forward to heavily increase the number of cosmos he holds and vastly elevate his base value, all the boosts he held would heavily cause his strength to rise as once more. The ascendancy value could explode to a shocking number. These were the intricacies that were hard to grasp for many, but at this moment, Noah ridiculously went from the third firmament of ascendancy and into the fourth firmament with such utter ease that he had to question reality for a brief second. Thereafter, his mind buzzed with even more information as he focused on the thoughts of his true sanguine clone that had just forged the primordial relic, wanting to see the details of this item that had been the cause of too many surprises. Chapter 1495 Heartsplitter. From the blacksmith's forge, a fantastical bow that shone half red and half white could be seen spinning with waves of liquid essence flowing around it. Scorching waves of heat seemed to come out on one end while the other end had glaciers of frost, these two opposing elements coming to meet in the middle seamlessly as they constantly gave off a pulse of a crimson-white light. Noah's eyes landed on this glorious relic as he beckoned with his hands to call it forth. But even he found his stupendous defenses being shredded apart by waves of heat and coldness even before the relic came too close to him. At his level of power, it would actually be hard for him to even hold on to this primordial relic due to its nature unless he called out his ascendancy halo and even fused with it. SHA, light flashed as he instead gazed at the details of this weapon, seeing that it had actually changed from Heartstring Reaver to being called Heartsplitter. Primordial relic, a primordial relic forged from a quasi-primordial relic and the seamless fusion of two naturally formed primordial treasures of ice and fire. The natural laws of reality bore witness to its birth as it entered a lineage of weapons capable of affecting reality with their activation. Drawing the string of the Heartsplitter will generate an arrow containing all of the flames of edicts of the user, this arrow having the capability to alter reality to make sure the target will always be hit even if they span across different realities. All attacks released by Heartsplitter grant physical and soul damage equivalent to the destruction of 1/3 of a reality, requiring immense amounts of mana to utilize its basic attacks, as for its strongest attacks the essence of reality is required. Usable features include Heart Piercer, Reign of Sorrow, Reality Shatterer, Archer Specialist, Reality Vision, Infinite Arrow Generation, Continuum Splicer. The forger that brought forth the Heartsplitter will also experience boons whenever an enemy falls from it. With the attacks of this relic carrying a soul-devouring feature that will enhance the soul of the forger and even carry with it concepts within the devoured souls such as Daos and edicts, Heartsplitter, Noah's expression when he looked at this weapon was actually ecstatic. How could he not be ecstatic when it was written that this relic would grant boons to its forger every time an enemy fell because of it? This meant that even if he wasn't using this weapon and Natalia received her primordial relic, any existences she killed they would go towards benefiting Noah, they would go towards strengthening his soul, as even the Daos and nomological edicts of these beings would be among the things flowing back to Noah. He could be relaxing in rivers of destiny surrounded by his women and all of a sudden receive an insuperable nomological edict and the strengthening of a soul so long as the primordial relic he forged tested blood. This was a shocking concept as it was a glorious cause for celebration and many questions. Would such a thing be a feature that appears in all the primordial relics that he forges? Would there be other features similar that he didn't even know about? The possibilities were endless as Noah's eyes couldn't help but release beams of golden light when he gazed at the spinning primordial relic before him. How could he not be ecstatic when it was written that every attack from this weapon had the equivalent force of 1/3 of a shattering reality? NDA. Novel such attacks were things that existences like Natalia were capable of as they earned titles like Scorcher of Realities or Poisoner of Realities. When they went all out, they could decimate emerging realities and cause them to implode. Now, Noah had forged a primordial relic that released 1/3 of the force of a shattering reality. And the only caveat was that it needed immense amounts of mana to activate this primordial relic. Mana, mana. For the basic attacks of this weapon, immense amounts of mana that no doubt only those in the 7th firmament of ascendancy or higher would be able to provide was required. But what did Noah have? Rumble, his body exploded out with madness and power as his eyes carried unbound excitement. The illusory form of an ascendancy halo shining crimson with bands of gold around it erupting around Noah as an instant later, it fused with him fully. His body attained a glorious true form as due to the fusing with his ascendancy halo. His ascendancy value rose crazily as he found himself standing at 57,936 for his value after this transformation. That dot was all the way from his recent arrival of 17,000 value. Flames weaved around madly atop his head as his flames of edicts began etching themselves over his body into runic tattoos, his purple gold crown spinning with fervor and power as glorious pairs of multicolored wings made of the flames of edicts erupted from Noah's back. Noah had to take on this form as his current body was already being frozen and burnt before this relic even got close to him. Its power was truly too terrifying as even the naturally formed primordial treasures that went into it were already shredding apart defenses set up by the essence of edicts. To grasp it, he had to be in his strongest form as he didn't even know if he could hold on to this primordial relic for a few seconds or even a minute due to its disastrous nature. His hand seemed to be aflame with power and regality as he reached forward to grasp onto the shocking primordial relic even while he was in the ruination cosmos of his quasi-primordial relic. This was because as long as he had the target in mind, they would be reached even if they spanned realities. That dot was another shocking feature of this primordial relic, so even though he didn't know how the situation was outside, he wanted to have the 7th firmament primordial currently besieging Natalia to have a test of 1/3 of the force of a shattering reality. Ulu. Chapter 1496, Shock. Bzzzt, scorching heat and scalding coldness spread out all around as Noah's hands wrapped around the heart-splitter primordial relic. His form was that of utter majesty as his crown rotated with mad power, shimmering pairs of wings made of flames of edicts releasing waves of light that washed over him while flames of edicts coursed through his body on intricately etched runic lines. The second Noah held on to the primordial relic, he felt his left hand become half frozen and half burnt, the power coursing through his body holding off the maddening essence reeking off of this relic as he was able to pull the bowstring of this relic. The moment he did, mana began to leak from him madly as it surged into the bow within his hands. Every single millimeter that he pulled required droves of essence that would entirely dry up any 5th firmament existence. The flames of edicts within his origin surged to form a terrifying arrow within his hands. Noah only being capable of utilizing this basic attack as anything else required abundant reserves of essence of reality that he didn't have, but even a basic attack of this terrific heart splitter primordial relic carried damage of 1/3 of a shattering reality, a level of attack that would be an ultimate skill of a 7th firmament existence who could destroy a reality. Noah let out a light breath as he felt everything around him with utter clarity. The pain his left hand felt just from holding the primordial relic, the ravaging freezing and burning energies spreading towards his body as his own essence and authority of catastrophe was battling with at this very moment. Novel the surging waves of endless mana that went forward to allow him to fully pull the string of this stupendous bow all the way to the fullest. A target appeared in Noah's mind at that moment. The image of the unwavering eyes of the 7th firmament primordial known as the gazer of the Oculus primordial temple. At that moment, the swirling arrow that carried power capable of altering reality was released with this target in mind. The arrow disappeared into the folds of space the moment that it was released silently. And Noah's left hand had cracks running through it at this moment as tendrils of flames and burning frozen edges from the primordial relic coursed towards his shoulder. The fingers that had pulled back the bowstring were splintered with all muscles ripped off, only pristine stellar bones shining with the light of cosmos being seen as Noah once more began to pull on the heart-splitter primordial relic. Endless waves of mana surged forth as another arrow was knocked. A target appeared in his mind as it was the other 7th firmament expert that came to besiege them. An arrow was released as it disappeared silently. Bzzzt. The musculature within Noah's entire hands up to his shoulders entirely split and became destroyed as only his stellar skeleton could be seen at this moment. The terrifying waves of power from the bow within his hands actually still going towards destroying him as his entire body was now half a popsicle and half releasing heat that would make suns jealous. 3 shots, that was how much his body could handle with a level of safety before this bow entirely destroyed his true sanguine clone. His stellar skeletal fingers pulled to form the third arrow as yet another target appeared within Noah's mind. The last arrow was shot out as the target in Noah's mind was the exceedingly gorgeous woman who told him that she was to thank for the primordials inadvertently finding him and coming across the forsaken treasure reality in the first place. I want to say fuck you in particular, whoever you are, she had said. Noah had to thank her vast fortune and destiny for this turn of events. He was curious to see just whose destiny was vaster. The arrow disappeared right before Noah's eyes as his left and right hands were pulverized, waves of essence pushing the heart-splitter primordial relic away from him as his body moved back and tried to heal from the ravages of a treasure that actually bypassed the protective essence of edicts as if it was nothing. Maybe only an existence at the seventh firmament of ascendancy like Natalia or that elder gazer who had forged dozens of insuperable nomological edicts and possibly even higher-level edicts could handle such a weapon. Noah had shot his attacks as his boundless life force went to heal him, getting ready to leave the ruination cosmos and see for himself just what fantastical results would come out of these 3 shots, in the space the size of a universe within the treasure island. Obscene waves of energy were accumulated around 3 different beings as this much congregation of essence was enough to easily shatter thousands of genuine cosmos. On the body of the gazer, 10 ascendancy halos illuminated his body gloriously as this being actually clasped his 2 hands in the middle of his chest like an enlightened existence, his eyes coldly staring towards the figure of Natalia shooting his way. The moment his clasped hands fully touched, an illusory shape appeared to nearly fill up the entire space as it was the illusory image of a golden mountain with an utterly wild and oppressive pressure thundered down. A mountain. This mountain seemed to carry a sense of profound power and authority as it was ordained with many of its own specific details, becoming more real with every passing microsecond as if it was a live mountain. It could vaporize cosmos with ease as if it smashed into an emerging reality a few times. Such a reality would undoubtedly face destruction. Such an attack descended towards Natalia as along with it, the 7th Firmament Primordial Guard also shot out with an attack. Princess Snow watched all of this gleefully as she could already barely keep up with the speed of the beings before her heart already thinking of the boundlessly rich future waiting for her when they obtained this whole forsaken treasure reality for themselves. Chapter 1497, Shock. A golden primordial mountain that carried a unique authority thundered down towards her as beside it, a corporeal crimson hammer formed in the hands of the other 7th Firmament Primordial Guard as both attacks would reach her in the next few microseconds. Natalia's languid eyes fluttered as she was still without any fear. The ascendancy halos around her undulating madly as the essence of reality deep within her churned out to be utilized freely. Dawn! 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 Her ascendancy halos all went towards her outstretched right hand as they smashed into each other, the 10 halos of light seemingly becoming one as the moment they did so. A blinding flash of light echoed out as a terrific shape formed around her instantly, with a cry that seemed to gaze at everything below it. The form of an ancient phoenix made entirely of white flames that burned the very surrounding reality itself came out. Without an ounce of fear, the phoenix went on to clash with the golden primordial mountain and a cosmos-shattering hammer as she took both the attacks on herself. Making sure the existence behind her was unaffected. Boom. Crack. A horrific explosive sound echoed out as soon after. It was followed by the very breaking of not just the space around then into a void, but the very structure of reality in this area was decimated as spatial instabilities formed crazily. The space of the forsaken treasure reality seemed to be special as the instant it was broken and decimated. The surroundings flashed with a golden light as an instant later. The surroundings fluctuated with a pristine light as everything was instantly healed and returned to how it was. Shot coursed through the eyes of those that understood what just happened, the impact of the clash being revealed as the white flames of an ancient phoenix faded to reveal a somber figure of Natalia who actually had her right hand splintered in bleeding golden blood. Her face was flushed and somber as on the other side, the gazer had eyes releasing an illuminating light after watching the instant healing of space when it should have normally taken days or weeks for even a prime reality. It seemed this forsaken treasure reality was even more special than he expected as he had to assure he got it within his hands. His ascendancy halos surged again as when he saw the injured golden titan below him, he gave her a nod of appreciation for being able to withstand him and the attack of another existence as he prepared to finish her off. A few more attacks, and this being below him would utilize all her essence of reality as the only thing left for her would be to perish. Nothing can stand against the might of the primordial mountain. As his body bubbled with power and already caused the primordial mountain to become even more real around him, he felt barely existent spatial fluctuations near him as an arrow of burning light passed by the corner of his eyes. Going towards a gleefully watching Princess Snow, 3 arrows were shot. PNDA, Novel 2 had behind them more power to handle their powerful targets, while the last one had behind it more speed as its enemy wasn't as powerful. The last arrow arrived first as from the confusion within Gazer's face, his gaze changed drastically in the next moment as in the slowed time of mere microseconds. He saw a heart-rending arrow that seemed to carry with it the weight of a portion of reality arrive before Snow, THRUUUUM, a shot capable of releasing 1/3 of the force of a shattering reality, against a peak third firmament primordial. It was a death sentence. Princess Snow's face only registered the threat the moment it was upon her, the tip of the multicolored arrow reaching an inch away from her head. A shot to kill. Yet an instant later, the face of Snow that was gradually changing to shock and horror had a splendorous glow of white light appear over it, a glimmering necklace rising from her fair neck as it released a pulsating and austere authority that would make one's heart tremble. A protective talisman. BOM. The force of the arrow was released. BZZZT. The shimmering necklace that had risen around the neck of Snow was only able to glimmer for a microsecond before all light from it shattered, its protective glow disappearing right away. At the same time, half of the force behind the attack was taken away. It turned out that this existence actually had a protective item on her that activated the moment her life was on the line, and it could protect her from a single attack of even an existence at the 7th firmament. Just what was her identity, at this moment? It didn't matter, as even with half the force of 1/3 of a shattering reality, not even a 6th firmament existence would be able to overcome it. Boom! Everything was razed and torn as the fair body of Princess Snow was ravaged by a terrifying force that tore the very surrounding reality itself. Crack! Spatial instabilities formed instantly as even a portion of the unbreakable golden walls of the space they were in behind this area became ravaged with cracks of spatial instabilities spreading out and even causing the treasure island to shake. At this moment, a pain cry echoed out as if someone had lost something very dear to their heart. Snow, with eyes of utter pain and shock, the gazer called out as he was already halfway towards Snow. But the attack was too fast, as by the time he noticed it was too late. And before he could even grieve. SHIA. He heard 2 more sounds of terrifying similarities as his heart shuddered. He gave a light pat to a golden runic ring around his fingers as something appeared within his hands, his eyes only being able to catch the glimmer of the flames of 2 more arrows carrying even more power than the last one. Thereafter, an apocalyptic impact reverberated out as space itself wailed and cried out in utter madness. Chapter 1498, Shock. LLL, as Noah left the ruination cosmos and erased the domain of apocalypse to rush back into the treasure island with a newly forged primordial relic in tow, he couldn't help but shudder in both joy and worry. This was because in a split microsecond, he learned that one of his attacks had been successful, the target of the peak 3rd firmament primordial perishing as boundless loot flowed over to him. His soul that had been fairly blank after dumping concepts into the soul library was quickly painted with new concepts as shockingly, the identity of this existence was not light. To further explain this, vibrant golden prompts flowed over his eyes. 1420 cosmic filament cores obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 142 shards of a seed of reality are obtained. 2,800 true blood pearls obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 280 existential pearls are obtained. 4,400 runic dowline enhancers obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 440 evolutionary runic lines of ascendancy are obtained. 24 trillion skill points obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 24,000 cosmic resource points obtained. The effects of absolute looter are applied. The ownership of the insuperable nomological edicts and flames of the glacial emperor, destiny traverser, Hellion queen, gleeful sinner, royal wolf emperor have been granted. The ownership of the quasi-insuperable nomological edict and flames of the stolen valor, obsidian. Have been granted. The ownership of the greater nomological edicts and flames of the Snow Princess, frozen cosmos, have been granted. The bloodlines of the royal cosmic wolf devourer, snow wolf emperor, beast monarch. Have been granted. 10 low-tier reality crystals that contain the essence of reality have been granted. This was the reason for Noah's joy and worry. Due to her identity, her nomological edicts were abundant as Noah obtained a number of insuperable nomological edicts that surpassed even the ones he held, gaining 24 all at once. Rumble. The influx of concepts into his soul and their flames caused an Explosion of power within him, the vibrant flames of edict seemingly setting his origin aflame as their authority spread out along with their vibrant boosts that propelled Noah even higher as his ascendancy value began to skyrocket upwards once more. 24 insuperable nomological edicts, of course, only a few were of such high quality as the ones Noah forged for himself, but their boosts were worthy of edicts at this rank as the boons they held were stupendous. Apart from the 24 insuperable nomological edicts, this Princess Snow, who was actually the daughter of a terrifying overseer of multiple prime realities under the banner of primordials, granted Noah 17 quasi-insuperable nomological edicts, 8 greater ones, and 3 minor ones, pa nda, novel. The number of lower quality edicts went down as shockingly. It seemed like this primordial had only made 3 minor nomological edicts before she began to only forge greater ones and never looked back. She then forged quasi-insuperable nomological edicts as after she gained the capability to make insuperable nomological edicts. She only continued to make those, similar to how Noah had only been making insuperable nomological edicts since he could forge them. This girl used the same concept as she had only been forging such quality of edicts the past millions of years. Frankly, this was the path that many existences scaling the firmaments of ascendancy took, as after being able to make high quality goods, they would mostly make those same high-quality goods, so Noah was showered with a dense number of concepts that caused his soul to scream in happiness and also to feel a heavy weight from the sheer volume. Yet even with this influx of concepts and bloodlines, Noah had yet to feel full, as he had yet to meet the limits of his soul, rumble. His thoughts had to come to a stop at this moment as he appeared outside within the golden shimmering cavernous space, being just on time to experience the shocking impact of his attacks. He found the figure of Natalia vibrating with power and yet injured, with shimmering drops of golden blood dripping down her fair right hand, yet the flames within her eyes burned bright as she couldn't even turn her gaze towards him at this moment. It was because an immense force exploded before her enemies, with its impact being something apocalyptic, as it could be considered an ultimate attack of any seventh firmament expert. 2 of such attacks exploded with speed right before the gazer and the primordial guard, its shocking effects causing rips in reality to stretch out as horrifically. They stretched out for light years as they caused the treasure islands they were on to tremble, due to the flames of edicts within the 2 arrows. The rips of spatial instability shone with different colors as pulsing multicolored lines of broken dimensions could be seen stretching out as far as the location where they first saw the division of a single path into 9. That was how disastrous this attack was, and yet just like before, the vast locations of the treasure island affected by this attack shone with a glimmer of golden light as with a terrifying authority. Space began to weave itself together as it was an artist, the torn land in paths healing and reforming like they were never damaged. What a fantastical forsaken treasure reality. What a mysterious land of loot. The results of the 2 shots were visible to all as it caused even the somber Natalia to break out in shock and awe, with one being able to see nearly 1/3 of the body of the 7th firmament primordial guard decimated and shattered. Natalia had seen a glimmer of the arrows before they exploded, her heart trembling when she thought about the source they could have come from. Her gaze never left her enemies as she sent a mental message to the being that had reappeared behind her even when half a second had not passed. Where those arrows from? She could not finish her words. She did not dare to, because it was too outlandish, yet the voice of the peerless forger behind her came out while filled with intricate emotions. It is no longer the Heartstring Reaver. With its current name being Heartsplitter, Rumble, Heartsplitter, Chapter 1499 Shock. LV, Heartsplitter, the name alone caused Natalia's heart to beat with excitement, but even the excitement couldn't overcome her shock and awe. This was because it had been less than even half a second. This being had asked for a second or two as Natalia gave him the benefit of the doubt and trusted in her destiny, but she never expected for such a robust and unbelievable result. For something like a primordial relic to be born within less than a second, how grand, how domineering, how magisterial. Her gaze released dancing crimson and golden flames as she still held herself back from locking her eyes onto the existence behind her, her ascendancy halos undulating up and down as she still kept her focus on the enemies ahead of them to see the results of the 2 attacks. The expression of the 7th firmament primordial guard was utterly livid, with his eyes actually ringing with bouts of terror, that one shot having nearly destroyed him if he hadn't fully deployed his ascendancy halos infused with them. His torn body began to pulse as it tried to heal with great difficulty, his figure pulling back just a little while he gazed in the direction of Natalia and Noah. Then, there was the gazer of the Oculus Primordial Temple. When the scene around this being cleared, Noah and Natalia's eyes contracted as they saw waves of golden essence wrapping over the gazer's body, these golden waves of essence stemming from an object he had thrust out in front of him as it entirely protected him from the terrifying arrow that held 1/3 of the force of a shattering reality. It was an item that he thrust out, its appearance at this moment becoming clear to all as Noah could only stare at it in disbelief. "Oh, come on," he couldn't help but call out with slight frustration. The item he saw being an enormous curved greatsword that shone bright gold and white, this sword filled with pristine jagged edges as it was twice the size of its holder at this moment. Bzzzt. Its holder was currently showing an expression of utter rage and wrath, his surroundings shaking and trembling from this pressure alone as the unique jagged greatsword within his hands rang out with a glorious cry. It flashed with a light of utter splendor as the aura it released. Was very similar to what Noah had just forged, a primordial relic. It was an impossibility, something that was genuinely improbable. Primordial relics were commonly held by legends that had achieved reality. With it being rare to find those in the 9th or 8th firmament of ascendancy holding such items, it was rare. But some powerful overseers held them as their names were renowned and spread across many realities. But for a 7th firmament existence to hold a primordial relic? It was unheard of. The gazer of the Oculus Primordial Temple. Just how had this existence gotten his hands on such a thing, even within the memories of Princess Snow, which when Noah went through them, he wanted to puke a few times over as he had to block a significant portion of the memories of this woman and gazer. Noah found nothing during the time Snow spent with this being that spoke of him actually having a primordial relic. As they watched on with shock and amazement, the voice of a certain overseer began to ring out, "Noah?" Natalia spoke with a light voice. "Yeah, now would be a good time for me to get my hands on that heart splitter." Yeah, with their gazes on the wrathful face of the gazer who was surrounded by a terrifying golden glow while grasping onto a weapon twice his size, Noah nodded with a gaze tinged with pain as from his void-forged treasure pouch, a deadly bow releasing waves of frost and heat appeared. Pinda, novel a bow so powerful that Noah didn't know when he would ever be able to hold it again. A bow that made Noah want to forge multiple primordial relics and deck himself head to toe with them. A bow that caused the surroundings to tremble as with its appearance, Natalia did not even look back as her left hand merely opened her fair palm. Bzzzt. Arcs of red and blue shone on her palm as the vibrant half-red half-blue bow shot out as if it was possessed, feeling the call of the person that had used its prior self for millions of years as it left its forger behind without so much as a thought. Boom, instantly, a firmament-shaking bow was grasped onto the fair hands of a golden Titan, all the surroundings becoming painted crimson and blue at this moment. Half of the surrounding space turned extremely hot while the other turned freezing. Bzzzt. Arcs of blue and red flames surrounded Natalia's left hands as tendrils of these flames snaked around her. The body of this overseer cascading with glorious crimson and blue lights at this moment as even the scale crimson quasi-primordial relic she wore seemed pale in comparison. Not an ounce of injury could be seen from her hand as the raging primordial relic turned as docile as it could be while she grasped it. Its terrifying waves of heat and coldness did not affect her as information about this terrifying weapon entered Natalia's mind, a smile finally blooming from her somber expression as she sent a mental message to the being behind her. "You forged me something incredible, I have." Noah's voice echoed out while he came to float to the right of Natalia, his eyes on the shining figure of the gazer. "But I do not know if it will be enough." Yes, because inexplicably, their enemy also somehow had pulled out a primordial relic, whether through his vast connections of 8th and 9th firmament existences or through something others didn't know about. The gazer of the Oculus Primordial Temple was truly too hidden and mysterious as the situation within the Forsaken Treasure reality continued to remain entirely perilous. Chapter 1500, Glorious Improvements. Within the second following the death of Princess Snow and Noah accumulating all of her nomological edicts, memories, and an overabundance of loot, his true body was situated on the golden throne at the depths of the cosmic Holy Land as liquid rivers of multicolored essence surrounded him. A few miles away from this golden throne, there was a paradisiacal landmass filled with overflowing verdant vegetation and a trickling of a milky gold river flowing beautifully at the exact center. In this location, the figure of Adelaide could be seen accompanied by a few women that couldn't stop gazing at her belly, the shortest and most vivacious one there looking to have an impatient expression as she frequently stared at Noah in the distance. "Don't bother him now, it seems he has come across something crucial that needs a lot of his attention." Adelaide's voice came out sweetly as it caused Barbados to sigh, this ice queen continuing to speak out as she gazed towards Valentina. How's the situation within the new realities? With the aura of a queen, the dark hair on Valentina glimmered as she answered with a bright expression. A majority of the cosmos have been gathered together with the champions in these realities bending the knee or about to. They can all be graced with the honor of pledging fealty soon. WAA, like generals overseeing glorious battles, these women reported on what was happening within the realities Cecilia managed as they were about to be taken under the tyrannical emperor. When this occurred, Noah could fuse all of the cosmos within these realities to the infinite empire, and the linking of 5 realities would guarantee the elevation of this treasure into a primordial relic, into a glorious seed of reality. This was just one of the many things Noah was currently going towards the completion of as he supplemented his strength to extricate himself from the dangerous situation within the forsaken treasure reality. The primordials that had found them and the location of this wondrous reality could not be allowed to be left alive. And this was stressed even more so now after Noah finished forging a primordial relic from the materials obtained in this forsaken treasure reality. It was truly too valuable to be given to others, as he would do whatever it took to achieve the complete annihilation of the primordials within it, and this meant bypassing the 7th firmament gazer of the Oculus Primordial Temple, who also held a primordial relic. If a single primordial relic will not be enough, I will just forge another. P&A, and WAA. A domineering thought crossed his mind as Noah's figure that had its eyes closed in meditation was seeing a myriad of possible paths, the elevation of ruination to a primordial relic. The elevation of the infinite empire to a primordial relic. If he had 2 of these in hand, would a single 7th firmament existence still be able to stand against him? With the aid of the terrific Natalia Rostova, OM, the multicolored essence around him vibrated with excitement as, apart from the plan to elevate and obtain 2 more primordial relics, Noah was also taking the steps to increase his ascendancy value even more. After achieving 24 brand new insuperable nomological edicts from Princess Snow, he had no reason to not re-optimize his first ascendancy halo to be entirely filled with insuperable nomological edicts and forge his second one with the quasi-insuperable edicts, BZZZT. The authority of the Sanguine Emperor was fully displayed as the bloodlines of all the edicts within his body obeyed him. His stellar form of millions of cosmos glistened atop the golden throne as the golden blood of certain bloodlines began to be unfused from Noah's ascendancy halo of catastrophe, while other bloodlines were fused in seamlessly. An eruption of light caused his illusory crimson gold ascendancy halo to rise up as its structure was changed and modified ever so slightly. Runic lines weaving on it as it seemingly became more archaic and released bursts of more power. As the halo of catastrophe was reforged and experiencing changes, one could also see the crackling of light erupting to cause the illusory formation of red another crimson halo. Noah going forward and fusing the bloodlines of the quasi-insuperable nomological edicts into his second halo at the same time. THRUM, wildness and majesty, that was the scene atop the golden throne as the glimmers of multicolored light around Noah were much too intense, his mind working either haste and speed as in a matter of mere moments. Bloodlines were unfused and fused as he achieved the fantastical prospect of his first halo being entirely made of insuperable nomological edicts. The crimson halo had changed ever so subtly as the golden bands weren't mere lines anymore, the 2 sides of the lines carrying intricately designed shapes of stars that caused the halo to seem unreachable to any other beings that scaled the firmaments of ascendancy. SHA, Noah's mind buzzed with information as the authority of catastrophe underwent a change. His ascendancy value also underwent a change as the base 17,000 before he fused with his halo was now above 20,000 and only rising as the second ascendancy halo was also being forged. This was his answer. This was his method of overcoming the present difficulty as he scaled the firmaments of ascendancy at a rate other beings would only look at in shock. Achieving the 4th firmament in mere days was a shocking record, as who could exceed him when it came to obtaining edicts? Who could exceed his authority of the resplendent treasure emperor in granting him loot? Who could exceed him on his own path of forging edicts? As even now, he looked at where his own strengths lay in the past as he brought them to the same stage he was at currently. As he looked at how he moved in the past, he was halfway through completing new insuperable nomological edicts based on concepts that were very dear to him, the concept of animus summons and the left behind Tao of summoning. The Lich Emperor and its undead legions. There had to be high-level edicts that supplemented Noah's strength on these concepts, as he wanted to be able to have armies of existences at whatever firmament he stood on. He wanted to have the blue slime, Tiamat, colossal Helios Leviathan. He wanted all of his summons to stand on the same stage as him. Could they not swarm all enemies then? Could they not scale the firmaments and shake up the vast infinite realities filled with dangers and opportunities?